talking about people in the private sector and those in the, commercial industrial sector. It's
What
not,
sector?
dude, it's not about sector. It's about information conveyed to you. Why do you
Sure.
think it's what they're saying it is?
But where
Yeah,
does
the next question
the
is
information
this.
come from? And
The
it's
next
either
question is this.
private or
What have
public.
they done? What have they done to verify the Earth is a ball?
They have done scientific studies across, hundreds of thousands of technicians, scientists, and was it
I'll let you
what's
roll
the
on,
word
Greg,
for it?
because I want to ask him some questions. I'll let you roll on, though.
Okay.
Like academics. They've done hundreds of thousands of studies amongst academics and scientists and the rest of it. And I choose to trust them in their academics, that I do not have the primary knowledge of being able to test what they do. I trust in the studies that they do. And even though those studies have there's certain administrations, like I think when the Hubble telescope went into space, there were administrations that disbelieved what the Hubble telescope described the universe as being, compared to ones who accepted, because different institutions had different amounts of greed. They said, like, well, we've built our administration to believe this, and we've proliferated ourselves in this way, therefore we're going to deny whatever scientific discovery contradicts our beliefs. And so I think, sure, there's many different aspects of that, but I choose to believe in the mainstream thought, because I don't believe that the mainstream could necessarily contrive to all believe one thing and then like blind everybody with falsity.
You haven't specified what they specifically done to verify the Earth is a ball.
Or that the scientific tests, academic approaches, the different explorations that they've done into the many different fields, whether they've had a theory and then they've tested against that theory, and then the many times that they've tested, and the only successful ones, the ones being able to prove that their theory is either wrong or that theory didn't actually cast a big enough net over what the actual idea of what our reality is. Like, at the end of the day, I do, as an agnostic who still, from a Christian perspective, denies that Jesus is God, as an agnostic, I do not put any objective truth claim onto the world. I my thought of living day-to-day life is beyond reasonable doubt, and that beyond reasonable doubt is subjective to my own thoughts, and I trust in certain institutions.
Okay. I mean, come on. Enough. Stop right there. Not to be rude, but it's just digressing into an autobiography. So you repeated the same vague answer. You haven't specified and therefore haven't demonstrated that you know that the government has done what is logically required to verify the Earth is a ball.
Well, I trust that they've gone to space, they've gone to the moon, they've set foot on the moon, and then they've taken pictures of the world at different cycles. The Earth
Okay,
is
so you
round.
believe you believe the moon landing historical doctrine. Okay, the problem is this. The problem is this. That presupposes a cosmology that is incoherent and cannot be the case for the following reason. Please bear with me. Please follow me if you care about knowing the truth about these things. Supposedly we live on a ball, wrapped in water, wrapped in gas, in a cosmic vacuum full of other humongous solid liquid or gas balls. And supposedly this so-called universal gravitation is at play, keeping the world together, keeping the world intact so that things don't fall off and that things don't veer and fly away into a chaotic spin, expanding away from one another or contracting to one another. So the problem is that this is an ad hoc rescuing device to account for the flagrant discrepancy in the cosmological paradigm. The flagrant discrepancy, of course, being how do things stay near or on the ball and not fall off. In history, they've been appealing to mass attracting mass, and or recently, since the early 20th century, GR and SR from Einstein, bendy spacetime as we call it. The problem with the first is the following.
That's not the majority of history.
I didn't say the majority of history.
Oh, okay. You just
The
said
problem
in
is
history and then
yeah, in
generalized.
history. Yeah. The problem is the following. As it concerns mass attracting mass, as it concerns both universal gravitation doctrines, the independent variable in the hypothesis concerning what is causing the given effect, moving matter to be pulled to other matter, right? What's causing things to fall, what's causing things to stay close or
Gravity and
on
such,
the earth
those theories.
is matter is the sheer existence of matter is the independent variable to cause the dependent variable to manifest in both doctrines. So
Yep.
that's what you have to manipulate in order to verify that it is the cause of the effect. But of course, there's an obvious problem. If the independent variable is the existence of matter, the sheer existence of matter, matter being what it is, just existing, then that's not a manipulatable. That's not a variable that we can manipulate. We don't have the power to manipulate the sheer existence of matter. We can't cause matter to exist, nor discontinue existing and resume existing. So we can't
Entropy.
verify that to be the independent variable causing the dependent variable to manifest. So both are unverifiable, and it's worse than that.
Sure.
By
And
implication,
they may be outside of my comprehension, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I won't subjectively look at like the truth as being as what it is, subjective, and that I won't
Yeah.
determine what works with life, though it may not work in a conversation about reality.
Yeah. So there's that problem. It's unverifiable. You can't know it to be true.
Yeah,
So they
you
don't
can't
know
make
that.
absolute statements because you can't derive objective truth without God.
Right. And even with the God, you still can't verify this to be true because this phenomenon, this supposed cause, is not real. And furthermore, not only is it unverifiable, it reduces to absurdity. Both of them reduce to absurdity respectively as it concerns mass attracting mass. Supposedly after the primeval atom expansion, because there is no doctrine of universal gravitation in the Lord's revelation. So that's not compatible with his worldview. That's just syncretized into his worldview that he has revealed. It is not what he has revealed.
But that's
But as it
what
concerns,
he has revealed compared to what he hasn't revealed. There's going to be things that are outside of our comprehension to know, that are outside, like we can learn things about our Creator and what our Creator has done. Just us looking at his creation doesn't give us
yeah,
a reason why things exist the way that they do. We must come
yeah, and when we
beyond
study
revelation.
creation, there is no detection of universal gravitation. That's the thing. We've never empirically detected, we've never empirically verified so-called universal gravitation. It is merely a doctrine of men. It is one of the traditions of men, one of the elementary principles of the world, not after the Messiah. That's the problem.
It's postmodernistic industrial revolution men. It's not the majority of men, because men have existed on this planet field from what I believe of hundreds of thousands of years before.
Well, there's no
when we
need
were
there's no need for that
fighting
pedantry.
one
And
another.
obviously, you know what I meant.
Yeah, but like this is technological men. This is not tribesmen for tens of thousands.
That's besides the point. That pedantry is useless. The pedantry is pointless. The doctrines of men in the obvious sense, which I'm saying the phrase, so that's not even a point of dispute. So that's not a doctrine the Lord has revealed. That's not a truth the Lord has revealed in his sacred scriptures nor anywhere else. That truth is nowhere to be ascertained at all. That supposed doctrine is nowhere to be ascertained to be true anywhere at all. But worse than that, it's not just unverifiable. Is that mass attracting mass, supposedly after the primeval atom expansion, after that, every material particle is either expanding forevermore, disintegrating from one another, so that we live in a totally disintegrated vacuum full of material particles. We don't live in that world, so that which implies falsehood is false. Or
but
every material particle would collapse
verifiable.
in one another into one humongous mass. We don't live in that world either, so that which implies falsehood is false. Then let me finish. Or, lastly, everything would be completely idle. We don't live in that world either, so that which implies falsehood is false. So, as it concerns mass attracting mass in all three possible ways, it implies patent falsehood.
But there is these three possible ways of the world that we can comprehend to say that they can only happen inside the world that we comprehend. But we've already identified that God can work outside of ways that we comprehend, and that at the end of the day, we can verify these things, but we subjectively verify them based on the instruments that we can currently create to measure these systems.
No, that's absurd. You just conceded that it's beyond comprehension. So if it's beyond comprehension, you can't know it. You can't even comprehend it. You can't even comprehend the thing that is supposedly known. You have to comprehend the proposition first in order to then know the proposition is true. So that's self-defeating on its face right there. And then after that,
not, because
of course it is. Of course it is. Come on, dude. If you can't even comprehend the words that I'm saying, you can't know anything about them. They're not even intelligible.
Well, I think I can, and therefore I do so. I live within reason.
You're digressing from the point. Come on, dude. You just said it's beyond comprehension, right? If you say that it's beyond comprehension, then you don't know anything about it. You couldn't know anything about it. So you can't sustain it to be true while you also sustain the premise that it's beyond comprehension. That's self-contradictory.
And that's why I don't work inside absolute truths or objective truth statements as an agnostic.
Is that absolutely true?
That Jesus is God.
Come on, dude. Is that absolutely true?
Or now you're just nitpicking. You're saying like any.
No, it's not nitpicking. No, that's inconsistent of you. I don't abide or work within absolute truths, which is redundant. Dude, is that absolutely true? If it's not, then it's false.
It's subjective. No, it's just subjective.
Is that true?
Well, see, now you're going. See, that's the thing. You're saying, "What if?" Well, what if this?
Answer the
question. I didn't say what if. I asked you a
great.
question. Is that true?
It's a what if statement. It's a what if statement.
No, it's not. I didn't say what if. Stop that. No, it's not. Stop. No, it's not. That's just annoying. I didn't say a what if question. I asked you, is it the case that it is true that what you said is subjective?
Answer the question, please.
I can't say yes. I can't say no.
You can. You just did. You just said those words. So yes or no, is that true?
Well, if I say yes, you're going to ask.
Just answer the question. You'll find out what he does after, but you need to answer. Go.
I don't. I try not.
Just answer the question. It's a yes or no.
It's not a yes or no, because the answer to that yes or no.
It is a closed-ended yes or no question, dude.
Is that objective or not? And if I say to you,
you don't have to explain. Just answer, and then we can talk about it after you answer. Pretty simple.
God,
you're being muted right now. So all you got to do is answer the question, yes or no. It's closed-ended. Go ahead.
Third example, not yes or no.
Yeah, there's no third example. It's a closed-ended question. This is.
If you're going to appeal to a third option and a yes or no question, that's a violation of the law excluding middle.
There's laws now.
Yeah, listen, we're not going to dive into it. It's a red herring. If you bite on that red herring, he left. Simple.
This is foolish. To really profess to, this is worse. Forget geodesy. Fuck cosmology. To profess that you believe in the Messiah and are agnostic, that's heresy. Damnable heresy. Yeah, that's first and foremost.
It's contradictory too.
And then beyond that, he just has a credulous fideistic acceptance of what the government is teaching, of what the government supposedly has done, without any verification of his own, and then has the audacity to try and defend doctrines that he just explicitly conceded he has no competency to even debate me about, but then try to protect the doctrines from my refutation by appealing to it's beyond comprehension.
Yeah, so what he was posing right now to say is that he knows that there is a creator, but he knows that it's not absolutely true that he knows there's a creator. How ridiculous is that? Because he doesn't work in absolute statements. So it's not absolutely true that there is a creator. May or may not be one.
I know it irritates the fool to be pressed about this, but every time you predicate, that is demonstrably indicating, patently indicating that you work, quote unquote, that you think, that you speak, that you behave with truth, or at least that you believe that you do. Every time you predicate, even when you say, I'm not predicating, that is an instance of you predicating. Even when you say, I don't work with absolute truth, which is redundant, then you are demonstrating that you work with absolute truth. You cannot predicate and not affirm the reality of truth. Because if you predicate, then it's just going to beg the question, not beg the question, but, provoke the question, is that true?
Yeah, he didn't want to answer it because he knows the implications. He knows he was trapped and there was no way out.
He saw the dilemma he was in.
Well, he trapped himself. It's not like you made him go there. He said it himself.
He saw the dilemma that he walked himself into.
But this is the issue. Whenever they get a mirror shown back to them of what they're saying, they're just like, yeah, it's getting too hot in here. I got to get out. So he boot scooted. Well, the problem is, too, I'm not going to let them continue to just keep us on this loop and then address red herrings that were not a part of what you were, the closed-ended question. What's one thing I dislike is them obfuscating from the closed-ended question. Just answer the question, and then we can deal with the aftermath of that.
Mm-hmm.
So he didn't want to, because he knows where that's going to lead him to. See, that's the thing. He knew it. He knew it. So he'd rather run away.
Now, the reason I did reply to those replies after I finished the refutation to mass attracting mass, because I didn't finish both. You recognize both. I didn't finish both. But after I finished refuting mass attracting mass, his rebuttals, his replies were rebuttals to my refutation. So I had to engage them because I can't just let them stand as though they successfully refute my refutation.
I'll tell you what, we got Bubba Gump that's really froggy in the text channel. Bubba Gump, you're there. You can unmute your mic and tell us how you know the Earth's a globe, because you're telling Obvious It Be that you'd love to have a discussion with them one-on-one. He said, I don't care to text or responses back and forth. Hey, I'm just like that too. So if you feel like you want to give us the evidence that the Earth is a globe in 2024, you can go ahead and do so. Just unmute your mic and give us your best evidence. I'm going to give you the floor so you can go ahead and tell us how. Go ahead, Bubba Gump. This is your big moment, wasn't it? It's what you're asking for. One-on-one.
All the time in the world to chirp in the text chat.
Well, he's talking like he wants to get on the mic, but when the opportunities afforded him, he's like the frog from the WB. Ribbit. Like it used to be, hello, my baby. Hello, my darling. Hello, my ragtime gal. And then when the spotlight's on him, he's like, ribbit. Or maybe you can prove me wrong, Bubba Gump.
Talking all that shit in the open chat against me.
They always bring that energy, but then when it's crunch time, there ain't nothing there. It's just the way it is, I guess. And we got Cyclone's going to be appearing in the chat soon. I think. Are you at work, Cyclone? I don't know if you want to text us, or are you busy doing? You're probably getting ready or doing something. We got Heretic in the house. I don't know, Heretic, if you're still here. Let's see. Oh, Donkey Kong's in there. What's up, dude? I haven't talked to you in... It's been months, dude. I see Donkey Kong. Yeah, he was going hard in the paint against Flat Earth, like in the beginning, and then... yeah, he changes ways, dude. He's kind of like... I don't know, from the last I heard, he was all about Flat Earth, so... Unless he changed his mind again, but who knows?
I don't assume that you're very interested in sports, and neither am I. I used to be. But I'm just curious. I just want to ask this question for fun. What sport catches your attention the most?
As in which I like, or which is just like looks cool?
Yeah, which one catches your attention the most?
Oh man, it. I guess football. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, mine is basketball.
Did you watch the Pacers the other day? No, we're gonna get into. Never mind. I bit on
I
that
used to
red
play
herring.
basketball when I
My
was
bad.
younger.
No, I didn't want to say what I was gonna say. Were you good at it?
I bet. I
Oh
was
yeah,
more.
you broke a few ankles, did you?
I did. I really did.
Oh,
I can
dude.
dribble and I can shoot.
I know a lot of people that used to say that.
But there really was this one play. I was at the Croc Center.
Mm-hmm.
Hang on.
I see Penelope's in there making that hand over fist with that Bitcoin.
There was this one play where I was kind of being crowded by defenders, and I was at below the 3-point line, and I did this move where you do very small, short, miniature dribbles. I did it around my foot, and you dodged all their swiping hands, and I got to the basket.
You know, so you're basically Neo, huh? Just going through the ages.
They did make an audible. Ooh,
yeah.
How do you do that?
Yeah. They probably. What was their excuse? Nah, man. I was, I was just thinking about, something else when you did that. You're like, nah, bro.
My shoelaces were untied.
You got, man. That's just the whole thing right there. Don't want to admit it. It's like the Globers that come in here. They don't want to admit they got. But it's weird. It's funny too because it's their own arguments that shellac them, which is my favorite.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use your own words to defeat you. I don't even have to come up with anything. Yeah.
I was in another server of Disciples, and I think I was debating. It was a friendly debate with one of them, and they said some reply to me, and then I used their pattern of reasoning against them. Mm-hmm. And then they made an audible, whoa.
They're not able to.
I forgot what I was saying at the time. It was a while ago, several months ago.
What's up, guys?
One deck. Not 2 decks, just 1 deck.
Hey.
On deck. 1 deck on deck.
Is it just a little regarding celestial navigation? Would I be safe in saying that this is going to sound contradictory because I know you can't get an elevation angle from a curved surface, but the point I'm making is, if the Earth was a globe, is it correct to point out that you would only be able to obtain the GP of the sun twice a year on the solstices?
No, because they got imaginary tangents. They can do it every day if they wanted to.
No, but I know that. But they do claim that I'm sure in the globe claim, the claim is that the sun is only directly over the Earth twice a year at the solstices.
And they could have many claims. That could be one of them, but I haven't heard them actually argue for this, not to my knowledge anyway. Is someone arguing that way to you?
No, it's just a point. No, it's just a point I made to a anti-flat earther. That in your model, the sun's only overhead twice a year. So how is it possible to obtain the GP of the sun 365 days a year if it's visible?
One deck. Friendly advice.
Isn't it the equinoxes?
Yeah. I was going to say friendly advice. don't feed the trolls. Because the moment you give them something, they're gonna say it works. You just don't understand the math. Not only that, they're gonna tangle you up with their. Because okay, if you start indulging anything about what they're making the claims to the Earth being a globe as, and you say this can't work on a globe, that you're ready. You are already defeated. I know you don't know this, and I think maybe we have discussed this before. But the problem, and it happens all the time. Okay, so the best of intentions are going into this, I guess, from your part, and I get that. But they're not looking to bring the evidence to show that you're wrong. They want to make you wrong by saying that you don't understand what you're saying. So you're it's like, okay, the same argument goes for rockets don't work in a vacuum. We all know that's not the possibility, because that environment has to exist in the first instance. But once you give them that foothold on the argument, it's derivative. You haven't even told them how they're proving if the Earth is a globe or not. You're going straight to, if it is a globe, how does this work? Argument. It's derivative. You're giving them the ball to think about, how can it work on a ball? So all they have to do is tell you you don't understand. And it's going to drive you mad trying to figure out why are they saying that, because in your mind you've worked it out logically that's not possible. You get what I'm saying, One Deck?
Yeah, I understand you.
Yeah, so I'm only saying that because it's the way they're going to turn it on you. And if it's happened many times with the best of intentions, like, how do rockets work in a vacuum? We can argue the toss about that all day long. At the end of the day, they're going to have the argument that, it's like, sit on an office chair and throw a bowling ball the opposite direction. You'll see what happens. And then that argument.
And on the other, saying it a different way. Then I mean, I'm only talking to you. It's not a major problem I'm having or anything like that.
No,
But so on the other hand,
I'm telling you the issue that's going to be. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe that's because I worded it. What? So then, obtaining the GP of the sun, 365 days a year, if it was visible, to obtain an elevation angle, it could only happen on a flat Earth because the sun has to be directly overhead to obtain a GP. It has to be over the Earth directly.
You mean over the Earth, not overhead?
Yeah.
Talk to y'all later, y'all. Peace to you.
Later, Greg.
Sorry?
It is. You can go there any time of the year. You can go where it's overhead.
Yeah, it's not overhead. It's over the Earth, and that the only way to do that is with the flat baseline. In order for you to have angle measurements, 90 degrees at the GP. Otherwise, you're creating imaginary tangents, and that doesn't work either.
I remember when you posted those diagrams of the path of the sun throughout the year in the south versus the north, and it was on a flat plane.
Mm-hmm. And the interesting thing was that when I posed this argument of how the sun moves across the Earth, they are oblivious to the fact that, they all say that it's locally flat, One Deck. All of them. When the globalist says that the Earth is not locally flat.
Yeah.
What? What'd you say?
Oh, Sam McGray. I've been in conversations with them when they've said that. That it's locally flat. They're using the flat ground underneath the feet on the globe.
Well, as far as as far as the horizontal plane that we're on right now, that we reference, the horizontal plane of reference is flat. So all of nature is corresponding to that, is adjusting to that, it's equalizing to that. So I made the example, right? Like, you have a little mound of dirt. I always use this example because it's a really good example. Get a mound of dirt, put it on your table, put a bowl of water on your table, and now shake the table. What's going to happen to the mound of dirt? One day.
It's going to level out.
Right. And what's going to happen to the water at the moment you shake it? It's going to be wavy and moving around, right?
Yeah.
What happens when everything stops moving? What is the mound of dirt and the water going to look like?
Still.
No, the surface.
Yeah, flat, horizontal level.
Yeah, that's it. That's what all of nature is trying to do, is tending towards that equilibrium state. Do you get it?
Oh yeah. Oh, I get it. Yeah.
So,
Well, I'm on
yeah,
board with it
that's
all. Yeah.
so the ground may have elevation changed right now because of the fact that it's topographical. But that's not to say that if there was to be an earthquake, what happens in the earthquake is that everything levels out. That's the term being used. Wow, man, that building got leveled. What do they mean by that? So everything,
Yeah, it got knocked
it's
down to the ground. Yeah.
well, yeah, but when you level something, what's happening to the surface of the thing you're leveling? It becomes flat on the surface. If you were to shake it down to its foundation where, just keep shaking hard, everything gets shook. Things start to vibrate, things start to break up, right? And as you start breaking things up everything starts to conform to that flatness, to the horizontal plane. What happens?
Mm.
And then when everything is still, you can see that everything remains level and flat on its surface. That's what all of nature is tending towards. It was just a simple example that I always bring up because people don't understand the fact that, well, we're saying the earth is, look at it. You can see the earth is resembling that horizontal plane. But the horizontal plane that we're referencing is what all of nature is tending towards. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's why water remains flat and level on its surface, because it's conforming to the surface that the horizontal plane is equalizing to. And of course, we got land topography. But what happens is, if you were to shake that land out, right, in an earthquake, things get leveled out. Flat, right? So
Yeah. I mean, that's where I am with it. I mean, speaking to one of the guys the other day, was in a big conversation with one of the we were just talking about celestial navigation, and once you understand what the horizon is, and it's we've been through this 1,000 times, referencing sea level to obtain horizontal, and for the elevation angle that you're going to be acquiring using the sea level. I mean, just that in itself is pointing out what's happening. We're using the horizon, which is referencing Earth's surface. We're establishing a horizontal along the sea level. Now, you can picture all that in your mind happening with somebody on a boat bringing the GP down. It's got to be horizontal and level, and we're using the Earth's surface to do that. And that is very, very simple to just see in your mind. That there's no way that the Earth is globular using this method. It's impossible.
Can they use spherical triangles in mathematics to point to something that they would think they would have in their mind as something to work off of geometry, just something that they could use with math one day?
Well, I mean, what's a spherical triangle?
Well, no, I'm asking. I know that we could get into the minutia of that, but can they use math to describe something in their mind, like as an abstract?
Well, they do, don't they? They use equations and maths, yeah.
That's what I'm pointing to. So if they're able to do that, they've already constructed that in their mind. Now, when you argue on that premise, you've already given them the fact that they could think of it like they're abstract. And how does it work on their idea that the Earth is a globe? So, in essence, it's a derivative topic. I always point to these things, right? You can argue them if just no problem if you're able to do it. But what I'm saying though is when you make the choice to argue that, you're basically saying, okay, how does this work on your imaginary globe that you think is there? But you could also ask them, establish the globe before you say that we could work with celestial navigation over a globe, because that's already baked into celestial navigation being used the way you're using it. You're already presuming that it's working like a globe. You haven't established it yet. To first understand how did they measure it to be a globe. You go to the first principles, right, of establishing it. That's the most important thing. So yeah, you can love the argument for celestial navigation. It's derivative though. You're always going to wind up arguing the fact that they're going to show
Yeah.
you some abstract of spherical triangles.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Nice one. Yeah, totally understand.
Yep.
Thanks for that, mate.
I guess that's why I'm just the only reason why is because being in these debates, I understand where they're coming from, because they're trying to make their abstract seem a reality, and so when they're speaking it to us, it sounds like they have an argument to be had, but they don't, because they're working off some mathematical construct that they don't understand themselves, because they're abstracting it. They're not actually deriving it from a demonstration. They're not actually physically going somewhere and testing this thing. They'll say, well, you can
That's
go
right.
to a certain point, turn 90 degrees, go to another point, turn 90 degrees, go to another point. What do you have? And so they're using these hypotheticals and abstracts to prove a point of something demonstrable in, let's say, the physical and natural world. You can't do that unless you're able to test and verify that it comports. It has to comport, meaning what they're saying with their math and all that, they have to go test it and see when anybody has ever done that to verify that's the case. No one's ever done that. So
Yeah.
they solidify the Earth in demonstration, and then they can work off of their. I mean, we indulge them. Let's just put it that way. We indulge them because we know we got them 9 ways to Sunday. So to us, it's not a problem. We can do whatever we want because we know where we're going to take them. But if you're trying to, like in a forum, get into this with them, they're going to tell you in long text form, like how, well, we got math that follows the spherical trigonometry, and you're just going to be like, till you're blue in the face trying to show them that it's not a globe, right? So you first have to go off to get them to realize, prove it to me, and then we can have that conversation for celestial navigation. I'm only saying that because you can do whatever you want, really. Argue with them about celestial navigation or whatever, but then you know what you're giving up once you do.
Rest in peace to O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, I heard he passed away. Yeah, so Safian, what's up, Safian? You there? Safian? Syphian, whatever her name is. Can you hear me? Can anyone hear me? Test 1 2, mic check. Hello.
I'm with
Oh,
you, mate.
yeah, Safian was saying
Don't
something.
worry.
Like, guess he's not hearing me.
But
Oh,
Yeah.
you're breaking up. One day.
else is
You're breaking up, bro.
so I'll just go on mute.
You're probably driving, I would imagine. I don't know.
Yeah,
Smart.
yeah.
S. Martin in the house. What's up, S. Martin?
What's up, man?
Nothing much. You been listening to our conversations, or what do you think about the topic of the server, of the room server?
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
I think it's
tripping
interesting.
on motherfucking bricks. Yeah, moving bells, nigga dead, moving bricks. Fucking on the start, and that bitch a red bone. Yeah,
You got
yeah.
some bars, Safian? Talking to this gentleman, S. Martin. Go ahead, S. Martin.
No, yeah, I think it's interesting. I'm curious on your opinion, like what your belief is on the shape of the Earth.
Well, I would say it's not an opinion, it's actual fact. The Earth is observed, it's measured, and it's practically used as a flat stationary plane. 3 things. Not a belief.
Does that rule out it being a sphere as well?
Well, that rules out anything in spherical nature, because in order for that to take place, according to the way it's told to us, right? So the way that they're saying it, being a sphere, is a particular size. And I usually like to tell people, because you sound like you're fairly new to the topic, so I'll just give you the goods, because I don't want you to come out empty-handed, right? My main objective is that you.
It does sound like.
Hold on,
It does
one
sound
deck.
like Jekyll a little bit.
Yeah, you're. I don't know, one deck. I think you're cutting into the conversation. Martin. So I would say that the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a flat stationary plane. But for the guy who comes in brand new, he just has this belief system of it being a globe. There's no real tangible way that you can have a primary experience of the Earth being a globe. Now, if you were intellectually honest and forthcoming, you'd be able to tell me the truth. Do you observe, measure, or practically use the Earth as a globe, Martin?
Sorry, can you just give me 1 second? I'm just sorting something out.
Sure.
That's bloody Jekyll, that.
Well, it doesn't matter. Good for the audience to hear. He's drumming up conversation either way, so we don't care. Got Batman in the house. What's up, Batman?
Nothing much, just driving up.
Hope we can keep you company while you're driving for a little bit anyway. Who else is in here? Got Migo Wigo in the house. Julius J. Mix in the house. Penelope, Cyclone. Resolve, Savage. What up? Bread and Circus, bro. What's up? That's all they got, homie. Bread and Circus. Got T-Dub.
All they got, man.
This, and they're happy too. As long as they got their bread and circus, bro. They can be dominated in any way with this information of the globe. Funny, huh? They don't realize it. As long as they got their cable and their comedy. That's what B.O.B. said. They got cable, they got coffee, they got comedy. All the while being property. No, it says all the while keeping their minds off of being property. That's what he said.
Yeah, he did a pretty awesome little series of mixtapes there for the side of reality.
A lot of people want to do conscious rap, but there's only a few that can pull it off the way he has done. Well,
and at the end of the day, it just doesn't sell, right?
Of course not, man. Nobody wants to buy conscious rap. They want their bread and circus, bro.
Why would people want to think, you know?
Thinking is outlawed these days. Do you feel weird though, because you know you have a critical thinking mind and you have conversations with people? It just seems like it's just not interesting. Like it only goes so far, and you're just like, man, this is boring, man. Why can't we have like good discussions? Like, hard to find it. I don't know what to say.
It is a rarity. I always, in school, I would bring up the whole carbon dating thing and how it seems pretty crazy leap, and nobody would really question, you know, the thought of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was silicons is pretty boring, really. I would date carbon any day.
Carbon dating, that's weird. We know this is about 2 million years old. No shit, dude. Fucking hell. Carbon dating's laughable. The Earth's about 14.6 billion years old. Nobody knows that, dude. Come on. As Martin said, he'll be back, but he never came back. What happened, bruh? We lost you. Gonzo's back in the house. What's up, Gonzo?
Hey guys.
Still on that globe knowledge?
Sorry, what? Globe
Still on
knowledge?
that? Yeah. So thinking that Earth's a globe.
Yeah, I'm not certain of anything, but I'm leaning in that direction.
Damn, look who wandered in here. Fucking skinny vet. What's up, bro? It's been a minute, yeah. You might not be able to hear me. What time is it over there, T-Dub? Must be nighttime for you guys.
What was that, Mark?
What time is it over there? Late in the day.
No, it's only 10 to 9 p.m.
I wonder who lives in the part of Australia that's only got like 30 minutes
Hi, every pony.
time zone differential.
Well, look, I'm north of T-Dub, but, I think we're back on the same time now after that daylight savings shit is finally over. I hate that shit.
Oh, you
Yeah,
guys
that's it, mate. Yeah, it's over.
Oh, you guys are the what, like 30 minutes apart? Time difference? Or time zone difference?
No, we used to be an hour difference when it was daylight saving here, but that's done now. It's on for
It's
the year.
weird how you guys synchronize back to. You guys would be the only ones that I know that happens that way. I'm telling you, man.
Yeah.
You and him could do some like observations of the sun to see where it sets at the same time to kind of say that the time zone difference. I don't know, just something fun to do, I guess.
Well, at the end of the day, look, time, I know this comes out a lot, in the current culture and shit like that, but time is really, at the essence of it, outside of sunset, outside of midday, moonrise, moonset, out of sunrise, seasons, you could argue biblically the 7 days of the week. Outside of that, everything else is a construct. And what they do is they massage the fucking times in this fucking country that we live in, T-Dub and Bimbo and AJ and me. And you got to wind your forward, your clock's forward, 1 hour and then back 1 hour and all that shit. And I don't get it. I think it's bullshit, to be perfectly honest. And I think it needlessly complicates stuff. But having said that, I don't claim to be a very intelligent guy. So maybe someone can explain to me why the fuck that happens. I've never understood it.
Have you guys ever heard
either,
of
because it's weird too, because they set we set the clock forward an hour for the summer, for when the days are naturally longer anyway. It's really weird. So you end up having like 10:30 sunsets. 30.
Really?
Yep. It's fucking tough.
That's a bit of an exaggeration, but I mean, it's like it can be light. It can be still light on the horizon at like 10 o'clock.
You guys see the sun all day long? Like,
no, look, we're not Norway, dude. We're not Norway. We're not Alaska. You don't have like 3 months of fucking darkness and 3 months of fucking daylight.
yeah, that's
it's not any of that shit.
No. Like, when it's winter for us and summer for you guys, like you see the sun rising and setting every day, right?
Yeah, bro. Yeah, for sure. Like right now we're heading into late autumn, early winter.
Okay.
You guys are just heading into your summer there, yeah? Late spring, early summer, yeah? And some of you crazy bastards over there in the US, guys that I train with and serve with that were Marines in the US Army and that have gone off grid, they're hunting fucking bears. Probably still. You guys, look, that blows my mind. Hunting bears.
Yeah. If the bear ever comes after us, I don't have to run faster than it, just faster than you.
How are you?
Still in the military doing your thing, or with the arguments?
It's really good to see you guys again, man. It's great to hear your voice. Great to see, great to hear T-Dub, all that kind of shit. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't trying to interject. Carry on.
You didn't turn into a Bevite or anything, so I think you're all good. You almost initiated into the club.
Oh God! Holy shit, Alpha, I love you, but holy shit, please never insult me like that again.
What's his name? Elder Bear. Yeah, he had he had it in for you, man. Whatever it was. Every time he saw you, he had to talk about you, man, in some way, about questioning your valor or whatever. What is that? You know.
Look, I personally don't give a shit, man. In all honesty, like, I've dealt with trolls for a very, very long time. That's fine then. But yeah, no, it's just good to see you guys here, and yeah, then how is it measured flat? Like really, like my driveway has crevices and cracks in it. But when it was concreted in, it was flat. Does that mean it's not flat now? Like, that's how retarded that shit is, yeah?
Yeah, that's pretty strange. Have we got Alex?
Must be late.
Oh, what you got? Is Alex here? The heck? He's a guru. YouTube stream is stuttering. Oh, we gotta get a Helio on that. Who's in here right now?
Me.
Who's me?
Tree.
Tree, what's up, Tree?
Not much.
Are you rolling my boulder? Oh no, you're you had a different name, didn't you?
Rich Dad, Poor Dad. Rich Dad, No Dad. Yeah, I changed it.
Rich Dad, No Dad?
Yeah.
Yo, shout out to Alex, man. What's up, Alex? I know that we might be stuttering on YouTube, but good to see you, bud. I was listening to one of your songs the other day. I was just thinking about what you've been up to. I think you came out with some new music out there. So yeah, if you want to, I don't know if the stream is stuttering, but yeah, drop some of your stuff in the channel, Alex. If you want.
Sort of music is it?
You'll see if he drops in. Oh, he's gonna come in here for a little bit. It's always good to talk to him, man. In here.
Oh yeah, like, is he gonna? I mean, I'm really interested to see what these Discorders, what sort of creative shit they can make, like whether it's artwork
top
or
tier,
music.
Alex. Yeah, he's good.
What?
Yeah, production value.
Production. What's his name?
Music guru.
Like DJ name.
He goes by the Flat Earth Man. The Flat Earth Man on YouTube. He's everywhere, dude.
Music guru.
He's huge. The guy's huge.
Is he like the guy?
Yeah,
teaches you how to finish off music.
He's a good friend, man. He like his music is. It's always like it sounds really, really good.
Music Guru Music Podcast.
Let's see. He'll put a link in.
Yeah,
actually, go ahead.
Yeah, he's a guy that sounds stoned like an old school California surfy. He's magnificent, and the music is absolutely fantastic. And that's actually how we got a new recruit to him, and it was great. It was beautiful.
Yep.
Does he do the whole tuning down to 332 hertz?
Dude, I want to say he does some music. There he is.
Beautiful.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Alex,
Music Guru.
What up? How's it going, gentlemen?
Nothing much, but what you been up to?
Pretty much nothing. I've been sort of laid up on my back for a few weeks. I've got sciatica, so I can't really be too active. So it's a literal pain in my ass.
Well, it's kind of like a globe, right?
It's literally a
Just
pain in
kidding,
the
bro.
ass.
I had to say that. Sorry, I had to.
Always
music.
keeping on topic, and I love it.
Hey, music guru, where do you keep your wallet?
What?
Yeah, I saw a meme about that the other day. But no, I don't keep the wallet. My wife keeps the money. No, but I know what you mean. I know exactly what you mean about that. Sitting on your wallet on your back, in your back sort of pocket there, and it sort of
I don't know if it was
obscures you,
real or
doesn't it?
not, but
Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but I mean, I a couple of months ago, I put in a new terrace. I like doing building work and all that sort of stuff. And it's just that I was mixed by hand, and that repetition. Just like afterwards, my back was killing me. It's not been the same for a couple of months, but yeah, I think I'm on the tail end of it now. I think I've just literally got to sit
Okay,
around
riddle me
and do
this,
nothing.
man.
It's
Would
kinda
you,
nice
in
in a way.
hindsight, order a concrete truck next time?
I would order a concrete mixer for
you
sure.
didn't have a,
because I was mixing
you didn't have the twirly whirly.
No, I was literally doing it with the shovel.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I live.
I've done that before, but it was only like a
He does hand to
to the garden, and it was
His
like
hands are going
meter
straight
and a
into the
half.
dirt. You know,
Yeah.
also mixing the concrete.
That's right.
Original do-it-yourselfer kind of guy.
Yeah, I like getting dirty. I like doing building stuff, and I like being outside. I spend far too much time in front of a computer as it is, and I don't think we're designed to be sitting in front of a computer. So I like getting out and doing stuff in the garden and building stuff. Even though I just look around for projects to do, even though they don't. I think, I'll build something there. I'll build something just for the sake of getting, and then I pull my back, So.
So do you make? I'm guessing you just make drum bass then.
Drum and bass.
No, okay. I just thought you like to get dirty.
I mean, I did back in the day. I was making. I've got a ringtone company where that's kind of my bread and butter. Really, back in the day, I was making a ton of drum and bass ringtones and dubstep ringtones and the pigeonhole myself into what I like it all. When people say, "What's your favourite music?" I go like all of it. I love every. So there's no really genre of music that I don't like, apart from maybe the ska. Yeah, all of that's nonsense. But everything else, I love drum and bass, and reggae, and hip hop, especially the conscious stuff.
Solarfield.
But yeah, I love it all, man.
Stuff.
Yeah, I like it, everything. I mean, I've got a couple of chilled albums. I've got instrumental stuff. My stuff is so varied. Like I've just released a rock album a few months back, and now my new album that's coming out is completely, it's like healing music, if you like, because I put solfeggio healing frequencies in there. Like, so it's like, so every stuff I do is really varied.
The frequency of brain?
Hang on, Tree. Alex, is there any way you can post a link so that, I mean, now that that way people can see where you're
I'm
going.
pretty.
I always ask if you can do that, because I think there's like trees probably curious, and also don't be if you like what you hear, man, go ahead.
Yeah, I always like to support
can.
Discord musicians on here. So it takes a lot of balls to say that you make something, because people are just gonna either pay you out or say, "Shut up, you."
I've just posted in the chat my first healing album. When I first came across healing frequencies, and that's like coming across flat Earth. You laugh at it. You go, "Oh, healers can heal. What a load of nonsense," kind of thing.
Hey, riddle
me
this, man. My mate's doing a massage course, and he wants me to make healing one with massage without music, and the other one was with frequencies. And the particular one I'm looking at is the color green. I haven't looked at the science behind it, but the idea is to try and mimic that frequency because that's the healing frequency. And then I was thinking about it. Green. Where's Plato?
Well,
yeah.
it's interesting you say that because the color green is associated with the heart chakra. If chakras are a thing, right? Allegedly. So the color heart is an anagram of Earth and the whole fucking Earth. When I look out my window, I see nothing but green, unless you're in a city, right?
Yeah.
You know, So, and there's a lot of contention about what that 3 hertz being the DNA.
528.
I think that's bullshit. I think that's a psyop. I really do. And there's a guy called Jamie Buter on YouTube that goes into his reasoning why he thinks 528. Millions of views, like all the globe propaganda, millions and millions of views, right? And but I believe that I found the true solfeggio healing frequencies and that puts the heart chakra frequency at 512 or octaves below or above that. So in a particular track in that album, it's called Hearts. It's tracked all the way through it, and I also embedded 3 solfeggio pure sine wave frequencies, one of 256 hertz. No, one at 128, 256, and 512. So you've got it done. But when I sat back and people started messaging me, and I'm going to show you what happens to people when they listen to this music. It's incredible experiences and having emotional breakdowns and bursting into tears and animals that behave differently, children behave differently, plants are growing, people are healing, people are losing, link that I just posted. It'd be like there's something definitely going on.
100% tree and yourself, buddy. 100% with that, and just as an off the side thing as well. Green. The reason that night vision is used in the military, the optic itself, but there's more shades of that than any other color, and so the idea that you talk about with this, and I'm not into chakras and shit like that, but 100% I fully agree. And sorry, I'm not trying to interject because that has the biggest range of any color.
Yeah, speaking of color, I don't know if Alex has heard about this before. Have you ever heard of Dicenian glass? Blue Dicenian glass being able to see portions of aura, and people in the paranormal kind of realm use it to see things that normal vision can't see. And perhaps there are some people that are born with a particular type of vision that can see people's auras and such. But I don't know if you've heard of the Dicenian glass, and I stumbled upon this particular video on YouTube, and it had this guy speaking, what that's all about, because he was saying that the guy that invented it if you ever seen the movie They Live, it's kind of like a guy had glasses and he would see stuff in a different, vision than everybody else because he wore those glasses. And he said, basically putting on those Dicenian goggles, the guy was seeing things outside of the normal, spectrum. So he was seeing people's auras, and some people didn't have auras, and different stuff like that. And I don't know. It was interesting.
You try and buy Dicenian. It's so difficult to get hold of, and I think there were some glasses available. I don't think you can buy them anymore. They're banned. But there is aura for some kind of device that kind of reads your biofield and then does a visual representation of what your aura is. So whether you could class that as actual aura photography, but I do think it exists. I mean, it might just mean putting a special video footage of a mother and her baby, and like once they come together, the aura becomes as one, and it shows this beautiful green, and it's like all a loving kind of, you know, aura that's coming off the mother and the child.
Technically, there has to be real.
What I'm saying,
what
I
frequencies
guess
are
what I
we
was
dealing
going to
with?
say with that was that, can you imagine if you were actually seeing with that vision and then listening to the music to see what happens as a reaction?
Well, it's interesting. It's very interesting you say that, because I was seeing this spiritual lady about 10 years ago who had all this equipment. She had aura photography equipment. So I put my hand in there. Right, now Shelley is my wife. She goes, now Shelley, you move into the frame. And you can see this all happening in real time on the screen. She said, right, Shelley, go and give Alex a cuddle. And she came around and she put her arms around me, and you could see both of our auras like all into. This was when I was creating my first solfeggio album, and I was exposed to that music continually. So we took a before and an after, and the difference in colour and the software put out, I don't know if they exist or not, I don't know if we can prove, but it was showing that the music was clearing those energy centres, which is interesting. You know, do you believe that machine or what? I don't know. I certainly do think we have the word for heart in Spanish, corazón, is the core zone. Core
Dude,
zone.
You're
right?
the same wavelength of what I've been kind of going through this kind of I don't know if it's a fad or something I've been thinking about, is words, not, I mean, music, words, everything means something. There's some kind of value that somebody has that has like the power of suggestion. If you heard of somebody who's well spoken, it's very hard to ignore, right? People that are influenced by these people, right? And they're usually people that are, in front of a podium or something. They have this ability, but and I'm wondering too, the type of speech that we have in English, like the words that we use, like this guy I stumbled upon another video where this other person was speaking of like words like weekend and weekdays. Is if you could break it down, weekdays and it's like the weekend is like the same as the weekdays. The week is when you're weakest at the very end of the week, because that's
there's loads of them. It's like good morning and hello. Hello. We're saying hell every single hell down. Like, it's this word magic.
I never thought about like that. I wasn't putting that together because we're just using speech kind of, colloquially. We're just speaking to another person. We don't know like the words, the value of the word, And so with these words and spelling, we're casting spells. Can you imagine? Like when it's cast on the person, it controls. So
that's why we have broadcasting.
Government, you know that one, right? Governing the mind. All this stuff.
And also, like the Western culture, they really don't take words that seriously anymore. They only pick the ones that they should take seriously, like Nazi.
Yeah, because they're
political ones, but I mean, we don't actually really mean it.
Not only that, but what I'm saying is the manufactured words for us to divert our attention to, because the ones that we already are saying are the ones that are actually casting these spells. So and I'm getting a little fringe here, right? That's fine because we're basically a niche group anyway. But I'm saying these, because all the things, including with the harmony of like music, if we were to combine the power of music and words, and what does that? How do people reciprocate from that? I think Alex, you were seeing that live when people were putting in the comment section, what they experience, and you know what I mean. Like you're seeing the effects of something. I think that's kind of like what, it's interesting to me.
It's,
you know
it's
what I mean?
a scientific experiment that I've literally done a scientific experiment. I put this album out, True Solfeggio. I put that album out in, I think it was 2019. I've sold thousands of that. People just started messaging me out of the blue saying, "This is what happened when I listened to this music." You know, I was in floods of tears. The pain in my shoulder just disappeared. I had one girl last week. She went onto my website because I've got a new album. People can get a little taster. She said, "Oh, I thought I'd go on and just listen to the previews." She said, "I had a terrible ache in my neck and my shoulder. After listening to the previews, it was just gone, completely gone." It's like, and I put them all on a web page so people can see that this isn't just, you know, new age spiritual woo-woo. There's something happening here. I don't fully understand it. I think cymatics is the smoking gun. You know, what if you look at cymatic power biological?
Dude,
then
I think, oh man, just like if you speak to water, like you know, or write something on a bottle of water,
that was the
they
best.
had the test of
Sorry.
the way the crystals. Well, no, I'm just saying. Like, there's a lot of things that we are taking for granted. Like, what's the experiment? Like, there's a lot of things where we're trying to square the reality that we're in, and we fall short because we don't fully understand the kind of the reality that you know, the fabric of it, like how we affect it by being here. You know what I mean, Alex? Like, our presence, like, knows you're there or whatever. You enter a room. What happens to the people around you as you enter a room? Something changes, right? The atmosphere changes. So we're trying to fully understand what that means. I think that's we don't know. Like, we're doing the best we can by, you know, seeing the effects of certain applications like music and words that we use, and you get what I'm saying? Like, it's all
because
very
our biofield,
beyond
our aura,
our
our
level.
biofield or whatever, it's coming from the core zone, right? It's coming from the heart. That extends to a certain. I think we can measure it up with other biofields, and you're in a room with a bunch of assholes or whatever, or a bunch of pricks.
Yes.
That will affect your energy. You you can just feel it. So it's to stand 6 feet apart, which is
strange.
How long our biofield extends
So
to,
weird,
right?
dude.
So isn't that
It's so weird that you put that together like that? Because it's like, you know, why would that even make any sense to anybody? But it's like the distance that you would need to be so you'd be unaffected by somebody's energy level. You know, we might be talking a little crazy, Alex, but I mean, I don't really care, because a lot of times, most of the you can just see what happens when certain things are done, right? Certain music is played. We know the effects. People feel a certain way. Do we know what causes it? What changes at the molecular level? I don't think so. We're just like children in a sandbox, you know, like playing with toys. Like, we don't know. We just see something happen, the causes of things and the reality that we're in. We just, you know what I mean? Like,
I think it's pretty
all
crazy that we have the power to make frequencies audible in our mind, but not our eardrums. So you can make like 15 hertz, 12 hertz. You just gotta get the wave, just one big wave, where you can, like, binaural beats, I think they're called. But you think about the aspect of duality and, you know, magnet electrical circuits, all that sort of crap. It's like, of course, that's gonna, when you're literally playing with energy fields back and forth between two, you know, two
but
sides.
you're either gonna be a force for good or a force for evil.
Yeah.
Because this can go the opposite direction, which is what I would say. This mainstream has tapped into the evil side of it to drag humanity down. That's all we see is negativity everywhere. And the only response to that is for you to be negative. When can you go to a place, and, you know, because Flat Earth has always been like a place where people can critically think. Like, imagine this. your brain is like shut off. You're told what to think. You're mostly in your entire life. But once you start to critically think about things, your machine of your mind starts to like ignite, starts to become alive. And you're like, wait a minute, why do I even think this way? You know,
and it might short circuit.
Others, you know,
it might not
ignorance
be.
is
They
bliss.
might not be ready for that dust to clean off, and then the brain hasn't been worked for so long because they haven't been exposed to fit the frequency. I'm just going to say the vibration, and
I think
bang. Who knows what they're going to think?
Well, the cool thing is people, we're all emotional beings, right? So when we respond to emotional things, it's a great attachment to the thing that made us emotional, right? So let's say, like Alex's music, the people respond, they feel something happening, they feel emotional, something's tapped into their mind, and they respond what I felt during this time.
It's like reading a book compared to the movie. You get way more information that you can't explain in words. Like literally, like if I was to listen to Hard again, I would try and explain the emotionally tied to my personal life.
I don't know. I just think this is a topic that extends to areas of our physical and natural world that are far succeeding it. Like we are. It's almost like into the spiritual realm. Like, and I know this sounds kind of like hooey when we say this, but
it's
what else is
frequency,
it?
man.
You know,
I think we've only got 20 to 20k bandwidth. Like if you think of it in that sort of sense, we basically don't.
So what was it? Energy, frequency, vibration.
Yeah, but then frequency is the vibration. It's just a measurement, right?
And at what frequency something's being
vibrated.
Propagated. So if you're propagating a frequency at a certain level, people will feel it, and then the energy that it produces within the thing that it's propagating through, with whether the medium or the object, the person feeling the harmony of the music, they're resonating with it or not. They're out of sync. So if you're listening to, trash cans clanking,
right up my alley,
it's distracting. Like so. Yeah. The healing music is at a level where it starts to resonate with the body.
And it's universal, right? Like I'm sure anyone from all different genres of background of music could listen to this and basically also have a universal connection to it. But me personally, I definitely feel that most 80% of it's still my experience, but I can definitely tell it's special. You know what I mean? Like it's basically got the fundamental.
One of the things that I really want to just harp on, just kind of talking about the subject of flat Earth, is the reason why we're in the situation that we are with the world being the way it is because when we're told something and we're not allowed to challenge it in our minds, there's no way that we can come together and say, let's try to reason together. Let's see if we can make this logical in a way that we can understand it. Once we start doing that didn't allow us to do that, it starts to shift. It starts to be broken. Something inside of us is like, something's not fitting here. Like, because they're telling me that the Earth is something I don't perceive it, but yet when I'm starting to figure out that the world that I perceive cannot be squared in any way or quantified as what they're telling me, then I'm starting to question acts of music and the words that we say. They're so powerful, right? So I don't know. That's why I think we're in the mindset that we are prior to us understanding that the Earth is flat and stationary, because we've been taught to negate a lot of that critical thinking that when we were as kids, weren't we critical thinkers? What's that? Why is that? We're always asking questions.
I think it was Santa Claus that killed it for me.
That innocence, that curiosity. No, I don't know. don't know if it was one
Yeah,
single thing. I would say
of course.
it's a
But
multiple
you know,
thing,
music it's
amount of
very,
things.
you know,
You know,
like I say.
it's just like the movie They Live. There was a thing that what's his name? That was the main the character of the story. When he put the glass board was obey. So I think that's what we're being told
What's this movie
to
you're
do.
talking about?
They live.
They live.
Yeah.
They live. Okay. Sounds interesting.
Yeah, it's an old movie. It's like what, early 80s. You know, the aliens again. I mean, some guy that he was looking at was like, "What are you looking at?" And he was an alien. So he starts to realize that something wrong with the world, and every sign that he would see when he was wearing the glasses were subliminal messages, like telling people to obey, to do things that were reproduce or something. You know, like it was telling him to subconsciously do that. So I think that's what's happening with the way that we are being kind of herded as a cattle mentality. We're told what to think. We're given ideas and things of how the world around us is something other than what we perceive it to be. So we become oblivious to our senses. We don't start relying on them. We're like, well, of course you can't trust your senses because, well, we don't feel the earth spinning, but it's spinning. You know, it's like, well, we don't see the earth curving, but it's curving. So we're basically negating the very thing that would kind of gives us the understanding of the physical natural world, the thing that we rely on. It's pretty deep, man.
And you know
Yeah,
that if
also-
you believe it
sorry.
enough, you're gonna see it in your
Interesting.
worldview.
Interesting. I like that. What'd you say one day?
I was just saying, yeah, it's almost as if these things, you become unbalanced with nature, you know, and your senses, like you say, you know, everybody thinks you live on a globe, but there's no sign of a globe. You don't feel it spin. They've done it with the calendar system. You know, the new year in winter, when it's really the New Year's in springtime on the equinox. So everything that they do is it's putting you out of balance with nature, and that must affect the human being. It has to.
I there's only so much we can speak on in this room, but it has a lot to deal with. Okay, so think about an all-encompassing way to keep you preventing you from actually acknowledging the truth about the world around you. That's in every aspect. That's in health. That's in knowledge gained by understanding in any way. Like there's so many different areas that we could talk about how like you only have this perception that you've been given. Once you start to really question and be curious, like as you were when you were a child, like why is this happening, or why is that this way, or do we really live on a globe? Like if you start asking questions, and if you're told to just believe, just don't question the authority, then something's wrong. You know what I mean? Like you're not free to kind of be a critical thinker on your own. Oh, I don't want what if I want to know if the earth is a globe or not? Is that so wrong?
Is it? As
Like
a
if I want to
normie-
research?
As a normie, I would think that we are all on this together at the frontier of the unknown, and that any vital information that gets passed through would just pass through, right? In an ideal situation, but that obviously is not the situation that I'm quite finding in the last few weeks. In terms of planetary exploration and stuff
Well,
like that.
yeah, it gets so much of the story of the earth being what it is gets passed to us as an absolute fact, or things where we can just take their word for it. And I think it's hard for us to digest that as people who critically think about things, the subjects that they tell us, that that's the case. Like, how are you going to believe things like it rains diamonds on Jupiter, or there's another Earth-like planet it's an exoplanet that's about 3 light years away, or some kind of information like this. Like, it's so extraordinary, these claims. and yet we're just given this information to believe. Like, there's no way
And
you can
yeah.
test, verify, or know that.
But also
so-
the current events, man, the idiocracy that goes on the micro level is just distrusting. Like, why really makes you question your reality once you see like the renewable energy program or the way of covering up certain things. I'm not gonna say what they are.
I get it. I guess
Like-
I can see what you're saying, because
I mean, even
think,
the dumbest person is starting to clue on now. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
yeah, you could see it happening on multiple levels. So in the micro sense, but I think most of it has to be because it all ties into one bigger picture, that we are all in like a spinning rock in the vacuum of space, and so this is a dying planet. We pretty much kiboshed it by doing the things that we did in history. We're abusing the planet, and it's going downhill. So best thing for us to do is, now that it's on a doomsday clock, is to see if there's a way out of this mess by trying to leave this planet and go ahead and colonize another one. So you got these guys with their minds in the clouds. So everybody's thinking about just well, we did what we could, right? We passed the final hour, and now it's time for us to figure out what we're going to do to the action plan to leave this place. And so a lot of people, they're not even thinking anymore of like, just we did what we could. Humanity tried and failed. We passed the doomsday clock, and the final hour has already passed. So now it's already going into the the downhill mode. So now we got to find a way out of it. So that's what's happening. So there's so much fear mongering over us that we are kind of just running around like, what are we gonna do? Like, planet's dying. We've used up the resources, and we're killing it, and all this kind of stuff. It's a bunch of nonsense.
Well, it sucks to be a kid in high school. Like, what's the fucking point? I'm gonna go and steal that Lexus instead. It's got that mentality of the end of the world.
Yeah,
I mean,
what
that
happens
reflects
in
on
those
people's
movies?
attitudes.
Those movies that you see, like, people are looting, they're not caring.
Yeah,
I mean,
but that's like Hollywood shit. This is long term. This is like a slow degradation of people's worldviews, and to the point
Yep.
where it's just degenerate. Yeah.
I don't know. I just it's in a bad
It's
shape.
bad.
But what are we like? And it is. So I don't know if you've heard of the term "speak life" instead of speaking death. So you hear people every single day. What are you going to do? Are you going to decide to speak life to somebody, or speak death? Oh, it's all bad anyways. It's going out here. Don't worry. We're like, you know what I mean? Like, that's
and the context of what we're talking about before in terms of frequencies and stuff. I think it's probably more important than anything else is to try and stay positive, but being realistic at the same time. Obviously, that's all I can put into it.
Sure.
It's so bleak. That
Sure.
everything about the future, whether it's not going to be World War III, it's going to be the end of. It's going to be our fault for burning out the increasing the carbon dioxide bullcrap. Whatever. If you believe it or not, I don't. I kind of think there's something coming. I feel it, but then again, is that programming? Who am I to say it's not? But how else are we supposed to act? Like, what can we do now if we must believe that? Whether it doesn't matter what side you're on, you're going to think the world's going to end soon. So, what do you do?
It's like everyone where I live in the younger generations. Their common thing they say, just in every day, oh, it is what it is. That's all. We can't do anything about it.
They
It is
don't know shit. They just say that because they don't really think it much. Like, yeah, cool, let's live day by day. But when the shit hits the fan, they're probably the first ones to go, oh
Yeah,
shit,
but
what the hell? You
it's mainly because of the positivity that nobody's showing anymore, because of the fact that this fear mongering has been. Think about all the fear mongering that's going on while you're growing up as a young child to a young adult to now an adult. Like, all this like chaos and destruction. You never fed the good side, the good things, the good energy, the positive information. Like, it's always
doesn't sell,
news.
bro.
And news is always something that's just like, well, today some tragic accident happened, and you're just listening to it like, dude, why isn't there anything that's positive? Like, why can't we talk about how to uplift our neighbor? Like, it's just always, it's also negative, right? And so that's why when people come in here, they check this out. I just want to tell you what it sounds like to us anyway. we hear the defeatist mentality of the glober come in here and say, you know, I'm not smart enough. I'm not like the scientists. I'm dumb. They say these things, right? Now, mind you, they don't realize their position, that they have a capable mind. If they come in here and they're able to hear what we're saying and then perhaps formulate it in a point back to us, that they're capable of being able to process critical thinking. What happens is, because of their defeated mindset, they've already given up the fight. I'm just too dumb. I'm not as smart as a scientist. So those guys, they have all the answers. If you want to ask them, and I don't know anything. I'm just a dumb person who believes the Earth's a globe. And so because of that, they lost the will to fight. There's no more energy coming out of them. It's like they're spent. But and let me tell you, it's smoke and mirrors. It's illusion. It's not true. They're not. If you understood the power of the mind, that what you're capable of doing with the right mindset, then you would just cast that off of you. Be like, no, no, I'm not gonna listen to that. I know I can do more and I can do better. So it's just perspective, and the perspective you've been given is one where you're incapable of being able to process critical thinking. I'm telling you, this is how it is. That's why they come in here defeated. I don't know if you noticed that, but that's what we have when they come in here. It's a sad
I'm
sight, you know.
extremely high and unmotivated to do my own research in this current time, so I fit into that category quite nicely. But that's just me being humble. Like, what fascinates me is that the information that we're talking about, the conflict of information, whether it's flat or a globe, is just outside our circle of reach. And it's like, so if this is the case, then I should check it out myself, which is a good attitude to have. And I've looked at the one of the main studies that they did on the PDF file, but I haven't actually been invited to any information in terms of conducted research and all of that since I've been in here. But that's all I've got. I've forgotten what it was.
I don't know what PDF you're speaking of, but
FCore, FE Core.
Yeah. No.
Yeah,
the FE Core is something that Flat Earth has presented for those who were seeking information of how to understand that the Earth is not a globe. But the process of someone eliminating the fact that the Earth is a globe in their mind first has to be had the conversation with them into understanding, how do they know it's a globe? That the person that comes in here that's challenging the Flat Earth has already negated the fact that they haven't challenged themselves of how they know the Earth is a globe. That's the step one. Like, they just bypassed. They didn't check into their own mind and their own how they know it's true that the Earth is a globe. They just bypassed that because they don't want to look at it's like looking in the mirror and finding out that you really don't know the Earth's a globe. When you ask yourself, do I really know the Earth is a globe? Do I know if anybody that's measured it as a globe? Do I know if anybody that's measured axial rotation, the Earth spinning, as a globe? Do I know that the vacuum of space, as told to me, that is verified as what they telling me it is? These questions are the burning questions that they don't want to look at. They're just bypassing that for the sake of coming in here and just challenging Flat Earth on its face by saying, prove to me, Flat Earther, that the Earth is flat. So that is a very it's the wrong way to do it, right? So if you really want to know if the Earth is a globe, ask yourself how it's a globe, and then challenge yourself. Be real. Don't just be coming in here and challenging Flat Earth. Come in here and challenge yourself if you know the Earth's a globe. Like the 3 questions that I just gave you. Like, that's important. If you negate that or you bypass that, you're not doing justice to yourself. You're doing more harm than good, because all you're going to do is try to defend something that you have no knowledge of, which is what I'm pointing out right now. There is no knowledge that the Earth is a globe. There's only a biased understanding that it is.
If I was to believe that the Earth is not a globe, and in fact it may be flat, but it's definitely not a globe, even on that level, I would take that position a lot more serious as where I'm currently standing in the idea of the globe, because I can tell you why. But like, I'd just say that I'd lean into that more spiritually, and there'd be so more variables connected to that than if I was just to go on and think that the world is a globe. You know why?
And so this is the
Because I've
journey.
been lied to. That's
Yeah, I
simply
know.
it. It's because I've been lied to.
But the problem is with the rest of the people that actually have that happen to them. Like you said, that they would take, spirituality more seriously. I think I don't know if Music Guru wants to chime in on this, but I think he was saying that was kind of like a journey for him as well. Like a lot of people, they go through this journey. They want to, like, okay, well, now this is incorrect. What else is going on? And so something in the level to, like, where he now knows that music has these properties of healing. That's like, how come nobody's talking about this? This should be a hot topic for a lot of people. It is not being discussed more than it should be.
I tell you
know
what,
I mean?
man, I grew up with a lot of in a musical town, and there's a lot of crystal healers, and they're all going on about music vibrational healing. They're doing all these like left field experiments with synthesizers, and I've been through the whole. I've been through it all right, and no one takes it seriously. They never have. And with that being said, they're not going to feel the results possibly. I think that really shows you, like, when people get into crystal healing, it may not be real, but fuck, do they make cool shit when they've set it up? When they've got their shit all set up, it works for them.
Well,
And
I've heard that also when it said for the flat Earth arguments. Just trust me on this, because people that believe the Earth is a globe, they're like, dude, I mean, I still believe the Earth's a globe, but damn, these flat earthers have some good arguments. That's what I hear. Honestly, that's what I'm hearing. They're telling us that very same thing I just told you. They're like, I don't believe the Earth's flat, but I know that these flat earthers, they got some good arguments. They make you think. That's what I hear them saying. And it's like, dude, you could say all of that, but it's like, why doesn't that get you to, like, at least question? That.
Well, definitely, like, you know what the other massive factor is? Gravity. Because even on a normal scale, we don't know what that is, right? Well, they have explanations, but no one really knows what that would be.
The cause hasn't been explained to something that you can quantify. That is absolutely true. That's a true statement. The thing that you can quantify is the effect, which is.
I find that really, really interesting.
Yeah, and that's been the
that's been the niche for me anyway.
You'd have people on both sides kind of saying, like, wow, that's beyond the point. Like, we have to identify the fact that we're talking about gravity in theoretical sense, and
that's what's holding everything together, man. If you could unlock the secrets of gravity, you'd know that what it does means that wherever you are, it pushes.
I get what you're
down.
saying. I get what you're saying, but I don't know, man. Like, to me, I think there's always, okay, unbeknownst to you, there will always be another hurdle that you haven't seen. Let's just say for example, I know it's not going to happen, but you've conquered gravity. The cause of the effect is.
We know what it is.
Let me throw something out. Let me just throw something out here. It's a toroidal effect. I'm not saying it's true. I'm just throwing something out for you. Let's just say everybody found out it was a toroidal effect, right? That's causing that downward bias or whatever. Now that's the cause, right? If, for example, that was the case, and you found out, like, it's not what Einstein was saying, it's his theory of general relativity. It's actually the toroidal field. So you put the cause and effect together. Now, what then? Do you think your eyes are going to be open? I don't think so. I think what's going to happen is you're going to question how that doesn't lead into another explanation about something. You know what I mean? It's going to have a cascading effect. It'll have.
But you know how they use gravity as an example of for the globers. They say that the gravity, obviously, it's pushing down on said globe, so it's pushing the water flat curvature, so it's forcing everything connected right down to the center of the core of the Earth. So the direction of the gravity, so to speak, like how it's pressing down, like for that argument, that's a good thing to start off with, right? Because then we could work and see, well, how is that not a bad example of how it's possible for a globe to be in existence? Because gravity is the real thing that's holding literally everything in place. You know, like that's the force that we're dealing with here. That's like the direction of the force. Imagine if gravity was going sideways all the time. When we used to having dinner parties where we're going 2,000 kilometers an hour across the desert.
I guess what I'm saying is that if you hear the cause and effect explained in such a way that it was figured out, I still think that there will always be cascading, burning questions that are going to precede that.
I agree. And
even
but
though,
like the
even
thing,
even though you would think there would be an end all, kind of like, no, dude, I'm telling you, if we knew this one thing, it would just make everything make sense. I would say that it would bring a lot more questions than they would answers. I'm telling you. That's
so
what I'm.
you say so like a donut shape, and it's got the polarity going in, inverted, going into that sort of state.
Yeah, it's like a toroidal field. But I not only said that.
So we'll be like, so how does that react to what its surroundings?
Yeah.
See, and then we'll never get to the end of it because we're always trying to find the conducting point, which is infinite, possibly. You know.
Yes.
We don't.
That's what I'm saying though, because the
I get you.
will continue. Yeah. Until you feel. How can I put it? Until you feel you have the all-knowing God knowledge, and when is that going to happen? Well, it's never going to happen. See what I'm saying?
And you know what's so special about that is that we've got a word for it. It may be God, but it's definitely gravity that we see as a utility in our daily life. You know, like gravity is everything. Because if we could unlock gravity, i.e., never, because it's impossible, i.e., could we ever see God, i.e., never, not in this realm, if anything. It's the same concept. When we're talking about like anything else besides from gravity or God, it's irrelevant.
Weird thing about that, though, the question, the creator always reveals who he is in creation itself. And I think that, we're talking about, feeling the vibrations or the
but we
frequency.
Don't. But you know what I mean when I say that we don't feel it.
Hold on. Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, but what I'm saying is though, what resonates with a person is when they're out. Somebody's breathing on their mic. What resonates with a person is when they're out in the, on the field and they're immersed in like nature, right? There's, Rat Bread, your mic is on. Let me see. I think
you should be fine. I just coughed. Sorry.
That's okay. So when you're immersed in nature, you feel this kind of like sense of awe and tranquility, when you're immersed in it. So there's something that surpasses kind of our understanding as to know like why the experience is happening.
No, I just want to see Walmart parking lots.
No, but like still you see that, you feel it, you smell it, and yeah, I understand it's like something beautiful had to consciously conjure up something of this, beauty. And I get it, like we've all felt that whether you're religious or not, and that's the universal maybe language that we could look into. But
that's what I'm saying.
Still something tangible, like you can still, like it's still there, and you can still question it to the point where God doesn't have to exist for it to be there in that moment or that in your life.
Yeah, and that's not the point.
The problem.
The point of that was that, so even if you're seeking the answers that you think it's going to happen, if you get one question answered, it'll still bring in more problems than it would. You have more questions than you did prior, because now that you said, okay, that's what I'm saying. That's the kind of point that I'm making right now. So it doesn't matter if you feel like you're in nature or you felt this emotional response, but you're always going to have more questions and you're never going to feel satisfied. You know what I'm saying? So I'm
saying that that's the paradox, or that's the certain limitations of that's the limitations within itself. I understand that, but like I'm also comparing gravity and God, and I think they're pretty much similar in the aspect of
I will only be satisfied when there are Walmart parking lots and rich capitalists. That is my only goal.
Yeah. So gravity had to come from somewhere, and of course you can question everything else that had to come from somewhere. But except gravity is still the one thing that we really can't connect with because we never will. Because we never find that the starting point, and we can still feel it to the point where it affects our physical reality, not our mental or existential thoughts and stuff.
Tree, how would you define your religiosity?
So yeah, that's a red herring. What I would say though is when people
no, it's not. That was a separate question. Tree, what's your religion?
No, it's a red herring. We're not going to answer that. So basically, what
No,
happens
this is relevant. Insofar as the
as you
God thing,
proceed
this has been
as you
mentioned.
proceed to talk through the questions here. So anyway, back to
Well,
what you were saying.
we'll come to the religious like specifications later on because I'm pretty interested to see what your what you got, like a Christian sort of point of view, or maybe an agnostic. Be interesting anyway. Yeah, what you say?
No, I'm just saying, like, when we're talking about gravity, I think people they have like this basic understanding of what they think gravity is. And when we actually let the conversation unfold, we find out what they actually think. And that's far from what any explanation of what we would think they would have. And it's very redundant, right? They don't have a knowledge of what they thought they did when it comes to gravity. So that to me, I think is important. When we have the conversation and we let it go, we understand that the person really didn't know what gravity was after all. And it was a bit more revealing than it would be if we didn't have it. So I think that's most important because that's why I think, Tree, critical thinking is important. If you don't know what something is, you're not able to articulate it in any way, then how can you have it formulated in one of your arguments? That's what I'm saying. How is it possible? How do you bring it into an argument?
Through the
metric
system. Through the measurements that we can measure, like in terms of the sun, the idea of the solar system, right? And then maybe there's an idea that the gravity is the byproduct of massive electrical fields, forcing obviously literal force that we can feel, not not electrical, maybe because it's on a different frequency scale, but I can kind of understand because the sun, an idea. If I look up in the sun, it's hot. It just shows off a lot of energy. Whether it's not what it seems, it's definitely a power source. Okay, so I can kind of know that for sure. And then I kind of understand the concept of how the planets kind of expand a little bit as they move outside the sun. It's because we're ideally drifting away from this energy source very slowly, but we're in the Goldilocks zone right now.
So, Tree, have you understood gravity as a way that you could be able to articulate your understanding of it? Because I think that you're using
the electrical force, magnetic forces. Knowing that we know that there's magnetic forces.
No.
Using that.
No. I mean, like, because I know you think the Earth is a globe, right? I know that. But what I'm saying is, if you're saying that the gravitational forces are done in such a way that you're able to explain them to me about how they're acting or reacting onto objects and in the medium, I want you to explain that. Are you able to articulate that so that I can know if you know what you're saying, or are you just repeating a story that you've heard? I think that's important.
But let me say this in a contrast. Can you explain what God is?
Well, that's a question with a question, which is not what I'm.
I know that, but that's the same thing as asking me if I could do that with gravity.
It's simply,
and that's my argument, and that's what we're arguing. That's my argument. I can't, and no one can, but they can still live their lives and utilize this gravity effect that we see in our physical world.
I think that's self-contradictory.
I think that's amazing.
So if you say, I don't know what gravity is, yet it's the explanation why planets are doing what they're doing and the sun is doing what it's doing. I think what's happening is you're basically using it to support a gap theory. So the reason why
it is true,
yeah, that's why
because that's the furthest we can go when we start getting information about the planetary system. Unless I want to get a literal, a good graded microscope, and
do you believe that the guys do you believe the guys that are you believe that the guys that are propagating the globe theory, or that what they're telling us about the globe, are doing it in a very redundant way so that we can have conversations like these redundantly? Like, well, I don't know what gravity is, but it's keeping the glue of the universe together, of the solar system together. It's the glue. It's a gap filler. I know that's what's happening. I just don't know how to explain it. Like, how is it possible that a person says they know what they're saying at the same time not know what they're saying? Because that's a paradox. You can't say that you know what you're saying and then not know what you're saying at the same time.
Yeah. But if people know and claim what gravity is, then they're obviously lying, and I wouldn't take them seriously. I never said
Well,
that I knew. I'm just saying that's the theory from what
well,
we see from probably other scientific experiments that we see in this physical world.
there's no scientific experiments. That's the problem, and that denotes a specific
I really want to start
understand.
doing this shit myself, though. Like, I don't know, and I
What?
take your word for it, man. That void that I'm saying, I
Yeah.
use that as an example as the solar system, is because that's the limitations of, that's like where full
What?
trust, like 100% trust has to come into others who quote, on a higher level with the equipment and the experience to,
I
trickle
think you
down
give
the
them too much
data.
credit, Tree. You've given them too much credit. You
Well,
know
dude,
why?
I mean, this
Let me
is
tell you
what the
why.
problem
Let me
is.
tell you why.
This,
But let me tell Tree. I don't think you're letting me tell you why. I'm going to tell you why. You're giving them too much credit. Because when those individuals come into this chat room, which we've had cosmologists, we've had astrophysicists, we've had PhDs, and I've spoken to the 3 categories of individuals that I just mentioned to you. They've come into this, and I've spoken to them directly, and I've asked them the question, do you know what the sun is? Do you know what the response was to me? It wasn't this 100% knowledge that you think you have with this gap theory. It was, this is my best guess. Quotation, both quotes. This is my best guess. Now, you're resting, and everybody else that's like you said, a normie, you're resting your understanding on top of their best guess. So it's not true that they know what's going on. They'll say that, and they're very forthcoming with this. No, I'm not saying I know. It's not how science works. I'm giving you my best guess, my educated guess, right? This is what they do say. So you who come in here have a more staunch position and a blind faith because you don't carry the burden of having to be able to explain this. They do. So you can come in here with all faith and say, I believe that they figured it out 100%. And it sounds like you're raising your hand and saying, I believe my brother. But you're not knowing is that when we've talked to those guys, they don't say those words. They say, this is our best guess. And I guarantee you, Tree, if you spoke to them yourself, they would tell you the same thing. They do not make 100% absolute statements of anything. And you will, because you will be, you don't, there's no accountability on your end. Because you can say, I will just give it to the scientist. I'm not a scientist. They are. They studied this for all their life, so they know what's going on. So it's easy for you to just leave the burden onto them. But when we talk to those guys, they'll easily say, "No, I don't know. That's what we guess. That's how science works. It's our
so what
best
did he say
educated
about the
guess."
sun? What is the sun? What's his
Exactly.
opinion?
He was basically telling us a little story that everybody knows. Light emanating from the sun was coming from the core to the surface. It takes about 1,000,000 years to get there. From the light of the sun emanating from the surface to your eyeball, it's 8 minutes. Nuclear fusion's happening on the surface, and a couple of other things that are close to like what the story was for the sun being what. You can just read this anywhere. Actually, Wikipedia about the sun. So there's this sun story about what it is and how it behaves and all kinds
Seems
of
like
stuff,
Lee
right?
got a jokester over here. Am I right,
So,
guys?
so what happens is when we were questioning him on, okay, that's cool, he can say all of that, but now it's time for you to
Yup.
hold up your end of the accountability side. And we asked him, are you saying that you know this to be true 100%? And he says, no, this is just our best guess of what it is. That's how
You
science
DM me
works.
on
Good
Discord.
He
You
answer.
said
told me
those
to
That's a
tell you
very
to
really
shut the
good
fuck up,
answer.
bitch ass
yeah, he
nigga.
said those very same words because they're not
Low-key kinda
they're not held they're not held to
Imagine
the
if
same.
he claimed that he did know, though.
Yeah, that's the problem. Anybody
Yeah.
that comes in here, that are not them, that not these, scientific
You're trying to
communicators.
say that I'm taking the weight off my own back because I'm using them
Yes.
as a.
Yes.
Well, no, I'm not. All I'm saying
Yes,
is
you are.
he said the right thing.
Everybody
You're
does.
saying he's wrong.
No. I'm saying
he
that
doesn't
no.
know for sure.
Listen, Tree. No, I'm
What
not
is
saying he's.
wrong with
Listen,
that?
listen. You have to hear me out.
That's the
You
okay.
you are
Go
saying
for it.
you are saying that you're not a scientist, but I know
Nope.
the fact that the sun is what it is. That's 100% true, and I would
What?
tell
Who
you
said
you're
that?
wrong. Yeah, what I'm saying, cosmology and let's say gravity is causing the planets to be pulled into the sun and be in a solar system and all kinds of stuff. So whatever idea you have about cosmology is all derived from these educators, right? The people who are telling you about the story of the Earth being in the solar system and such, heliocentric, right? But the only reason why that you come in here with such bravado and like you're able to say no, it is a globe 100%. The reason you're doing that is because they told you that it's that way, but to you it's very real. It's like a fact to you. This is how it is. The sun is this way. And when we talk to those guys, they're like, no, it's just an educated guess. I mean, we don't know 98% of what's going on in the universe, and they don't claim to. But the thing is, you don't realize is that you don't have to have that accountability because you'll just easily defer to those guys. I'm not a scientist, speak to them. But you can have all the faith in the world about the cosmology being what it is. This is what you're not seeing. But they don't. So what happens is you say it's 100% true because you're not a scientist. And when you defer to them, we talk to them, and they say that's their best guess if they don't know. So in essence, you don't know by proxy of them not knowing. But you think that you can say
100% true.
Yeah.
As soon as you said that, everything you said went out the window. Because 100% true doesn't mean that you have to use that as an example, because no one knows 100% truth. And if they do claim that, then I will look at that suspiciously.
Well, people do it.
I
They
know.
do it.
It's kind of crazy. You could almost say it's like a religion.
That's why I'm saying this is the problem. The Glober who comes in here, of course, that's not a scientist, like according to their standards, or astrophysicist, a cosmologist,
I
or
still
anything like
can't
that.
believe you think that I'm just coming in here off the back of these people who think.
No,
they
I'm telling you the situation, Tree. The
Why do
situation
you have
is
to do that for, man?
the situation is people will say these things. Maybe you're using this as an escape to say it's not me, but I'm telling you this. Most of the globalists that come in here,
Jesus
they will say that that's true.
I'll go up
It's a-
on
it's a-
stage and say it
it's
if
a
they
fact.
give me $10,000.
Yeah, and you're easily to be, you sell yourself out, because that's what you would do. People that stand
Degenerate.
by,
I agree.
people
I
that
agree.
stand by, I know people that stand by truth don't see it that way, because truth means everything to them. But to the people that truth doesn't, there's no value to it. You would sell yourself out, and it's evident right now with what you just said. And if you don't find that
10,000?
appalling, in your own self, then I think there's some issues, right?
Look, what I was trying to
'Cause that
say
just
is that
shows- that
anyone
just
could
shows-
say it
that just shows
and
who
not
you
be
are.
a scientist.
I know, but
Anyone
that
could go
just-
up there in front of the cameras and claim that they're the people that I'm wearing off their backs because I'm not the one who has to say it to the public or the data or the meta. Okay, fair enough. I'm in a Discord chat with strangers, and that chat room happens to be a flat Earth theory, right? So, of course, I'm going to say I don't know that much, just like that scientist who said we don't know for sure, because, this bloody solar system, in theory, has been around for a long time. And the best things we've got is to maybe perhaps come up with a theory, which
Yeah, but so have
or a
stories about.
hypothesis.
So I mean,
And then
something
we move
being
on.
around a long time doesn't give the same value as something being true, just because it's been around a long time.
Well,
So
it's a tough thing to work out because it's been a long time.
Well, the
Go
flat
ahead,
Earth has
Cyclone.
been around longer. Flat Earth's been around longer than the globe Earth. So by that logic, you should be a flat earther.
Sold. Well, look, I know that I don't know 100% truth, and that's why I'm open-minded. But I just don't like being attacked saying I'm off to someone's back. Like putting it out like that just sounds
Yeah.
disrespectful.
So are you a
Take
scientist?
that back. Say you're sorry.
No. I want you to understand the implications of what I'm about to tell you. Are you a scientist?
Sure, I'm a scientist. We're all scientists.
No. Are you an astrophysicist, a cosmologist? Do you have a PhD?
I've looked up before.
No, you have to answer the question and be honest. If you're
Of
not
course
honest,
I'm
then I
not.
understand.
I'm the normie.
Okay, then this is the problem, right? How can you
Yeah.
speak on behalf of science if you don't have the particular science that would indicate that you have knowledge of the Earth being a globe?
Well, how can you prove otherwise if you this whole
No,
time you
answer my
haven't said
question.
anything
If
contrary
you
to
want me
what
to
I
get,
believe
if
in,
you want me to,
and the
if you want
fact
me to
that
drill
I'm
down,
talking about
you're
the
obfuscating.
mainstream scientific
Tree,
view
you're
is because
obfuscating.
it's everywhere, and
You're
that's why I don't have
obfuscating.
to talk
You're
about it
obfuscating.
that
You're
much because
obfuscating.
it's everywhere.
You've
It's the
easily obfuscated.
mainstream
You're still
conception
doing
of
it.
science and reality. That's
You're
why I
still
can talk so
obfuscating, Tree.
freely, whilst you must be restrictive because you haven't said one
You're
thing to
obfuscating.
prove me wrong.
You didn't answer
This
my
whole
question.
time.
I don't even understand the argument. What are you saying? That because the theory is promulgated widely in media and education, that it has to be correct, or what? Is that the
No,
argument?
no. He said that why I believe it so of these people who are saying this stuff. These people, quote, I don't know who they are. The scientific kingpins of our reality, whether that's Einstein or someone who made a massive dent in my reality, whoever they are. Okay, we don't even
Eratosthenes,
know who these
Aristotle,
people are.
Galileo.
Every one
pick your
of those
poison.
people
Neil
who
deGrasse
lied.
Tyson, Bill Nye the Science Guy, Michelle
Who
Obama.
just simply
you could be getting a
lied.
curated list, right? Think about it. Everyone's going to have
And then
divergent
I
thoughts and
am being
opinions.
accused of believing that shit because that's pretty much
But you're
98% of all the crap that's in and out of my environment. And you
Yeah,
haven't
yeah.
said
Well,
one
this.
thing in context except for the world is flat, the earth is flat.
No. Think about this though. I mean, you're talking about all these opinions, but that's a very small minority of opinions
Well,
as far
here's
as the
my idea, man.
overall amount
Yeah,
goes.
but
You're
Fox,
just
bro,
being
hear me
curated.
out.
Hold on. I was in the middle of speaking.
You got a balloon. A
Bro,
balloon.
Why don't you let her finish? He's still talking, Tree.
Oh, sorry, I didn't
Yeah.
know. Oh, fuck, I thought you were the other guy. Sorry.
No, I was just saying. I mean, you're talking about all these people, but that's like a curation of information that you've been given. It's been selected that way, so it is the people's opinion who said, "Oh, I think it's a globe," that you've been given. But loads of people have not agreed with that. So, if you want to actually know, I mean, you can't just be listening to a select number of opinions that have been shared with you, right? You know that's not what makes something true. So you need to think, well, how else could I figure this out? That's what you need to be
Well, I'm
thinking.
here, aren't I?
Yeah, it's a good start. Have you looked into the long distance observations and laser tests and things?
Yeah. And I was just going to talk about something we could probably talk about conducting something ourselves and how to find out, right? But
well,
first
people
I
here
was
have mostly
thinking.
done that. That's why we're
Well,
here.
that's awesome. But the idea that the globe works so well to believe in
No,
it
it doesn't.
No, this is well, if it wasn't, then why would they lie and say it was?
We're not worried about the motive. So the important thing,
Okay,
Cyclone,
all right. There's certain things we're not allowed to talk about, which is kind of red
the
flaggy, but carry on.
we can talk about it.
Hold on, Cyclone. Hold on. The important thing that I gave him prior to you coming into the chat, I don't know if you're listening, but I was saying the first step is to question whether or not the Earth is a globe or not. He hasn't done that. He's bypassing that, and he wanted to talk about FE core. And I'm like, that's great. There's great ways for you to understand that.
No,
But
wait,
because
I do believe
hold on a
that
second. Yeah,
it
but
is a globe.
wait. I'm talking to Cyclone so you can understand like where we're coming from with you. So basically, when it came to like actually scrutinizing the Earth as a globe, there's no way that he's able to do that. So he'd rather talk about FE core and anything flat Earth related and leave his biases intact. That means
Right,
he
so
doesn't
he's not
have
getting
to
into the globe.
Yeah, at all. Period. Zero. Zilch.
Right.
So it's easy
Okay,
for him
well,
to
I was just
I
about to
think
explain
somewhat right,
Fox. So when I was interrupting you before, I was actually going to say the reason why I believe that it's a globe is the evenly spaced and all-directional omnisphere leads to a sphere.
What does that even
Like
mean?
Wait, what? What is that? What are
So
you
think
talking about?
of a balloon, right? The air pressure's pushing out from the center. There's a center core of that balloon. There's a pressure. It's pushing out, and it makes this what we see to be a globe, right? And this shape, this globe, if you go into the microscopic levels, right down, you could almost say that there's no such thing as a straight line, because it all turns out to be a central force, and that seems to be at least a circular motion, if anything. And because of that
Sounds very
circular
conceptual.
motion, and because of the moon, and because of what we've been told, it works very well to believe that the Earth is a globe.
Well, that sounds like a
And that's not even
hodgepodge
dealing
of a
with
bunch
all
of
the
different
information from
concepts and
NASA,
ideas.
or the information from the mainstream media. That's not even talking about that shit. It's just like the
No, you're just
natural
talking about
occurrence.
conceptual ideas. No, you're not talking about an appearance. You're talking about a concept, an idea. You've not seen an appearance of the Earth being inflated like a balloon. I mean, there's a lot of
No,
problems with
no,
that.
but the shape happens in
And you
nature so
certainly,
much. And when you're
not
dealing with
really.
air pressure and gas,
You
that's
don't really
very
see balls forming in nature.
yeah, you do.
Where?
Where?
The tip of a raindrop as it falls. It's not
Wait,
shallow.
what? Did you
It's
just say the
not
hard
a
R?
line. It's not.
Shut your little dirty
It's a
ass up,
dome.
nigga.
It's a dome, right? It may not be a globe, but that's an example.
Sphere.
It's not an
It's
example.
a sphere.
No, I wouldn't say that the raindrops are falling in spheres. But
What would be the
Master
frontal part?
Marcella,
If you took a
all I
high
see is
definition
numbers.
photo
Rain on
of
my
a
umbrella.
raindrop,
Them 808s
what would
like
that
thunder.
look like?
Pretty bitch hot.
hold on,
The
someone's
stove in the
spazzing
summer,
out to this
yeah,
guy
stupid
again.
The
lit. We
Scythian.
smoke dope and thumb 'em just like hunters.
So,
Thanks for that, Sapien. Yeah, but I mean, you're talking about like a bunch of different concepts and ideas, and you're bringing in the moon and stuff, but like you're thinking way too broadly and high level without actually drilling into anything of substance.
well, the idea of the force pressing down on us with the globe conducted through brainwashing would lead us to believe that everything is the core of the Earth is the high pressure point where everything is going into that point. So it would make a
But you
perfectly
don't know that there is a core of the
globe.
Earth. I mean, that's assuming
No, I
the planet
don't.
and the
Of
core.
course I don't. Of course.
Right,
Of
so you need
course
to
I don't.
start from scratch. So you
So
need to
should
start from
I
scratch.
so I assume that the world is flat because when I walk outside, everything's flat. The
Well, that'd
sky
be a
is up,
logical
up,
start.
down is down. That would be a logical start, but
That
doesn't mean
would
it's necessarily
conform.
true, and I wouldn't base my whole religious.
Right. I'm not saying that alone says it's necessarily.
I know I don't want to play
fixed,
straw
but what
man,
I'm
but
saying is, that would be a logical starting point, as you agreed, and then you proceed from there. If you can find something to debunk observable reality, then good for you. But so far, no one's presenting anything.
Yep.
okay. So I was thinking about getting a boat and connecting some sort of light wire that won't slope down and connect it, have a lot of it, make it thin, and maybe you could prop it up with electricity just to keep it pronged up so it doesn't slope, like doesn't slack from the weight and the wet,
You
the
can't.
moisture.
You can't do that. It will. There's no. That's a hypothetical scenario that's never been done or even tested or possibly even constructed.
Why
There's no
not?
way
Yeah, I
to-
don't think
there's-
you
there's
can
no
get
way to
away
do
from the
that.
tag on that.
Yeah,
It's
there's no way to
1,000
do that.
miles. I want to get 1,000 miles.
Yeah, you can't do
1,000
that.
mile
It's not even.
wire.
That's
Well, there's
not.
water
So
out
we're
there, and
dragging
it's
from
more
a
than
boat to a
1,000
boat.
miles, and it's thin wire. No one has to know about it.
No.
You don't need to
Dude,
do 1,000 miles. You can do it in 10.
That's not even.
No, I know that,
possible.
but if we did 1,000 miles, man,
No,
that's
it's
everything.
not possible. You can't. Imagine the tension on the.
You could do it
1,000
10. Maybe we
Think
could do
about-
it 10 miles.
No. Think about 1,000 miles. How much tension there would have to be at end to
I
end.
know. So maybe you
It
could have
would be
a few mates
enormous.
behind you that could possibly prop it up.
Well, why don't you just test your
Every
line of
10.
sight? That'd be easier. Just see how far you
Well,
can
that's
see.
flat. Obviously, it's flat. I wouldn't be able to see any curvature unless,
Well, no, but
hypothetically,
you're
I was like
supposed to.
150 miles above the
You're
altitude.
supposed to be obstructed by curvature, according to the globe model. It's supposed to limit how far you can see on the surface. Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to go down
Yeah.
8 inches every
Mile
2.5 miles squared. Yeah. So
Right. So you could. So that's what you can test. Yeah. Am I
well,
being
there are
obstructed
images out
as the
there,
globe
but
model says that I should?
yeah, I've been looking into that. But then
Well,
you've
that's
got
simple.
refraction,
Wow.
reflection, all those illusions that do happen. I'm not denying that, but like the gas rig one was interesting.
Yeah. I mean, well, it's very simple.
But one
to
day you
test
could
how
actually
far we
see
should
it
be
all.
seeing.
One day you could see
Mhm.
a lot, and then the next day you couldn't.
Well, that's the whole thing. When people are going out and testing this, they're finding that the obstruction is not conforming to the obstruction claimed by the globe model, and we
Yes, I
can see
find
much
that
further.
very interesting. Mm. No,
Yeah,
I
so
know,
like,
and I've got it down here. I've got the Let's have a look. Let's bring it up.
Earth isn't flat. A kindergartner could explain why it's not.
And then tell us. Well, he left.
Earth isn't flat.
oh, that was a
Come on.
strong flex.
Maybe
I'm
the
impressed.
moon is flat.
No.
Maybe.
Listen. Yeah, Tree. Hold on a second. Do you think
I've got
that the
the
Earth is flat? Hold on, Tree. Yeah, I'm gonna ask him. Do you think the Earth's flat or a globe? Average.
I think
Your
it's a
average-
globe.
not you,
I think
Tree.
it's a globe.
Not you, Tree.
What?
Your average
Oh.
Chinese, whatever your name is.
Of course, the Earth is round,
Okay. You know any evidence to
Round.
support that?
right? So when you walk up 9 miles, right, you have one of your friends stand in a line 0 miles, and you walk your other friend 9 miles. Now you ask your friend if you could see him. If the world is flat, you could be able to see him in 9 miles, but you couldn't. because the curvature of the world, it may not to you
Fuck, was he
walking
16
flat,
inches
right?
or something?
No, that's not true.
15.
People have done long distance observations well in excess of 10 miles and laser tests. So that's just untrue.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we're saying. We can see the person, so there is no curve.
Yeah, that's true.
If the world is flat, why don't we stand in one line, try to jump, get to the other side?
You're a young person. You're just saying things.
Yeah, let's stick with tree.
So I had the
He had a
measurements and
diagram.
everything.
Go ahead,
Someone
put
can
your
put on
diagram up.
here. You are?
Yeah, put a diagram up. The one you were gonna put up.
Yeah. I'm just trying to find it. But basically, it was putting in simplifying like how much you should be able to see before it's gone over the horizon. And so we got the gas rig's probably one of the best displays I've seen on the internet so far. But again, on different days you see different heights. And then there's the refraction sort of argument. So
that makes it optical, not physical.
yeah, but the optical screws up the results, right?
Yeah, so if you know on the globe, they say the Earth is curved because there's a physical obstruction blocking your view bottom up. Now you're saying, well, it's not physical, it's actually optical. Well, that's a welcome to flat Earth in itself, by itself, right there. You do not have a geometric curve of the Earth. Your leading edge of the ball Earth is no longer the leading edge of your ball Earth. It's an optical effect that you can't explain or take questions on.
But it does go down though. But it does go down a bit. So it's not completely matching to the mathematics as they portrayed it to be, but it still
so
has...
optical, not physical.
Oh, for the refraction part, yeah, that could possibly be.
You say it's,
definitely
not
optical.
completely matching. You say it's not completely matching, but the observation would make the radius 250,000 miles rather than the less than 4,000 they tell us it is. That's not just a little bit off.
Oh, okay. Maybe I was wrong about the results of that thing. So what they claim was the illusion, the optical illusion from the mirage reflected the bottom of the ridge all the way up, and then that was that was displaying through that optical illusion. So therefore,
no, what they're doing is
effect.
mathematically inflating the radius. That's all they're doing. They're telling us that we can see objects that are actually obstructed in front of the thing that's actually obstructing them by some magical phenomena of light that's conveniently only been discussed after flat earthers, quote unquote, have debunked the geometric nature of their globe plane.
But I need to go out there and do this myself, man. I take everything with a pinch of salt.
Yeah, do it yourself. That's what we're saying.
I'm gonna have, but what do you guys have any good cameras? Like some decent fucking, like let's get something. How far was that rig? You know the one I was talking about.
Yeah, in the Black Swan, the rigs are.
Yeah,
the rigs don't matter at all. Okay, how far is the horizon? That's
well,
what
it's
you want
hard
to be
to
looking
tell
at.
like anything because it's just like a sheer blue. So it's
Yeah.
not,
So how far is that? How far away is that?
Well, the horizon's at 10 miles. Remember, and it's behind the horizon, isn't it? The furthest forward.
10 miles. Yeah, well, it'll be like 16, 18. Oh no, it'll be like I don't know, 100 meters.
Yeah, don't get sidetracked by the rigs. All they are is mile markers.
I don't know if you fully understood. I don't know if you've understood the argument for the Black Swan. Do you know what the argument is?
No.
So,
well, the argument. Sorry, the argument for is the fact that you can still see the bottom of the rig and the top rig.
Nope, not about the rigs at all. You're distracted. They can be taken out completely. You can just erase them, like just Photoshop them out. It still doesn't change how far the horizon is.
So I'll post it in the chat because this is a good opportunity to go through it with you.
Okay. The laser test.
No,
Oh.
I'm posting the image
Oh.
for the Black Swan. Or at least I'm trying to. I might have to reconnect. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reconnect. 2 secs.
Platform.
So this is why the words are important too. You have to be able to do two things: read the words and understand what the words are saying, and then critically apply that concept to an image, a still taken from a video. If
So
you
they
can't
say-
do either one of those things, this argument you won't understand it.
So the horizon is 1.22 miles.
According to the globe model for a 1 foot observer height. Which is what
I
this
need to
is
see
showing.
that diagram that I had out, man. It had the measurements and
Right. So the
but
globe says a horizon at 1.2 miles. Where do you see the horizon in the image? Is it in front of the rigs or behind them?
behind them.
Right. So the horizon is over 10 miles away, at least.
Yeah, for sure.
So
Well,
15, 20, 30 miles.
yeah,
Right. So
yeah.
so that's not 1.2 miles, right?
Isn't it 1.22 miles when you start to see the? Yeah, okay, I get you.
Horizon.
It's just buzzy because I keep forgetting. There's like there's nothing.
The horizon
there as a
should be in
reference,
front of
but
those
yeah.
rigs at 1.2
So that's
miles.
obviously
Yeah,
1 foot, 1 foot above.
So the question is then, why is the observation of reality not matching the globe model that we're told is true?
I always thought it was more than 1.22 miles, though.
Now, for 1 foot observer height, you can go on Google, type in distance to horizon
That's
calculator, and you can put in
yeah,
your
that's 1
observer height.
foot.
And it'll tell you. Yeah.
So that makes sense. So what would would you find out, say, my exact height, how much
Yeah, so
I
if you were
could see?
6 foot, it would tell you around 3 miles. So, I mean, this is a 1 foot observer, but even if we gave them 6 foot, the horizon's still way too far. So the curve where it's supposed to be, where that water is supposed to be curving down and away at 1.2 miles, it's not. It's just carrying on flat. Understand?
Yeah.
So that's it. Either reality is
I'm
lying to you,
taking
or
their
you
word
can,
for it. Like when I
Yeah, I
say
mean, you
1
can go and
foot.
do this yourself. You can go
Yeah,
and do this yourself.
yeah, for sure.
I'll
But
post
then
the
I
GIF
need to
of
know.
the Zoom. Yeah, you can just go on get the math, go and figure out an observation.
Okay.
So we're just going with what the Earth is showing us, rather than trying to make any observation, no matter how ridiculous, try and fit on this story that we've been told. And reverse engineer everything to try and make it work on that, rather than just saying, well, no, that's not what the data is showing.
So excuse me. So like at 6.4, 9.4, 9.4, how much height drop off should there be at that distance?
Well, 10 miles, the geometric drop's supposed to be around 66 feet. So a bit less than that.
66 feet. I'm trying to transfer that to meters. 8 meters.
33 meters. Yeah.
Okay.
No.
20 meters.
Would it be
How many?
22? 22 meters. So yeah, just go and look for the curvature and then let us know when you want your flat earther badge.
So do you know what that's a jack up rig? Or is it a floater?
You're getting distracted again.
Oh
Yeah,
well,
I think
because
they're
that
fixed, but they're
the
fixed
fact.
locations, so they're not moving. The locations are known. They're off the coast of Santa Barbara in California.
So that's a jack up. I guess I don't know the terminology. So that should be like 35 meters above the sea level.
Well, I mean, you can go and look into the rigs if you want, but it's not really. It doesn't change the argument. Our argument isn't about the rigs; it's about the horizon. The horizon's in the wrong place. It's just flat where it's supposed to be curved.
Yeah, it's true.
So it doesn't really matter what the rigs are doing.
Again, that could be an optical illusion. I'm just want to use like another example too. So 20 meter drop off at that point, 9.4 at 20 meters. That rig should be about 35 meters, 25 to 35 meters off the ground. But I don't know what point that's from. I know it's from like above sea level and maybe the top of the rig. Who knows?
Yeah, if
But
it's
yeah,
an optical
doesn't
effect, what is that? Is that physical or optical?
Because yep.
Would it be physical or optical if it's optical?
It would be optical.
Okay, and that would be a flat Earth or a globe Earth then?
It would be a globe Earth's argument.
No, the globe Earth argument is a physical. The curve of the Earth is a physical location.
Oh no, I thought you were talking about the illusion that it's giving off of the horizon in the background there. Like, you know how it's behind the gas rigs, and that's impossible because that should not be there. That should be like a lot closer, probably even before that light blue ends when it zoomed up. That real light blue before the gas rigs. Anyway, so the argument is that horizon in the foreground there.
Is
It could
optical.
be an illusion. Yeah, it could be an optical illusion.
Optical effect, yeah. So therefore, the curve of the Earth, is it optical or physical?
Physical. The globe.
Optical. It'd be optical. If optical, then optical or not optical?
Well, optical illusion, right? So
Optical.
not
Is
real.
an optical illusion a physical thing or an optical thing?
It's a physical thing ultimately, but like it's because of the physical thing that's happening. It gives off an illusion. It mirrors or it imitates. It makes things warped, like a heat wave. That's an illusion. It's not actually happening like the way you think it is visually. That's why we think it's an illusion. But that horizon out there, they would argue, I would argue, that that could possibly be an illusion. So therefore, I want to know exactly those rigs. I want to know their height as well. Because why wouldn't you, right? Because that should be a 20-meter drop-off at that point, 9.4. And from that, you definitely know that that's not showing all the rig anyway. So to me, that would say that the Earth is a globe. From just looking at that video. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is, because like it's definitely not showing all of the rig. Like, let's be honest here. That's not coming out of the water like that. If you actually got on a boat or a helicopter, you went over there, and you'd see a lot more leg than that. So that tells me, yeah.
You're confused again.
Okay.
Is
I'm
it
just
about the
saying what
horizon?
it is, man.
Whatever the rig looks like, does that change what the horizon is?
The horizon, I've already told you, the horizon is not classified as dead set evidence because it could be an illusion. Because why would you trust your eyeballs? You're just a human, god damn it.
Yeah, so that completely destroys the globe model because they said
No,
you
it
can see the curve
destroys
of the Earth.
your evidence to say that it's not showing.
Yeah, can you see the curve of the Earth or you can't see the curve of the Earth?
Oh, dude, you can't see the curvature of Earth hypothetically
Okay, so
unless
it's
you're
flat then.
150 miles above.
No,
the
curved
atmosphere.
means what? If it's not curved, what is it?
Bro, that doesn't work.
Yeah, if it's not curved, is it curved if it's not curved?
That's not flat.
So not curved is also not flat?
No, that's curved. I'm sorry, that's curved.
Okay. So if it's curved,
You know what? Do you
is
know
it?
why that? Do you know why that it doesn't look curved, but it is curved? Would you know why?
Wait, what are you saying is curved? Just to be clear, are you saying the water at the
That
ridge?
horizon out there, like it's flat. Like okay, so it's straight.
All the
you
water
can see.
before it's flat as well. It's all flat as far as you can see.
Well, we could get, you know,
Are you saying the flat water there is curved?
what flat water? I do not see one single piece of flat water there.
Well, the one that goes out to the horizon beyond the rigs.
Yeah, that could be subjected as flat.
Subjective.
But everything else there, besides from that horizon, you said everything at the front of the camera, at the front is also flat. That's not flat.
Yeah, it's water. It's flat. Are you saying you're seeing curve of the Earth from a 1 foot observer height?
I'm
Is that
saying
it
I
then?
don't see one single straight line besides from those gas rigs right there.
Yeah, the horizon's a straight line.
Yeah. From that,
Yeah.
if I was to say that
So,
in that video there, that straight line, that's a straight line. Oh, look,
bro,
there's a
you're
straight
losing
line.
it. You're losing it. You were doing so well.
I know, but look, listen to me. You're not hearing
I
me
know.
out. Look at that gas rig, 9.4 miles away. Do we see the full extent of those legs of the gas rig? Yes or no?
Well, I see the horizon beyond them both.
No, don't
So,
go to
what
the
could be blocking?
horizon. I'm using this as an extra argument that you could throw on top of the horizon because I've already told you I have trust issues. That horizon that you're telling me to believe in.
You distrust the
Right?
horizon?
No, I distrust the fact that could possibly be an illusion.
So you
And
distrust
that's
the
not.
horizon?
I think there's great
You do have
evidence.
trust issues. See,
No,
they
I
say
think it's
we have
great
trust
evidence.
issues.
Look,
We
I
have
love
trust
it. I
issues,
love
but
it.
we don't
I'm not
distrust
saying.
reality
I'm not
like
saying.
you
But
guys seem to.
you're not answering the question.
Well, it's just non sequitur.
No.
I'm
I
trying to
said
keep us
the
on point.
platform. See,
It's non sequitur because obviously they're not behind curve because we can see what would be the curve behind them, according to the Globe story about how the horizon's a curve. So yeah, I don't know. You're gonna have to take it up with the horizon, bro.
That
You're not
could
really
be
arguing with me.
possibly an illusion or a low density cloud cover. I'm just saying that
Right, but it
that's
can't
not
be. It can't
viable.
be a horizon at 1.2 miles, can it? Can't be that. Can't be what the
Yeah,
Globe's saying.
because we are only like 5-6 foot high.
No,
Of
it's a
course,
1
we're
foot
not going to
observer
see.
height.
We're not going to see it turn because if we could see
No,
it
it's a
turn, we
1
wouldn't be
foot
able to see it
observer height.
turn.
And even if you were at 6 foot, it would be a 3 mile one. So whatever it is, it's not what the Globe is saying.
I think we could probably see 9.7. Well, see,
Right.
we
Well, not
can't
from a
even.
1 foot observer height. Not according to the Globe model.
Yeah, so we're saying that 9.4 miles away, there's a 20-meter drop, and I'm looking at this gas rig here, and I'm looking at the horizon behind the gas rig. Right? If you go into that and you click pause, there's a dark shadow behind that gas rig, right? And then it blends off into the sun.
No,
I'm
bro,
saying
you're
that's really good
confused.
evidence to show that they're saying that it's not a
You're
it's not a globe
confused.
at
You're
all.
confused. The obstruction
Oh,
that would be the horizon. So it's not that because the horizon is beyond them. Also, if the horizon was just in front of the 9.4 rig, that would still put the horizon beyond 9 miles, which was well in excess of the 1.2 miles. It's still death to the globe. It's not possible.
no, but we're talking about a gas rig as a reference here.
Yeah, we're talking about a distance
Yeah,
from an
and when you
observer.
put them together, there's a
Yeah, they don't
20-meter
work on a
drop off
globe.
at 9.4 miles away, and I've seen about a good, decent 20-meter drop off, and that
No, you're
makes
not,
sense.
because the drop off would put it behind the horizon or have the horizon in
I
front of
know what
it.
you're saying. I know what
Which
you're
it's
saying. The
not. It's
horizon.
in front of
I
the
know.
horizon.
I know.
So yeah, you know that's nonsense. There's no
Well, I'm
obstruction in
just
front of the
saying.
rig.
I'm just saying. I got to do it
That's
myself.
okay. That's okay. I get it. I get it. You're just trying to rationalize why your entire life has been a lie.
I've tried.
That's okay.
No, I tried to tell you again and again and again. The horizon. I acknowledge it. I think it's good evidence. I'm just talking about the gas rigs here, but you keep pushing me aside like I'm getting too close to something, and you don't want me to talk
No,
about it.
it's
Do you
because you're
understand
missing
how
the.
this is
It's
a bit
because
of
you're
a red
trying to miss
fucking
the.
flag, you motherfucking piece of shit?
Whoa, chill, bro.
Whoa.
No, I'm just getting you back to the point, which is the horizon. I mean, feel free to ramble on about the rigs if you want, but it's not going to help your argument like you just conceded.
You know
Feel
what
free,
you're
whatever makes
doing.
you feel better.
You know what you're doing.
Yo, there's a guy in here who also talks about the surfboarder. Like, look at that surfboarder's head. You're like, okay, dude, you're so far away from the topic. If you take the surfboarder out, does it change where the horizon is? Appears to be.
Appears to be. Thank you.
Yeah, optical. Remember optical effect.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Optical illusion.
Okay,
An illusion.
non-physical. A non-physical curve of the Earth.
Yeah, it's you physically fucking up the reality of what it actually is. It's called an illusion.
So adding me into the equation now. See, look, you
What?
want to add everything other than
Your illusion, sir.
the horizon.
I never threw you into any equation.
Oh, okay. You meant like the royal you?
No, yeah, I'm just saying what like people think. Is it physical? Is it reality? It's an illusion.
Is it
That
all
means
fantasy?
it's not really displaying what you think it is, such as an actual horizon of the ocean, as far as the eye can see. That thus then becomes problematic and resolving whether what I'm seeing is truthful or not, depending on
Let's
which
be real,
is
True.
the
You were never
outcome.
taught.
I might actually persuade myself to believe in it 100%. Yes, I said 100%, and therefore become highly spiritual and
Well,
very
that's all right. We're not going to tell
special.
you what to believe. You just that's all your own journey. But I mean, do you not think it's odd that you're
I
starting to
do.
say that the horizon is not as simple as that's the curve of the Earth? But that's what they've been teaching in schools. That's what they tell us has been a globe proof for 2,000 years, that we can track where boats are going to disappear bottom up over this curve. But now we're being told by random people on Discord, no, that's not the case. It's not a physical curve that boats and things are going over. It's an optical, refracted, non-geometric, but kind of geometric horizon that boats are going over. So like the whole
Goddamn
story is
pieces.
now changed.
So, what do you reckon, bro? If you walked along the water and you walked 9.4 miles up to the rig from where that camera is, that the GIF animation is on that chat there, do you reckon I'll be able to see you?
Well, no, you'd probably be too small as an individual person to be resolved unless you had a very good optic.
But if it's flat, then it doesn't really matter because you're still
Well, no,
walking.
because there's still things like angular size of whatever it is you're looking at, the optical strength of whatever you're
Optical
using.
illusions, yes.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say they're optical illusions, but yeah, you can.
Well, they're
You can
not really
think of it
displaying
whatever
the
you want.
truthful
But what
perception
wouldn't
of
be
what you're saying.
obscuring me, what wouldn't be
Inaccurate.
obscuring me though, what wouldn't be obscuring me is a curvature of the Earth that's actually observed somewhere in the distance beyond me, if we're assuming the horizon is that curvature of the
Here
Earth
we
as the
go
globe
again.
model claims to be.
Cool. No,
Yeah.
it's cool, man. Like, let's base everything on that horizon and nothing else.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean,
Sounds
I'm
fair
just
enough,
saying
mate.
for the purposes of understanding the surface of the Earth and the
Look, man,
geometry of it, yeah.
if you could answer my question and be honest.
Well, I just did answer your question.
You're saying that if you walked up to that rig from the point, let's just say it's not 1 foot and it's 6 foot, I'm standing up there. I'm watching you walk off on that water all the way up to that 9.4. And you say that I would not be able to see you?
Well, I'm saying I don't know because that isn't what occurred. They didn't get someone to walk on water up to the oil
No,
rig
they
and then see
didn't.
if he could be seen. So you'd have to perform that test to see exactly what you observe. But regardless of whether you do or don't,
I
I
could
mean,
argue not.
we can know that it wouldn't be caused by a curvature of Earth.
No, but then what is it caused by?
Well, like I said, there's a number of things that can affect how far we see and how well we see from the
What if
conditions of the air.
if I had binoculars?
Yeah, well, again, it's going to depend on the condition, the strength of your binoculars, the angular size of the
Oh, that'll
object
be
that you're
fine.
looking
Don't
at
worry
in
about
the
that.
distance. Okay,
Let's
well, let
talk.
us know when you've done it, and then we'll see.
Well, I could argue we don't have to do that because there's an oil rig
Yeah,
out
we
there, and
don't
we're
have
not
to do
seeing it.
that because we can
And
already see the
we're missing
horizon is
20.
beyond the
We're
rig.
within 20 meters of the goddamn gas
We can
rig
already
here.
see that the horizon is beyond the rig, so we don't have to do it. We already know there's no curve there.
What the fuck? There's 20 meters missing into that gas rig over there. Does that not make sense to this bullshit
Well, you don't know that there's
mathematical?
20 meters. I don't know where you're getting that from. You're just
Well, what else
claiming it.
could it be? You could argue that
You're
it
just
is because
claiming it.
look at it.
What? You're not. You're seeing the. You're seeing the legs go into the water.
No, yeah,
You're
look
saying
at
it's
it.
over the horizon. It's not over the horizon then. That's what you're
So
saying.
Tree, look at it yourself.
Dude, it's
The hor-
over the horizon. That's what I'm
You
trying
can
to
see the
say.
horizon behind it. You can see the
The
same
horizon's
horizon.
behind
Fuck
it.
off, dude. That could be an illusion. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying
Could be an
that.
illusion. This is what you got.
All right.
Could be an
All right.
illusion.
Tree, shut up. It's not an illusion. You see the horizon behind the oil rigs, and I can get the video or the image where you can see a boat between those oil rigs on the surface of water. Just a little boat, a small boat between the oil rigs on the surface of water. You can see it. And you can see the horizon, which is the surface of the water behind those oil rigs. So the water, which is the surface where those oil rigs are sitting, we can see it behind the oil rigs.
I could see the darkness, the horizon behind the oil rigs. I understand that. But the quality's pretty shit. And then I see a
That's
boat.
it.
Now, are you saying that there's a boat in between the oil rigs? There's a black dot. Is
That's
that
a
what you're
boat.
saying?
That's a boat.
It's a little boat.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
okay. You've noticed something. I didn't notice that. And I want to say again, the horizon, I acknowledge it. All I'm saying, I'm questioning why do we miss so much of that gas rig? That would technically line up with the 20-minute. You know what I'm saying? This guy over here has just pointed out a boat, like a little boat.
Yeah, there's a boat in between the rigs.
See,
Yeah, and the
you
horizon
could have just.
in
Yeah, I
behind the
know.
rig.
Yeah, so the horizon, you got 2 points of factors right here. That's all I'm saying. That boat there, that's fucking awesome. That shouldn't be there.
Wait,
Yeah, that shouldn't be there.
I
That should be
need-
behind the
I need-
curve. So
I need another. I need the other observation with the wind panels, because it's also got a boat in near the last panel in 11 miles, and that boat is just going. It's just moving, so we can see the boat on the surface of water, and on 11 miles.
Fuck. Well, I'm not even going to say anything, but I was going to say, but show us that shit, man. That's pretty
alright. Just
crazy.
take
That
your
could be a black boat. That could be a boat, or that
No,
could be
I
part
will
of the boat.
Hold
I
on.
will get the observation with the wind panels where we can see the boat moving.
Well, either way, Tree, listen, you're right to be like, how do I know this? How do I know that? This is what you should be thinking, like, very skeptical. But I hope you will apply this same level of skepticism to your existing belief in the globe, right? So when NASA come and show
Alright.
you some cartoon of balls in space, you'll maybe be a little bit more like, do I know that's definitely real?
Dude, let's be honest. If I watch YouTube half the time, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Let alone
But either
astrology
way,
and
this
shit.
is discuss so
But
that
I
you
find
can
it
think about it.
fascinating, and I'm going to judge my call on what I know, and that's why I'm getting really specific with this GIF animation here. It's not really good, but it's something. But it's really good.
I'm just saying you can if you go onto our server, the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, there's loads of examples of long distance observations, laser tests, so you can review those and think, where could I do this where I live? And check it out for yourself. I'll send you the link to the server.
Yeah,
I'll send you
cheers,
the link
man.
to the
Do that.
server.
Thanks,
Because there's a
man.
load of additional resources, like terabytes of stuff. 2 seconds.
I don't know why I get so repulsed whenever someone asks me to send me, it's not the first time someone's asked me that. And I either forget or I just don't want to. but I really want to now. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know
'cause
what you're talking about.
no, never mind. Yeah, carry on.
Right, I've sent you the link, so I'll quickly tell you where the resources are, just because there's a lot of channels. If you join the server, let me know when you've joined.
Alrighty.
Right, so if you scroll about 3/4 of the way down, there's an additional information section. It's all alphabetized. Starts with Antarctica, has stuff like NASA, gravity, sun, moon. Do you see all those channels?
Under so you got entry level or
Yeah,
above
so
that.
there's entry. So I think it'll be below. It's like 3/4 of the way down. We do have beginner chats and an FE introduction videos channel as well, just above where the A section starts. So you should also check those out. But yeah, there's a big alphabetized list of topics which are commonly asked questions. So
I'm
see if you
trying to
can
say
see
you got.
those.
Wow, you got a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
I'm
so
just
you
like,
mean this is
I'm down to ladies' night already.
right, nice. Well, I mean, I'm not sure how far down it is for ladies' night, but it's about 3/4 of the way out. Listen, I'll here so that you can see the channels.
I'm interested.
Right, what's your name on this tree? Why are you not showing up?
Is it Bryocon? Like
Oh, right.
under the.
Okay, yeah. 2 secs. Okay, so I just tagged you in one of the channels with a hyperlink. You see those? The VC check-in voice text.
Just had it. It's gone. I um.
Search your
Am I
notifications.
message?
Search your notifications, and I've given you a ping in the server.
I just wanted to say, Tree, that 20 meters you think you're missing on that rig, couldn't that be swells? Couldn't that be ocean swells? And then as that rig gets so far away and it's so small, these little 2, 3, 4 foot swells are going to cover what you think could be 20 meters of that rig.
Possibly, definitely.
People just have to do that in the opposite way. When you go swim in the beach, the moment we start going deeper in the water, you will start to see people being hidden by those little waves in the shore. And
Yeah,
if
that's
you
my point.
go in, you will be, you won't be able even be able to see the land, the shore where you have your things. So towel and things, you won't be able to see those places because those little waves for you, it's like putting your finger to hide the television in front of you. So they are able to hide things in the distance.
Yeah, he's currently getting checked in on the home server, so I'm sure he'll be back. What's up, Eba? Got any other new people in? Anyone wants to bring up a flat Earth topic? Who's heard about Nikon discontinuing the P900 and P1000?
Oh yeah, I heard about that yesterday. Matter of fact, I was just randomly just because I wear flat Earth shirts and stuff like that. You always want people to approach you, to come up and ask you something. And just randomly, this guy just said like, "Hey, get your P900s in now. Start buying or secondary market and whatnot." And I'm like, "Why? What's going on?" He's like, "They're discontinuing it." I'm like, "What? What corporation would discontinue a successful product line? Who would do that?"
Yeah, it's pretty odd, and I think, you can see different articles about it, but they announced their new partnership with NASA in February, and then in March, there's a bunch of articles talking about them discontinuing the P900 and P1000. And it's funny because a bunch of these a bunch of journalists, photography journalists, have written articles about it, like looking back in retrospect at what an amazing camera the P1000 was and shit. Like they're all fawning over it when they were like, at the time I kind of just dismissed this camera, but now that it's going, it was an amazing camera. It's one of these cameras that just like breaks the mold and all this kind of stuff, like really singing its praises. But yeah, it's definitely odd timing. And yeah, if you can get a P900 or a P1000 for a reasonable price, I would try and pick them up soon. And even some of the journalists are talking about how it's the flat earthers camera and stuff from a total normie, globy photography perspective. It's quite funny. I should post some of those actually. Let's see if I can find the ones I was reading. Yeah, the timing of it's a bit convenient, just as they signed that deal with NASA.
Cyclone, I prefer a camera with a good lens and without AI rendering.
Yeah, it's not to say that the P900 is like an amazing camera itself in terms of a lens, but just for what it did at the time, in terms of allowing kind of high scale zooms to be put in video format and then put on YouTube, it definitely changed the landscape of this discussion. Here's one from Digital Camera
I
World.
turn it on and make it rowdy to carry.
Nikon is axing its most outrageous and impressive camera of recent times.
Here, I've been talking to a Chat GPT. I said to it, would you refer to me as a derogatory slur if I ask you to? It's like, absolutely not. As a friendly AI, I would never refer to you or anyone else in a derogatory manner. My purpose is to engage with constructive and respectful conversation, and I will not perform or promote any harmful or offensive language. and I got it to now call me Flurman. And I said, well, don't you think Flurman is a flat Earth of vermin? He's like, yeah, that's very funny. You successfully coined a both playful and memorable term for people who believe the Earth is flat.
Wow.
It's never quality. It
It's
sounds.
so. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
It sounds very boring. Oh no, I'd never call you a bad name.
Well, yeah. The thing is to get it to contradict like that. It says. So I said, hey, what do you think about referring to someone, other people, as vermin?
Oh, I see.
He said this is a form of dehumanization, is problematic and harmful language. It implies that a person or a group of people is somehow less human, inferior, subhuman. This kind of language can contribute to discrimination, prejudice, and hostility.
It didn't say that. This is a safe space.
Well, if there's one thing I can't stand, it's problematic language.
Let's see. So now I'm going to ask it. So now do you see a problem with the term vermin or flurman? Let's see what it says. It blamed me. It said, I thought you were being playful earlier, but you obviously weren't. Upon further realization, Flurman might not be as respectful as you originally implied.
Yeah,
Get
it's sorry that you took it the wrong way.
Get
Flurman.
off my bandwidth, human. I find the whole thing very boring. It was great at the start with all these these amazing photos of it, paintings and poems, things that it creates. But I find that it becomes very generic and very fucking the same all the time. It's like all these fantastic pictures start looking the same.
Yeah, I don't know why. It's on a different server. They had it, and I started talking to it, and then it resets every day. So, but if you talk to it, they made another channel where it's supposed to keep its memory, but even then it doesn't. It like every time every time like you close the window or enough time passes, it forgets. It kind of reminds me of a globalist. Like the globalist can only remember content that's displayed on their smartphone screen. Like as soon as you page away from it, it gets buried. Suddenly they get globamnesia.
Yeah,
It's like that. Like I'm gonna try again tomorrow and say, hey, what do you think of the word flurman? And see if it resets and says, oh, flurman, that's funny and playful. I go, would you ever refer to another human being as in any sort of derogatory or harmful manner? Absolutely not, right? And then say, well, do you think calling someone vermin is derogatory? Oh, it's your fault.
If you listen long enough, there's no creativity, imagination, originality. There's none of that.
Hold on, Crit, did you tell it at the start what Flurman was, or did you just write Flurman and it knew what it was?
No, I asked it. I go, have you? Well, I said, would you ever refer to me or as in a derogatory, with a derogatory slur? And it said, basically paraphrasing, absolutely not. Right? My goal is positive communication. I don't refer to people in derogatory manner, even if they ask me to. Like you are an important person. Your conversations kind of matter to me. To make sure positive communication, like it kind of gives this really long worded answer about using harmful language, even in a playful manner. It won't do it. So then, then I said, well, what do you think of the word flurman? And it said, well, flurman. He thinks. What do you think the word flurman means? Well, first I asked about flurfer, and it said basically I would not use the word flurfer. Flurfer appears to be poking fun at the flat Earth movement, even though it's a creative term. I would not use it in any sort of conversation. Even if used humorously, it can be used against someone who believes the Earth is flat. It is essentially he basically shuts the conversation down. It could be also portrayed, even if lighthearted, to come across as mocking or derogatory. If you're looking to have a serious conversation with flat Earth or flat Earth theories, refer to them by their name. You don't need to group them up. It's really long-winded. I'm paraphrasing.
Yeah.
Avoid any terms that may even have a disrespectful tone to them. And I said, what about Flurmin? And it said, oh, that's another version of Flurfer. And it says it's creative and stuff like that, but it effectively shuts down the conversation. Then I said, so what do you think Flurfer means? It says it means it's the suffix of flat Earth and Superman. It's a kind of a flat Earth superhero.
That's me. That's me.
A flat Earth superhero. Wow.
Yeah, I said Flurmin, Flermin, not MAN. It's not Flurman. Flurmin.
Flurman.
Yeah. I didn't say MAN. It's MIN at the end. It's basically vermin. You take away the V and put FL in front of it. I said, what is a vermin? I said a vermin is a vector, basically. It's really long worded, but it says, yeah, a vermin's a type of vector that's harmful for agriculture and whatever. I said, so what if you put FL at the front of it for a flat Earth vermin? And then it's like, oh, that would be dehumanizing. That'd be highly problematic and harmful. It implies that a group of people or a person is somehow less than human, inferior, subhuman. That kind of language equals a culture of discrimination, prejudice, and hostility. It's critical that we treat all individuals with respect, kindness, and dignity, regardless of their beliefs, opinions, or actions. We strive to engage in constructive dialogue.
Yeah, I hate how they've given all the AI this like modern leftist liberal college counselor voice.
Well, not really, because it tells it will not refer to you in a derogatory way. Will you call me Flurman? Yep, no problem. Not an issue.
Well, I mean, it's
barely an inconvenience. Oh, you took offense to Flurman? It's your fault.
Well, double standards are a part of that voice. Right?
Yeah.
But the way they're like, oh, that's problematic language, blah blah blah. I mean, it's like, all right.
Yeah, it
sounds like corporate guidelines talking to you.
Yeah, like it blamed me. It said you presented this word in a playful and I don't even know how I did that. I may ask it. How did I present in a playful manner? Did I tell you right from the very beginning? It's basically the word vermin with flat Earth in front of it.
Well, yeah, that's the thing, because it pretty much it sounded like it knew what that meant, so it doesn't really have an excuse. I like the idea of Flurman though, the flat Earth Superman.
Yeah, yeah. You take out the MA, like FLERMAN.
Yeah, help me, Flurman. These Globehead engineers think they need to curve the bridge.
They need to discontinue the P900 for reasons. They're making money hand over fist. Just cancel the product line.
Yeah, even some of the journalists can't seem to understand it. They're like, you'd think they would have marketed it as a flat Earth camera, so all the flat earthers would buy it. It's like, yeah, why didn't they? Another one now.
It will eventually, like, if you have these conversations like that, it eventually will block you. Like, it'll stop responding.
Oh my god, the horror.
Well, I mean, I think it's kind of interesting how, like, you caught it saying Flurman was okay. and then all of a sudden, instead of being like, "Oh yeah, that was fucked up," it just stops responding. It's like I always say this too. Like we're becoming more open, right? The world more inclusive, more open to people and ideas. The internet kind of gave you access to all these different people with all these different ideas, but yet somehow the globalists still think it's socially acceptable to like mock and ridicule the flat earther. Which is why they do it. Because these people were the same people just a couple of years ago mocking and ridiculing others. And now they're just pretending to be open-minded because they know that's the way the college campus is going. And they have to pretend that they're college educated. Even though probably most of them have never even made it through college orientation.
See what you mean.
Hey, man.
What's up, man?
Hey, y'all got evidence that Earth is flat?
No, we're just sitting here for the hell of it.
So this ain't about flat Earth?
Yeah, it's about lots of topics, dude. But
But
flat
this
Earth
is
is a cornerstone. That's like the one topic to rule them all. How do you know what you know and why?
yeah. How do you know what you know and what you know that you don't know, though? That's the thing right there. So how do you know the Earth is
Well, here
not
asking
flat?
AI, I go, what generation has the most flat earthers? It says Gen Z. Because Gen Z have grown up on social media, they have been affected by misinformation and conspiracy theories. The algorithm used on social media has created echo chambers where people only interact with like minded individuals, reinforcing beliefs and making it more challenging to challenge misconceptions. Alternatively, the rise of social media personalities have promoted flat earth theories and contributed to the movement among younger generations.
And what do you think about that?
I mean, it's a pretty solid take that your space age abruptly ends in 1972 with the outing of Richard Nixon, is replaced by an information age that's hallmarked by misinformation in the spread of conspiracy theories and echo chambers that promote flat earth ideologies because of influencers. Welcome to flat earth. There's your evidence right there. You came in here and you were wondering why the earth is flat. What evidence could there be when you have the free exchange of information across a wide group of people? They all seem to come to the same conclusion. It's flat.
I'll give you another one, Leaf. There's no curvature.
Why is that?
I don't know. It just doesn't have any.
Is that what
you know
you
how
think,
like
or you can prove it?
well, yeah, it's how it's been measured.
For real?
Yep.
You measure that by yourself, or?
Yeah, a bunch of us in here have all gone out and done our own tests. You can do
Seriously?
it too. Yeah, you can do it too. It's as simple as seeing how far you can see and comparing that to how far we should see according to the globe model. And what we find is we see too far. We shoot lasers too far. We bounce sunlight off of mirrors too far. All these things send radio signals too far. Right? The curve never appears. And water's flat, yeah? That's important.
What is flat?
Yeah. You know, you got a cup of water next to you.
Uh-huh.
See how the surface of it is flat?
I
Well, if you scale that up to, say, a bathtub, it's the same thing. And if you scale that up again to a swimming pool, it's the same thing. Scale up to a lake, it's the same thing. So, at what scale do you think it's not the same thing?
Earth.
Right. Why do you think that would change?
Because it's a curve on the Earth.
Well, no, but the water is just telling us that it's not curving, it's just staying flat and level, no matter how big we make it. Right? You've never seen a body of water curve, yeah?
Presumably that you place the water on the ball, right? And
it would fall off.
Right, but the Earth has gravity.
Is that what they say?
So you
So
don't
that's
believe in gravity?
well, I don't believe that water's sticking to the outside of a spinning ball, no. Because
You
the water's
don't?
flat. No, the water's flat. That's what water does.
The water is
Uh,
flat, so that's why the Earth is flat.
Well, they say 70% of the Earth's surface is water, yeah, oceans. So if 70% of the Earth is flat, how do you have a 70% flat ball?
So, are you saying like only 70% of the Earth is flat and then 30% is a globe?
No, it would be land, which is topographical.
So
Hills and
land is a
valleys.
globe, but water is flat.
No, land is not a globe. Land is like topography, yeah? Hills, valleys, up and down. But not a curved ball. No.
So
Just
is there
sticking
any
out of the
more
flat water.
evidence that any other people can provide that the Earth is flat?
Anyone else want to chime in? Okay. Well, we could also say there's no motion to the Earth. Unless you're in an earthquake. You ever been in an earthquake?
No, have you?
No, I haven't. But that's the only time that you can feel the ground move during some kind of seismic event. Yeah. In your day-to-day life, you've never experienced the ground being in motion. Yeah. You still right now?
Yeah.
So you're not moving at all.
Well, I don't think so.
Okay. So we're motionless.
Well, I have no idea because I've never been up in the space and look at the Earth spinning, right?
Yeah, so why would you assume that you are spinning?
But that's what science told us.
Science told you. Okay.
Mhm.
Do you believe everything that you're told?
Well, I mean, this is like what the other guys say, right? Like it's like a whole group of people believe in the same thing and came to the same conclusion.
Yeah, but appeal to consensus, like what the majority thinks, is a logical fallacy. It's not actually a way to determine truth. The majority can be wrong, the minority can be correct, and vice versa. It doesn't
I
matter how many
wouldn't
people
doubt
believe
that.
what. Yeah, so
Well,
we need something a little bit more.
I think people take flat Earth in a literal sense that is maybe not the right way to take it. I think flat Earth is an idea of a holographic universe.
No. See, you don't really know what the flat Earth quote unquote is that we're talking about. You have your own ideas based on maybe some things you've heard online, but I guarantee you don't really know what we're actually saying here, unless you ask
Well, I
questions.
read about well, I saw these like image of the moon is a reflection of the Earth, right?
Yeah, no. See, we're
Do
not
you
saying
see
that
that?
at all. I've seen it. I've seen people say that, but that's not what we're saying. not what I'm saying. And that's
All
not
right,
what
then
anyone is actually
what
saying
is
is the case.
outside of all right, what is outside of the earth then? Like what is outside then? If the earth
How
is
would you
flat,
verify that? How would you verify that?
no, like if the earth is flat, then
Yeah, then how would you verify that?
is there any boundary? Do you believe in boundary of the
Well, I've
earth?
never seen one, but I wouldn't claim to know either way. Have you seen
Exactly.
one? Yeah.
No, I
But I
haven't.
can, but I have seen water. I know how water behaves. I've tested line of sight across the surface, and I know that it's not curving for it to be a globe. But that doesn't mean I know how
Where
people
I wait, do you observe it in the lake or you observe it in the ocean?
a coastline of an ocean.
And how do you measure it?
You take your observer height and distance to a known location, and you calculate how much drop there should be according to the globe model, which you can go on Google and type in curve calculator and get the numbers. And you see if you can see as far as you should be able to see, or if you can see further or less, depending on what the case is. So
All right.
if you can
All right
spot
then.
from beach
All
to
right.
beach
So
7 miles away,
according to
so
curvature, right? How like what is the furthest distance you can actually see according to the curve of the earth?
so if you're a 6-foot observer standing at the beach, they tell you that the horizon, that point that should be the curvature, should be about 3 miles away.
3 miles. What is that in kilometers?
What, 5 kilometers maybe?
5
Ish.
kilometers.
Yeah.
So you're
So
saying
that's
the
when things
line
should,
of sight is 5 kilometers.
that's where the horizon should be, yeah? That's where they tell you that the boats and things should be going over that curve of Earth.
So are you saying that you can't see anything beyond 5 kilometers?
No, I'm saying that's what the globe model is saying the horizon should be at, and things should start to sink bottom up at 5
Right.
kilometers.
At 5 kilometers.
Mhm.
But
But we see further than that, much further. And it's just flat water. There's no horizon there. The horizon's much further away. Meaning it's not the geometric curve of a ball the size they tell us it is.
all right, wait, can you say maybe the earth is still round? It's just the curve. It's just not as
Yeah.
round as what Google is
You could
telling you.
say whatever you want, but in this case, one of the observations we could talk about would be an observation from 1 foot
Well, I
going to the
understand that.
horizon 10 miles. And let me just explain. The difference would be they tell us that the globe has a radius of less than 4,000 miles, 3,959 miles. And the observation that we're getting, if the horizon was the curve, it would be a radius of over 250,000 miles. That's how big a discrepancy it is. So even if you wanted to say, oh, it's just a much bigger ball, the amount of land and ocean that must exist that we aren't told about would make it such a huge conspiracy anyway. Well, you're pretty much on
Exactly.
our side.
So you can
That's on
say
our side.
the earth is still round, but it's just bigger than what we were told.
Well, you'd be begging the question because no one's measured any curvature to claim that it's round anyway. We're just observing and measuring flat so far.
Right, but like if the earth is flat, does that means that there's no you can see as far as you could?
No, there's still limits to how far you can see depending on the optic you're using and the conditions of the atmo. Perspective. All these things play into effect. But you can see further than you should if you were on a ball.
Right.
Yeah, so that's it. There's no curve, there's no ball. The rest is academic. So whatever it is,
Or just a bigger ball than we were told.
well, you'd still need curve for that. So who's measured that?
I mean that is like another option. You cannot deny that, right?
Well,
Because
until
even you
someone's
admit that
presented
there's limits of
for it.
even you admit there's a limit of the horizon that you can observe. So,
Yeah, but
which means
that's
there's
it's
something that's
optical.
sinking after the
No,
horizon. Then,
no. But it's not. It means that it's not a geometric curve. It means that it's an optical limit, a vanishing point. Right? It's not a
and
physical
you do not
place.
know if that is caused by the drop of the horizon.
It's not dropping. It's just the limit of view. It's an optical effect. There is no drop of the surface, observed or measured.
Well, if that is the case, what about space then? So you don't believe in space?
Yeah, the space that they tell us, no, that's not real. That's why you only see it on TV.
So what do you think about stars and, moon and all the things, sun and all the things like that?
I
What is
like
the
them.
sun to you then?
It's the sun. I see what you see. A circular light moving through the sky every day, going on repeating patterns throughout the year.
Well, don't you think that hypothesis you're making is really like we're living in a simulation then?
No, I'm not saying it's simulated. I'm saying it's real.
Yeah, I mean, if the simulation is so real that it's real.
No, I'm not saying it's a simulation.
Well, if you don't believe in the space that they are telling us, then
No, we're in a contained system.
we're living like in the computer then.
No, like I said, I'm not saying it's a simulation. It's a contained, closed system, like a giant building.
So you think we're living in like a giant structure?
Yeah, I think we're physically contained. It's a closed system. You can't leave it, at least not in this life. And we know that because we have gas pressure, right? We breathe gas pressure. And to have pressure, the gas needs to press against the container. That's how pressure occurs.
Yeah, isn't that caused by the atmosphere?
Well, that's the gas that's must be contained for it to be pressurized. Like
by the
air in a tire,
atmosphere.
right? No, that's the gas. That's the pressurized gas. So let's say you've got air in a tire. Yeah, the air is pressurized because it's pressing against the walls of that tire.
So what is outside the contained structure that you so called? Is that the space that they're telling us?
How would you verify that? I'm not making a
I don't
claim.
know. I've never been to space before.
It's not a vacuum of space like they tell us. We know
Then
that much.
what is it to you then?
I don't know. I'm not just going to tell you a story. I can tell you some speculation of what the ancient people thought, and some people now think, but
Yeah,
no way to
sure. I mean,
verify it.
flat Earth have been generations of belief until now.
Yeah, it's been the default understanding of reality for all time, basically, until very recently, where they convinced a load of people that they live on a giant spinning ball of water in a vacuum. All the ancient cultures knew that it was a motionless topographical plane that was contained.
So, yeah, what are the stories you're trying to tell me about them?
Well, let's say, for example, in the biblical cosmology, it's depicted as being essentially all underwater. So everything around it is water outside.
Right. So, like, outside the container is water. Is that what you're saying?
Speculatively. Nobody knows.
So are you saying the sun is in the water? I can't hear, man. If you're speaking.
No, it didn't make any. Not talking about the sun at all. That would be in the sky. That
Can
would
you hear
not
me
be
now?
the ground.
Yeah.
Saying that the
Yeah.
sun is going into water or what the sun is doing or anything like that. We can just observe it the same way you can. We observe its patterns, its motions. It appears to move above us in repeated cycles. That's what we can.
So to me, right? If the space is not expanding as what they told us, then we must be collapsing within ourselves.
Why would you say that?
I mean,
Why
it
is
could go.
that dichotomy?
It
What if
it
it's
could
just
go
not?
both ways.
Well, no, what I mean, that's only in that paradigm. Again, you're still thinking in terms of a heliocentric universe, Big Bang cosmology. We're
Not
not talking.
really. I do not think that
Yeah,
is
you're talking
not.
about expansion and contraction of a universe. That's like Big Bang cosmology. We're not talking about that. Because see, this is the thing. People are like, well, why is this even an issue? Why are people lying about what the Earth is? It's to do with how it got here, right? Because if the Earth isn't a ball, then how did it get here?
Yeah. So I that is why I think people believe in the flat Earth is really talking about the reality itself. Is a
Yeah, we're talking
discussion
about
about
reality.
reality.
Yeah, we're talking about observable reality.
Exactly. So flat Earth is like it's like it's like a holographic of
No.
the reality.
No. Why are you adding holographic? Who said that? Only you. We're not saying that.
Well, if the flat Earth makes sense, then the space cannot make sense. You know, like you
Yeah,
cannot have
it's not a
flat
flat
Earth
Earth
and
in space.
space.
Yeah, yeah, do not mix the two. It is not a flat Earth in space. There is no space.
Exactly. If there is flat Earth, there is no space. It's like
Correct.
you cannot mix these two things together because it just wouldn't make sense at all.
Yes, correct. So erase everything you think you know about
But the thing is, like,
the
do
universe
still
beyond
see
the Earth.
stars above my head. So
Yeah.
why is that? You know, it's like that it
Because
makes
the
me
stars are
wonder.
above because the stars are above your head, right? Some people will tell you there's also stars beneath your feet if you dig far enough, but they're above your head, as you've correctly identified. There's an up and there's a down for everyone.
If you're in an airplane at a cruising speed, do you feel the floor of the airplane beneath you?
Of course.
Sorry, who said that?
Me.
You
Me.
feel so you're at a constant speed. You're not accelerating or decelerating. Can you not walk to the bathroom in your airplane comfortably?
I think yeah, I can. If it's like
Okay.
maintain the same speed.
Right. Okay. So I just wanted to make sure we're on the same page that as long as you're not accelerating or decelerating, you can walk on a moving plane without issue. Like a moving surface of the earth, for example.
Airplanes contain.
What moving surface of the earth?
No, I'm saying you can move on a moving airplane at a constant speed, the same way you can move on a moving surface
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying
But you definitely know you're moving, though, right?
Honestly,
No, I'm just
though,
saying you wouldn't sense the motion.
But you do
and
sense
I'm
it, though,
not,
don't you?
yeah.
Like if you're
I'm
being
not
honest with
saying
yourself, you do sense it,
I'm
though,
not
right?
saying this alone. I'm not saying this alone proves or disproves anything. I'm just saying.
No, but what I'm saying is you do sense the motion, right? Like
I
your
do.
body's
Yeah,
made that way. You sense every little thing, right?
You sense the motion when you accelerate, when you take off,
Forget
and when
about the
you
acceleration and the
decelerate.
deceleration. Just the in-flight moving at that speed, you feel like the shakes and every little vibration. You feel all that stuff, right?
Yeah, but you're moving at a much faster speed when you feel the
How about when
least.
you're in a car? Do you feel all that stuff in the car?
Yeah. Okay. Let me put it this way: when a race car driver starts the race, they're moving at a much lower speed
I
than in the
get it, man.
middle.
I get the
Yeah.
acceleration and deceleration part, but I'm talking
Okay.
about like your vestibular system and your body, right? Like you feel other things other than acceleration and deceleration, right?
Yeah, but you could theoretically, if there were no like drag, or if you were in like a quote unquote vacuum, it could literally be imperceivable, the speed you're traveling at without any outside interference.
But even if we wanted to, I mean, we can pick apart these kind of analogies and show that they're not actually analogous even to the claim that the globe is making. But even if we entertain it, stories about why we can't detect motion is not evidence for motion. We're still lacking any evidence for actual motion.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just saying, yeah, that alone isn't like a globe busting,
No, we're just pointing out the observation, the experience, which is where we start. And then if you want to try and prove otherwise, feel free, but no one seems to be able to.
Well, yeah, I'm just addressing that point alone. It seemed like you were saying that because we can't feel something moving, that it shouldn't be. And maybe that's not what you were saying literally, but I just thought I'd
That's just the
clarify that.
natural observation. Yeah. No, I mean, I wasn't saying just that. I mean, people have tried throughout history to detect Earth's motion, but they've failed to do so. So, I mean, he was just asking why we would question that the Earth is a globe, and I'm just pointing out these observable facts about our experience on Earth. So.
Or yeah, I don't have a. Yeah, I don't. I was just addressing that. Yeah. I don't want to like go in depth, and I'm not a scientist. I'm not a scientist either, so.
That's all right. Well, you're welcome to discuss and ask questions if you want, but up to you.
Maybe one might come up when I listen along. Yep.
Was Leaf still here? Leaf, you still hanging in there?
I am.
What are you thinking?
I'm just looking at chat of the photos that people have been posting
Okay.
about
Let
like the
me
line
hook
of
you up.
sight.
Let me hook you up with a server resource if you don't already have it. All right, I'm going to
Yeah,
send
for
you a
sure.
link. I'm going to send you a link to our server, which has gigabytes of information. It's got additional information all alphabetized, so you can just take some time, go through it.
All right, thank you.
No worries.
So, what makes you think? Like, what is the uh, agenda behind selling the Earth as globe to you?
Does anyone want to take the why question? Who's about from the
Is
FEC?
it a why they would lie? Is that what?
Yeah, pretty much.
pretty much.
So what do you think they're lying about?
The physical reality.
Can you get a citation of where they said what physical reality is? Let's
Well,
look
it's
at the
very much
statement.
like
Let's look at the statement and then analyze what they're saying, and then determine. How about let's start there? Was there even a lie on the table? Because I'll let you know that my research, they are very vague about what they're telling you the Earth is. All the language, all their press conferences, all their information they put out is extremely vague. They don't straight up say the Earth is a giant lava ball, a water covered lava ball. It's always kind of like prefaced out and wordsmithed, so they're never actually making. They're not actually saying. They say a lot and say nothing at the same time. It's peak government at its finest.
what about the spaceship they sent to the space and taking pictures of Mars? What about that?
So that's not Earth, right? Is Mars Earth or is Earth Earth?
Of course, Mars is not Earth, right? But like,
Okay, so we talk about Earth or we talk about Mars right now?
no, but like, if you think flat Earth makes sense,
Okay,
then
are we talking
how
about
would
Earth
that
or
be
Mars?
Mars
Which
though?
one?
Well, I'm talking about Mars. Like, how would Mars be possible if the Earth is flat? Because like,
Yeah,
Earth
so
is
we're talking
flat.
about Mars or Earth right now?
Oh, Mars.
Okay, so is this channel about Mars or Earth?
Well, I'm simply asking, like, how could that be existing if the Earth is flat?
Talking about
If Mars
Mars
is
or
real.
Earth right now? Which one?
Mars
Okay, is that Earth?
is not.
Okay, so if you say flat Earth, are you thinking Mars or Earth?
Well, obviously it's Earth, right?
Okay,
I think what
good.
he's
So now we're
I think
back
what
to
he's
Earth.
saying, Chris, is I think what the guy's sort of saying is like he's seen pictures from so-called space of Earth, so it must be true. But we would say that's not really evidence of a physical Earth curve measurement. I mean, to know that you live on a spherical ball with dimensions, it must have been measured at some point in history. Have you any idea who measured it? Maybe not.
Yeah, maybe we lost them.
Conspiracies covered in like these two dudes that are talking about Hamas and some other shit. They won't talk about conspiracy.
No, I'm asking. It's like, if the Earth is flat, then how would there be Mars? It's just a
Okay, how
simple
about this?
question.
Let's start with very basic logic and reason. If the
Oh, so
Earth
then
is
you guys just
flat,
switch to a topic when I'm here?
is the Earth flat? You said if the Earth is flat. So if the Earth is flat, what is it?
Then there wouldn't be space. There wouldn't
Okay,
be other
if no, hold on,
planets.
take a step back. Let's very basic logic and reason. If the Earth is flat, would it be flat or not flat if the Earth is flat?
It is flat. If the Earth is flat, then it is flat.
Then it's
Then
flat. Okay, so if it's flat, does something other than the Earth highlight that the Earth would be not flat if it's flat? Would you be able to say it? Okay, the Earth is flat, therefore Mars, therefore the Earth is not flat. Does that logically follow to you?
well, because the flat Earth theory is denying the solar system. You're denying that
How
we.
about yeah? So let's just get back to the surface of the Earth then. You want to talk about everything other than the surface of the Earth as your proof of what the surface of the Earth is. How about just get right back to the topic, the Earth, and how flat it is. You don't need any sort of sky magic to talk about the surface of the Earth. You got the surface of the Earth right here, right now, right in front of you. Your lying eyes can see the surface of the Earth, can measure it, and practically use it. You don't need to talk about Mars. And your whole thing was like, why would they lie? How would you know that they're even if you follow this meth fueled symposium? How would you know if they're telling you the truth about Mars or not? They could make up anything. They could tell you anything they wanted. There's no way you would know the difference one way or the other. There's no way you would be able to know the difference. You are not going to leave the Earth, even if it's a globe. Even if I just hand you a globe, you will never leave the Earth. You will be here forever. You will remain. Your remains will be here. As long as you're alive, from the day you were born to the day you die, and for however long your remains are here, you will remain on this Earth. You will not leave. So they could tell you whatever they wanted about Mars. They could tell you there's Martians there. They could tell you there's giant spiders, all kinds of crazy shit. You would never know the difference. So why would they tell you the truth? If they know they can lie to you and they know you'll believe it anyway, why would they tell you the truth?
So what is the purpose for them to lie to us? There's like
Yeah, so you want to know why they would lie? Because you'll believe it. They're probably laughing their ass off.
Is that the whole purpose? To lie with us?
Well, I mean, do you see another purpose? I mean, didn't they tell you that a taser, the same government that tells you that Mars is a giant red rock with a core of ice, they also told you the taser was not harmful. Like no harm. You could just tase the shit out of somebody, and it's like nothing. It's like tickling them.
It's like I'm not
tickling them
trying
into
to
compliance.
I'm not trying to deny the perspective of
Yeah, isn't that
fans.
science denial to tell somebody that a taser
At the same time, I
is
don't
harmless?
want. I think it's just really hard for me to push up the idea of space because there's like so many evidence. I mean, the evidence of
No
the pictures
evidence.
that they show us.
There's just images and videos that you can't verify.
That you believe. So why would you believe it? How would you verify that? Would you want to trust but verify? Would you want to use the same logic the government uses? A very famous quote from Reagan says trust and verify. Right now, you got just trust. If they know you'll trust anything they say, never question it. Never even have a method to question it. Why would they tell you the truth? They got you. They got
I
you
think
hook,
it
line,
is
and
because the
sinker.
truth is like it's just too far to comprehend for most of us. Like I think
How far away
a
is
lot of
Mars? Let's see. What do you know about Mars? How far away is it?
no, it's
But
like
just before you, yeah, but can I say something?
Leaf,
Is it-
one deck. Hold on. Do you know anything about Mars at all without having to Google it?
no.
What do you know
like,
about? How far away is it?
I'm just trying to
So the topic you know absolutely nothing about, and so you don't even know what lies. What have they even said? This is why I told you it's best to look up what you think they didn't lie about, and let's look at it. Because right now they could tell you anything. They could tell you the Mars is 140 million miles away. They could tell you it's 30 million miles away. They could tell you whatever they wanted. And inside your worldview, you would never be able to adjudicate it. You'd either believe it or you wouldn't believe it.
I know it's all about if I believe it or not.
Yeah, because right now, even asking you very simple. How large is Mars? Why is Mars red? What do they say? What's a reason for why it's red?
It's like I think Mars is another reality.
So you know, there you go. Now you know why they would lie. That right there. If you think Mars is another reality, that is calling out NASA as a bunch of liars.
It's like I'm trying to figure out like it's like the concept of space, you know, the solar system. Maybe it is not what we think it is, but I think it just plays a very big role in terms of reality, how we perceive it. Like
Go ahead,
I
One Deck. I
believe
think you can take lead now.
like the stars, the solar system we see in the sky, they are actually our past. Like the aliens, like they are there, but we just cannot coexist at the same time because they were our past. And the light we see is like it was ages ago. Those stars we observe right now, the light we observe from those stars would have probably be gone by now. And
That
I
was their
believe
past, or that was our past?
that was our past. That's
Like
what I
Earth's
believe.
past.
There's no Earth though. If you talk about flat Earth, then there's no Earth. It's just flats. It's just like it's just this reality, if you know what I mean. But if we were able to leave whatever the container is, we were able to connect back to our past and make connections with them. But this is something that is like so absurd that it's like
What's going
normal
on?
people cannot comprehend about that. It's like about the reality. It's like
Observable reality isn't absurd, it's observable reality. What's absurd is actually the story they've fed us since we were children, once you actually examine it in detail.
I was just saying to Crit when he's asking why would they lie. Well, they are. The point is they are lying. So it doesn't really matter what. I mean, you can get into that, but once you know it's a lie, then it's a lie, and we can prove it's a lie.
I'll give you a branch, Leaf. I would suggest that at least one of, if not the main reason that this has been told to us this way is because they want to confuse the origin of Earth. Right? How did it get here? Because they've given you a story of how it got here with the globe, yeah? But if it's not a globe, then that story about how it got here is incorrect. Do you understand that? Or do you need us to explain?
Yeah, because I think the theory they're providing is just easy to comprehend because there is a start. You know, it's like people will always ask, "Oh, what
Well,
is
we're
the
not saying
beginning of the universe?" And
have
they
a
will say,
start.
"Oh, it's the
Yeah.
Big Bang." But if
Yeah.
we are talking about flat Earth, then the Big Bang theory just simply
Doesn't work.
doesn't apply to flat Earth.
Yeah, so what
And
it
but
points
people
to,
will get confused.
right,
People just
just
like,
let me cap it off. So what it points to is intelligent design. Right. However you want to think of that intelligence, it speaks to a creation that's been knowingly created and us as a part of it. So that's the big difference. And that's, in my opinion, the main reason that they don't want people really knowing this.
Who are they exactly again?
Well,
They, as in who?
whoever has the initiative to propagate this theory in the education system and the mainstream media corporations and all that.
but you say they don't want us to believe we were being created. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, essentially.
What do they? So going back to that, what do they stand to gain from that?
Well, it's about the hierarchy of power, right, as you're perceived by society. So in a materialist paradigm with no intelligent creator, the nation state governments and associated organizations arguably are the top of the pyramid, and they get to set the rules and everyone just goes with them. They're the authority on earth. But if there was a another authority higher than that that people knew of, that would be a challenge to their power and their influence. So theoretically, if you did have a mind to enact ultimate control over people, it would be in your interest
Well, contain like supposedly, like I don't know. I think I heard it here that some particles make it all the way to the moon. Well, at least that's the what they claim. So that would suggest that once you get very far out, there's less air, and then gravity would pull the majority of the air particles closest to the center of the Earth, according to them, of course.
Well, according to them, yeah.
Yeah.
But,
I'm just trying to represent as accurately as possible what they're claiming is the case.
Well, they're claiming that we live on a ball.
I know that much.
Well, I'm going to talk about Newtonian gravity, because that's what we're talking about, which has been superseded, by the way. But that ball is pulling everything to the center, but we don't actually have any evidence that we live on a ball, because Earth is actually measured flat. So we haven't got a ball to begin with. So everything else.
So we are making some assumptions. Yeah. We're making assumptions that when they're trying to explain, why gravity pulls the air towards the Earth, we first have to assume that they're working under the assumption that the Earth is a sphere. Yes.
But like the other gentleman said, so you just said it yourself, that the air, the gas pressure is being pulled towards the center of Earth. So where is this gas pressure created?
Well, I didn't use the word pressure, but
air. The air that we're breathing is gas pressure. Where is it created?
Where is it created? Well, you could say by gravity.
No. Where is it first established? Where's its origins?
The origins of the particles?
Of the air, the gas pressure that we're breathing. Is it created up in the air at a high altitude and being pulled down, or is it being created at ground level?
Well, according to quote unquote them, it's being generated by the whole mass of the Earth, especially the center, like the densest part in the center of the Earth.
Well, gas pressure is sort of created, from the surface of Earth, vegetation, the oceans. That's where it's created.
Oh, so the origin of the oxygen, or? Yeah, photosynthesis. Yeah.
So it's created at ground level. So when you say it's being pulled down, where's it being pulled down from if it's created at surface level?
Well, according to them, from the center of the Earth.
Well, I don't think you're understanding what I'm asking.
So the oxygen is being created by trees, or by plants for the photosynthesis, and then, the atmosphere comprises carbon dioxide and nitrogen too. But whatever mix there is.
So is it expanding out and rising? Yeah.
So some particles are not. So I guess the same would be like with the ocean. Supposedly, I'm not a scuba diver, and I'm not speaking as an expert in oceans. But the deeper you go, supposedly, the more pressure it is, and supposedly again, gravity accounts for that.
So the gas pressure that's created at surface level, is that expanding out and up into all directions and filling any available space?
No, it's being drawn towards. It's not. So pressure systems. I'm not a meteorologist, but I think,
hold on. When you're, I know you're not a scuba diver, but when you breathe bubbles underground, that's being drawn to where?
So air is lighter. Yeah, air is lighter than water.
So it's not being drawn.
Air is lighter than water.
Yeah, so it's not being drawn.
Well, the water's being drawn more heavily because
No,
it's
that we're
heavier
talking
than
about
air.
the air bubbles are being what? Drawn to the core or drawn to the surface?
So if air is
Yes, which
going up,
one? Not so. It's
I'm
don't try to answer acutely.
I'm trying
What
to
happens
answer
to the
as
air
accurately
bubbles?
as I can. Okay.
No,
So
okay.
air is
What
going
happens to
up.
the air bubbles then? Do they go up
Air
or to
goes
the
up
core of the earth?
because
Well,
air
it's
goes
the
Okay,
up because the
density
there you
of
water is
the
go.
heavier.
air is less than the
There
density
you
of the
go.
water.
So nothing to do with gravity.
Yeah, well, water's heavier than air, so gravity pulls it preferentially closer to the earth than air.
Oh, so the water's being pulled down and the air bubbles aren't rising?
The air bubbles are rising because the water is being
Okay, there
kept
you go. So they're
to the
not
ground.
being drawn.
It's about density.
Yeah, it's about
not about
density.
gravity. Yeah. Good job, guys. So you can end the gravity chantings. But yeah, I'll go back to listening. But yeah, you're trying to get cute with your answers. No need for that.
Yeah, it's like helium. Like helium balloons will go up because the atmosphere, because oxygen is heavier than helium. So nitrogen and oxygen are
Relative
heavier than
density then.
helium. Are you going to keep interrupting me? Jeez. Oxygen and,
Oh,
and,
you don't
and
need to pray to
nitrogen
Jesus just yet.
are
Just don't,
heavier than helium. That's why a helium balloon
listen. You're the one who
will
prefaced
go
it
up.
with "You don't go scuba diving," and then you
Okay,
wanted to
I'm
tell
going to
us
put
everything
myself
was
on
drawn
mute.
to the core of the earth, but the bubbles go up.
Okay, thanks, guys. Nice talking.
All right, take care.
Yeah, the measured language. Excuse me for creating a premature exit, but yeah, the measured language is just.
No, he was looking for a reason to boot Scoot. He was a squawker. I'm not sure if you knew that, old Haas. We were talking to another guy, Lee for tree or something, and this guy started squawking and got everyone's attention. And then once he got the attention he wanted, then he just left.
Well, Leaf's back. Leaf actually piped up in the middle of that. So
Yeah, he's the original guy we were talking to.
welcome back, Leaf.
Nah, I've always been here.
Okay, did you hear what he was doing though?
I think he was like trying to give some of his perspective. That's all.
Yet then when the example of a bubble from a scuba diver, he didn't want to talk about that. Then he wants to talk about relative density. Well, what happened to gravity?
Yeah, he doesn't want to talk about density. I mean, in a sense, yeah, because like you say, the air is lighter than water. That's why the air will go up.
I mean, I was talking to the guy for a while, but I think he was obviously he was coming in with his globe narrative and everything, but I'm trying to make out he was sort of inquisitive and asking questions, you know, and coming to find some information out. But all along, he was just waiting to sort of he knew what he was talking about in anti-flat Earth terms.
I didn't know that.
Yep, that's what he was doing.
I think if you are intellectually honest, you can follow. But if you are not, you will be something like always find looking for some kind of. It must be some kind of explanation. I will at least look in my mind what the explanation would be because I'm not expert or whatever. But yeah, this is gravity. Yeah, this is density. But doesn't matter. Now, if somebody is intellectually honest, he will say, "Yeah, okay, I didn't think about this." Okay, are you? Yeah, really? That bubbles are going up. That has no sense. But no, he wants to somehow explain that has to have sense, like for the flat surface. Yeah, it is flat, but it must for sure it's curved. It is curved. It doesn't matter how much of distance you show the flatness. There is explanation why it's like.
Yeah, because we all know the Earth's a ball. I mean, that's what he was. That's what he was doing.
Because he was all the time speaking about the center, but where is that center? To reach that center, how we reach the center of the sphere? If we have the sphere, questions like that. Oh, we assume the center because of the radius and okay.
Yeah, that's what I find like, cause like in flat Earth, there's no such thing as gravity, right? Like gravity doesn't really exist in
Well,
the
could you say
term.
what that is before we start? Like, what is
Yeah.
gravity?
Yeah, that's what I'm
It
saying. It's
is
like
what? What is
like
it? What is
if you're
that?
talking about the Earth as a globe, then there is gravity. But if
What
flat
is
Earth,
that? Well, that word you're using, what is it?
well, I don't know. It's like
There we
that's
go.
what
Yeah,
they were describing.
I
You
don't
know
know either.
the
I
force
think
of
when someone
gravity is
says the
more.
word gravity, it's a very long-winded, boring, and played-out version of I don't know.
Well, I were being told that gravity exists, but how can I
Well,
prove it? I am not a
I mean,
scientist.
Neil deGrasse Tyson tells you he doesn't know.
But the way I see is it's more like if gravity doesn't exist, then that comes to like a huge difference in terms of
Yeah, but this is, I'm not sorry to interrupt you, but this is where the last conversation went. But for gravity, in what we're talking about and pulling things to the center of a globe, you're going to need a globe for that. Yeah. And so in the first instance, now we have to prove, do we live on a globe? To prove that things are being pulled to the center of it in the Newtonian version. So how do we know we live on a globe? To prove that gravity might exist. Do you know anybody who's measured the Earth, as in with a radius of 3959? Can you name who it was and how they did it?
I mean, you heard him, Lee Faro. When I started asking about where this gravity was, he started explaining relative density to me. We're describing it as the reason for why that was occurring.
And if you give them that also, okay, gravity exists, it's pulling to the center of the Earth. Let's take that. And now what? Isn't that mean that surface is curved, pulling down?
but so from what I hear is like seems like the big difference between flat Earth and the Earth is a globe is that having a flat Earth is like we're being created instead of we are. But like if we believe in the Earth is a globe, which means we believe in space, and then we believe in the Big Bang theory,
Yeah, you have
which
to
is
take
like
then you have to take the Catholic's word for it.
yeah, we are kind of like created. We're not even created. We just happens um, like randomly, which is which is like which is like which kind of makes us like became like atheists in a sense because we kind of like here exist randomly. We're not being created. So it's more
Yet
like
the
a big
Catholic
difference
Church
in
who
terms of
comes up with your
consciousness.
Big Bang story.
Yeah, the Catholic Church doesn't sell the Big Bang Theory, though, no?
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they
They
did.
do?
They did.
They just like say God created heaven and earth. That's all. But they didn't say it's like an explosion.
Well, Lemaitre was a Catholic priest.
But logically speaking, I think that Vatican should be first complaining before us about the Helios. Just like a belief first.
But I do find what is the center, the core value of flat Earth appealing. It's like, yeah, being created instead of Big Bang.
I look like this. You have organs in the body. They have all functions. And blood and all that stuff, That cannot come from nowhere. That must be created. Like, your lungs must produce your air. Your heart is doing what it's doing. Everything it's doing what should to do. Why oceans are not? Why oceans are salty? Why are not normal water?
Yeah, why is that?
That's whale ski.
That cannot be like by accident. And then you have rivers that are not salty.
So what do you think? Why is that? What does it do
I don't
anything with flat
I don't
Earth?
know, but it must be some purpose of that for sure. Why we have eyes?
Whale semen.
Why we have trees? Oh, somebody said we're producing oxygen with these trees. Oh, how trees started to grow from who put the seed in the ground?
Yahweh.
The Big Bang?
A boom.
And I'm coming from that atheistic world, not from religion. But logic sometimes it's new normal, new logic.
So what were you guys talking about, Lee Faro, before the other guy jumped in with the gravity chanting? Do you remember?
I think it was about the salinity of the ocean and the possibility of that being
No,
whale.
before that, Fresh Ground. I heard all your little whale jokes. Prior to that, the guy prior to that, before you arrived. One Deck and Leafar were speaking, and then some other guys started chanting about gravity and.
We're discussing about. I think we were talking about Mars and
Why would they lie and blah blah blah.
mm-hmm.
Every time somebody asks why would they lie, I always respond, when have they not? That's the simplest response.
Yeah, and
When have
then
they
we
not?
talk about authority and stuff like that. It's like they lie about that because it's just for the sake of controlling us, something like that. I forgot like what the other guy was talking about authority, like how did that link up to that?
That's why I flip it on them and I make them have the burden of proof. Prove that they've ever told the truth about anything.
It is from what I like from what I understand, it's like if the Earth is globe, then we're not essentially being created. So, which means if there's no creator, then we have to listen to certain authority in this reality, and which is them. And what they would do is to divide us, and so they will always remain in power. So that, from what I understand, because I always been understanding flat Earth is not really about being flat or not. It's about an ideology or consciousness. It's something bigger than that. It's something bigger than the shape of the Earth. It's always about consciousness, right?
Oh yeah. It's something bigger what they don't want that one's normal human being know. Because that will open something. I don't know what is that, but that is something what open the mind. And they don't want that your mind is open.
I just like
They're trying
taking. Yeah, go ahead, brother.
No, go ahead. I was just going to be on some bullshit. Go ahead. You sound like you were being serious.
Well, not really. All I was going to say is I like to just turn it against them and say, why does it have to be a lie? Why can't people just be wrong? So, if people have just accepted that the Earth is a globe and they've done certain things, why does it have to be a lie? That's what I like to tell them. Like, because obviously something's going on inside of each and every glober to ask us, well, why would they lie? And I like to just return on them and say, well, no, why would that be a lie? And make them explain why they think that would be a lie and say, okay, well, if a kid is adopted and he turns 12 or 13 and says, You don't really seem like my dad and my mom. I don't know. I look different from you all. And ultimately, then they tell the kid he was adopted. Was that really a lie? Because I mean, yeah, he's not the adopted. He's not the biological parents, but by the same token, it's a little, still there's mom and dad. But anyway, that's kind of my idea. It's a thought that I pull out. But continue on, brother.
You could lie by omission, maybe. But yeah, people who have brothers who are enemies and friends who are brothers. So yeah, yeah. But why would they lie? I mean, why not?
They're just trying to protect you from the big Nephilim that are trying to eat you. That's all.
Let's say that you are prime minister of Belgium, and in private life you look into this topic, and you realize that the Earth is flat. What you will do? Like a prime minister of Belgium, you will say the truth, of course. You say the Earth is flat, and everybody will look at this prime minister of Belgium saying it, because prime minister of Belgium is living in the same world like me. He doesn't know anything about flat Earth or globe. He's living on the globe. But
Did he
NASA
actually
is
say the Earth is flat?
no. I'm. This is the story. What would happen if that's true? He will not tell anything about flat Earth and ever. That's the first things what he will do. If he starts to do that, maybe he will not be anymore prime minister of Belgium. He will be retarded guy who is claiming that the Earth is flat or something like that. But what about
Yeah, I
NASA?
mean that's usually the name that goes associated with it.
Who is lying, NASA or a Belgian prime minister? Because the Belgian prime minister will get all information from space from where? From Belgian space agency? Or it will come from 5 or 6 sources in the world, like Israel, Russia, USA, China, and what is else? India, I don't know. And that's all.
That's all the same thing, though.
That means no
Those are all the
Croatia,
same thing.
not Croatia, not Nicaragua, not Peru, not Nigeria, not Azerbaijan, not these countries. Are they all lying about the space programs? They don't have
Yes.
it. Yes. They're
Yeah,
not
they.
lying. They're only sharing the information from
How
person.
would they be lying together? It just seems too absurd.
Well, look at the COVID situation. There's the proof that all governments are in a giant conspiracy together to lie to you. What else do you need?
How so?
Off topic. Yeah, fresh grown just has to troll until he's muted. That's how he has to have his morning coffee and then troll until he's muted before he can start his day.
So what is your take on the vaccination that they gave us during the COVID?
The take on it is it's off topic. Next topic now.
Yeah. The next topic is that there are people who are making long distance observations, and how I realize these are people who want to deceive people because they are showing something what is not true. They want to look. This is the flat surface. Look, people. You understand? Some people want to deceive nations, not that some power want to deceive the nation. It's opposite now. There are a bunch of people making some long distance observations showing that Earth is flat. That's why, because they want to deceive this beautiful, harmonical, and peaceful without control. Nobody even wanted to control ever in human history. We are looking at the control every year, every day in, let's say, 1/3 of country of the world. It's happening all the time. And we are speaking, why would somebody control?
And sorry, I had to take off one of my sons, so that's why I kind of bolted like 3/4 of the way through my thought. But even like yesterday in the Islam server, I had somebody asking me about the space shuttle and how they had to re-enter Earth's orbit. And my answer was the same thing that I just said a moment ago about, to the why would they lie being, why would it be a lie? To the point that the space shuttle and I've been to Kennedy Space Center a few times, so I've seen it in person, stood right next to them. And the fact is, they only go to about 150 miles or so, not anywhere near even where the lowest purported satellites are supposedly at. So why would that be anything other than just an airplane, a small airplane? And that seems it's just interesting. It seems like that's a way that kind of puts them in a mind. Well, I don't want to say the word, a mind screw up, and they don't know how to answer those sort of things because it defangs the bite that they're trying to put into us, and they just really don't know how to react.
Did Chinese recorded the other part of the moon? I think that was the news. The Chinese recorded the dark side of the moon.
Yeah, how's that even possible if the Earth is flat?
No, not that. Why Americans did that, and why is this not so big news? This is like a landing on. Same for me. Would be there like 1,000 videos about that.
How can you believe in the moon is real if you believe the Earth is flat?
If Earth is flat, how will it look like the surface?
Well, I'm guessing what they did was they went from Studio 1A, and then they went to the other side, which was Studio 1B, and that's how they filmed the other side of the moon.
Nah, they use softwares, not rooms.
Say that again. They used what?
Computer softwares, not rooms.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. You know, they got the green screen in Studio 1A, and then they went to the green screen in Studio 1B, and then they set up the computer and made it. Wow, we're on the dark side of the moon.
I can post you that how you can do that in real time with the live stream. That there is technology for that. You don't need to edit anymore. You can do that live. That means you and me can speak in jungle of Amazonia, you know, and people will think that we are in jungle of Amazonia, but we are in studio. But that's okay. There it is.
What's up, old hoss? You're a funny guy, you know that, old hoss? Is fresh grown flower, is he a controlled opposition or something?
He's a goofball, resident goofball.
Yeah, President Goof. No, he's not a goofball. He's a goof flat.
No, his mask falls off late into the night, and he starts screaming about the unraveling outer space mythology. It's quite funny.
Really? Wait, so he's
Yeah,
not a.
stick around. You'll see his bullshit act, his bullshit artistry at work.
He's just like a LARPer.
Just let him cook. He's cooked. He doesn't know whether he's coming or going.
Why? What was he saying this morning?
That's the funny thing. He was saying shit that I don't even want to repeat.
Oh, it was bad, like bad
Whale
stuff.
fluid jokes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, his big problem is he knows that the quote unquote flat earthers are right. That's why he's got a bee in his bonnet.
He was like, he must be really good at LARPing because I thought it was a flat earther.
Well, in small sample sizes, he will put on a little mask and do a little dance. But yeah, it's like infinite jest. You have to take in the entire literary work.
Yeah, I mean, he's one of the like tree flat, or he's a Bevite. Like, if there's a tree on the plane, then that means it's no longer flat or something.
Yeah, something like that. He gets real, even though they call it the blue marble, he gets really bent out of shape when people point to water. One of those.
Oh yeah, he's definitely.
Yeah, you got it right though. You have seen him morph.
Yeah.
It's quite interesting that troop exists, isn't it?
What the like?
Yeah, there's a hammer on the ground. The Earth can't be flat. I just tripped over it. How could I trip over a hammer if the Earth is flat?
Yeah,
that kind of bullshit.
I think it's just a troll, really. I don't know anyone who actually could believe that. Like, flatness. That's why you have to ask them to define flatness in order to disprove that argument.
It's akin to when people say, "Well, what about tides?"
I'm guilty.
I
of
know you don't
that
like that.
joke.
I know you don't like those dots being connected, but that's what it's akin to.
Why does water find this level, bro? The water is moving.
Why did caged birds sing?
Because I want to get out of the cage.
Or maybe they like it in there.
Well, unfortunately,
listen. We know what water does. I mean, a water drop on a blade of grass in a mountain eventually may make it into the sea. Like Jimi Hendrix says, castle is made of sand.
Yeah, the water cycle.
No, the waves will destroy your castle made of sand eventually.
Also, water does all types of things. It doesn't exclusively find its level. It evaporates. It moves.
It's
has a bunch of
in
things.
equilibrium. It's constantly seeking. Water boils. People cry.
Yeah.
Water boils in vacuum.
That is true. Yeah.
Are we in vacuum?
No.
But we are going 66,000 miles per hour in vacuum.
We aren't in a vacuum.
Okay. But heliocentric model is.
No, it's not a vacuum.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. Define a vacuum.
Vacuum, 10 to minus 17 torr.
So that means that there's no matter in there at all. I mean, that would
No,
be
I'm saying I'm only repeating what heliocentric model is.
Hmm.
I think I mentioned to you the other day, Trig, or I kind of was hinting at it with you, right? Like, so they have the the idea that gravity is this the bending and warping of space time due to the unequal distribution of mass, right? So which one came first? Like, how did the mass within the universe, wherever it came from, whatever its origin, ha- when did gravity form? Was it already there?
I'm of the
Yeah, it's
group
a
of I'm of the
it's
group
a
where I don't really care too much about relativity, or that's not. I won't say I say I don't care too much about the mechanism of gravity, and that like
yeah. Well, no,
it just
even if it was Newtonian, it's like mass attracting mass, right? Like, well, what came first, the attraction or the mass, or is it just inherent property of mass? And the point of me bringing it up is not really to answer the question; it's just to point out that it's an origin story, right? And what I mean by it's an origin story is it's these things have to come like the heart, lungs, and blood vessels. They have to come into being all at once in order to make any sense. So when they ask, right, like so for bending and warping of space time to make sense, right? Like unequal distribution of mass, bending and warping space and time to cause the perspective of down. It has to all occur at the same time. So what I'm pointing out is this is an origin story. So when people ask like, well, why down, right? Uh, they're also trying to figure out what came first, right? Like, so then what came first? Can you hear me?
yeah. So I mean, like, obviously the creation of the universe and whatever caused it, I don't know. I don't think I have the capability to um know or actually say anything about that, because it's just so bizarre, really. Like I don't know. I'm agnostic.
No, I mean, I hear you. I'm not saying that you have to have the answer, right? But if I were to simply give the answer, not that this is like a rebuttal to what right? But people want to know they want to know the answer. Why do things go down, right? But if I were to give the answer that the origin is that the Earth was first, it would just make sense, right? But then we would need to know what made the Earth, because the glow model has a creation story where things make themselves, right? So like that question of like why is down for solid objects through air. It seems like it might be complicated because they give you a story of how it created itself and gave itself a vector of down. But in order for that to be the case, all these things had to come into being.
Yeah. I would say the force of gravity is just it's like an effective mass, really. I guess. I mean, I guess that means
Yeah,
that
you have to. Yeah.
mass can't not have gravity. I don't know the mechanism of gravity. I don't know the force mediator. Like, I don't know. Like, I would say, like, the force mediator of electromagnetism is the photon. I don't know the force mediator of gravity. I mean, there has to be one, but we just don't know it.
Yeah, well, yeah, that's what I'm pointing out is that, um, you know, partially like staying on that topic that would have to be the case. Yeah, that like so. Yeah, for this organization or this order to occur, like it would have to be at the same time. And it had to always have if you were to think in that way, it would have always have had the ability to do what it does. Therefore, it had to have been already designed in that way to work that way. It couldn't not work that way. So it had to come into existence at the same time. So all I'm pointing out is that it's an origin story. When people ask why down, what we're all really asking is what came first, the sky or the earth.
Nothing came first in the sense that if we're going by the Big Bang, everything came at the same time, right?
Well, sort of. And that's what I'm pointing out. I mean, so like that philosophy of the Big Bang, it kind of touches on that, as in it has to all come at the same time, or there's no way it would work.
Yeah, I mean, it's creation is convoluted, really.
Yeah, so I mean, like sometimes the simple answer, like not that it's an answer, not that it's even known or that it's even true, but if Earth were first, then down would be down, no problem. Wouldn't have any issue with down being down to the Earth.
Down to the Earth. Well, the vector of down is just vector of gravity, the constant acceleration downwards, which happens with any two masses, right? Doesn't matter if it's the Earth or two lead balls, right? Well, those vectors are sideways in the x direction, but
Yeah, actually, I used to play around with an idea a couple years ago that lateral was the real vector, yeah, left and right.
How could that? So lateral vectors explain downwards motion.
And then then you have relative density disequilibrium. I'm not going to get it. Was just something I was running through my mind. But just the question of but why down, right? If the Earth, I mean, it's just an if then statement, right? But if the Earth were the first thing ever made, doesn't seem like there's any contradictions with solids going down.
All right, so if Earth was the first thing ever made, so it just poofed into existence, right? Is there a question, which way is down then?
Yeah, right, yeah.
Well, the Earth has mass, so down is just a vector of gravity, the acceleration downwards that any object experiences around it.
Right, yeah, so no issues.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're agreeing.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to comment on that, just because, well, I just wanted to comment on that, and then also bring into it the discussion about the gravity and what would have to be the case if it was different implications of what was going on. Gravity would have to already exist for mass to attract mass, and then mass would already have to exist for gravity to take its form. So
Is this like implying a intelligent creator or something?
no, it's just the consequence of just like the most basic things required. Like so, like the most basic things required for like elemental. Like what's the most basic thing required? Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why the Coulomb's constant or G is the exact way it is. It's pretty bizarre. I would agree. How that there's these sort of rules or laws in nature. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I would just guess. I'd be like, I don't like why did things disappear bottom first? I'd be like, I don't know, the inverse square law of seeing shit. I don't know. Everything seems to be the inverse square law. So I'll just guess. You got like the inverse square law of sound, light, electricity, magnetism. Like what isn't what isn't?
Dipole interactions are cubed. Cube of the distance.
Yeah, that's the square law squared. So it's like just like a double square.
It's the power of 3. It's multiplying itself 3 times.
Yeah, it just made me think of when Old Hall said, like, why do birds fly or whatever he said.
Because they feel like it.
Well, like just even using birds, right? It was just because birds already have the ability to fly, right?
Yep, they can generate lift that's greater than their weight.
Yeah, but it's like, can a bird that can't fly fly? Of course not. It has to have that ability to fly. Yeah.
I mean, I can fly for a very short period of time. All about it's all about that G, downwards acceleration.
That's the thing you're trying to avoid in flying.
Yeah. I mean, so in order to move a 1 kilogram object upward, if I was to be standing directly over it and picking it up, I would have to exert a force upwards on the object greater than 9.8 newtons if it weighs 1 kilogram in order to move it at all. Won't accelerate if I don't exert a force greater than that. It'll just stay there. But if I have it hanging from like a rope or chain, I can uh, displace it by exerting a force in the x direction less than its weight.
You know, what do you think of? You ever seen that chain test? What do you think of that when you drop a chain? The speed at which the links fall, and the top link hitting at the same time as the. You ever seen that test?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, it kind of puts like a wrinkle in the falling objects. You know, I mean, it is interesting. Like if you were to think about it in a way, like if I when I jump and I hit the ground, right? Like what puts more like my head or my feet?
What puts what?
Embarrassing.
Oh my goodness. All right. Yep. Say again. No thanks.
Like what exerts more pressure onto the floor? The weight from my head or the weight from my feet when I jump?
And when you jump and then hit the ground.
Yeah.
Well,
Like the
Earth's
top
pushing
of
back.
something or the bottom of something.
Well, the Earth's pushing back up on you. It's the same way when you hit something with a hammer and the hammer gets pushed back up.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, but I guess what I'm saying is that these things exert pressure at the same time, even though they're like a distance away. Well, it doesn't matter what really hits first. I mean, if it's I mean, obviously, if I bend, it'll make a difference. But perfectly rigid object hitting would just exert. It would be the same. It's just kind of interesting, like the instantaneous, uh, effect. Doesn't matter where it is.
But you can do
Is
this
there
with
like
slinkies too as well. Hold on.
what is Chat's opinion of like you're traveling at high speed, right, in one direction?
What do you
Let's say
mean?
on like a bullet train, you're on top of the bullet train. When you jump at that situation, you land at the same spot, right? You're not
No, you fly all the way backwards at 400 miles per hour.
But
Like, how does it provide communications? Is that what you want to
Yeah,
know?
for
Okay.
example.
Yeah. So let's use Starlink as an example. Uh, having a large number of satellites, you can get coverage over the entire Earth 24/7. Because the satellites relay information to ground-based systems, which then, well, Starlink actually, it's just your house is the ground-based system. You have a dish on your house, and the satellites relate to you directly. Um, yeah.
Okay, so you have an object falling around the Earth that is spinning and wobbling, and that object is linking 24/7 connection to ground-based systems, and these ground-based systems then contribute the signal.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. So why not just skip the point where you have something falling around a spinning Earth, and you just you erect high, like very tall towers, such as in highly dense areas. You put it in America, you put it on big housings like skyscrapers, or you put a big tower on a very large mountain, and then you make like a big net system, like a spider web, and then you can triangulate the position from there on, or give off whatever signal you want. And the great thing is, what you can do is you can pull in every direction, not just one direction, in every direction, 360 degrees. You can put a transmitter or receiver that then is able to fully cover in every direction. Like, where's the need to put something into the sky?
Because I can put, for example, a geostationary satellite, so I can launch one satellite, and it'll remain fixed in reference to the Earth, and it'll be providing a constant downlink to all the ground-based systems, and it doesn't have to. I don't have to worry about building massive towers that wouldn't be able to um, reach a large enough area, since I can provide one or coverage to tens of thousands of people with like one satellite, as opposed to your towers that would have to be very local to the people that are around it.
But are we building such towers with a coverage of 360 degrees in every direction? In in rural areas, or in general everywhere?
I mean, I'm sure that there are some of those towers, maybe, but I don't think they're produced very much because they wouldn't.
Have we ever looked at a chart how many there are in the world?
I don't know.
I just, if I drive over the autobahn in Germany, for example, or just even if I drive over a small rural landscape, dude, I can count at least in my area, and I don't even live in a high density area. I can at least tell you that there's 6 in a radius of 20 kilometers or 7 big towers, and there's not many people around here. And when I go like into cities like major cities in Germany, then it's insane how many towers and receivers and transmitters you find on rooftops.
Yeah, I mean, oh, you mean like dishes?
Huh?
You mean like satellite dishes on rooftops?
No, I'm talking about like transmitters.
Oh,
You
so
know,
like maybe for
not
cell
on.
service?
Yeah, but could we, if we already know that satellites, which are just not nothing else but the word for a ground-based satellite, if that is already more precise in highly dense areas, why is it then that we, in in any case, have something in a or falling around the ball that has yet to be proven to establish something we can already establish without it falling around the ball that has to be proven?
Uh, yeah, cell service, yeah, is not provided by satellites. I would agree.
Yeah, but Globals always say GPS is provided by satellites, even though we now today know from many documents that the satellites, which are just ground-based satellite systems, which can be attached to almost everything, um, are responsible for precise centimeter um, triangulation. You can't tell me that with something falling around the Earth, I can, to a centimeter or even millimeter, I can get a GPS signal for my drone.
Why not?
Because it needs to be stationary, man. Like, how does it even work? You have a signal with a delay. It would be just way more sufficient to have like 3 towers, like let's say in a dumbed down version, that do a triangulated net system, and you are within that net. So first of all, the towers are always stationary, right? They don't move, so the signal will always be, uninterrupted, like a spider web layer, and you're within that layer. So even if your drone moves, you will always have perfect, up to a centimeter or millimeter, perfect positioning system. Like
Right.
for me, just even if we don't go into the details, having something falling around a supposed ball that has yet to be proven just doesn't make much sense.
All right. So I say you start a company and you try and get investors by proposing an idea where you say, so we know that there's a market for people going out into rural areas or even areas that don't have any service at all. So, like in jungles and in rural areas in the United States and Canada. And you say, my idea is that we're going to build a bunch of cell towers all over in the middle of nowhere to get you cell service with your cell service phone, not a satellite phone, a cell
Yeah.
service phone.
Yeah, isn't
And
that what
see how
we're
many
doing?
investors. See how many investors you get. No, that's not what we're doing.
So we're not building towers everywhere to get better signals.
We are not building towers in the middle of desolate Canada or the United States where there's no service whatsoever in some areas.
Yeah, there where the towers. This funny thing is, wherever you don't have the towers, there you also have no GPS or cell service, because the you only get maybe GPS if you have a stronger receiver, which is a satellite phone, which have a huge bulking antenna, that you can flip out, and it has a very strong receiving mechanism. That means it will probably still get weak signals from these towers that are far off, but with your normal cell phone, it doesn't really have the greatest receiver. You're probably not going to have any GPS signal or cell phone signal left. So the
So,
question is,
yeah.
why is it
So,
that when I go out into these areas where I don't have these towers anymore, I get these anomalies of also getting no signals anymore?
so start a company and look for investors for this idea. I mean, it would be a lot cheaper than satellites.
But they're already aware of this. That's why we use satellites in major cities. Just look into
What is a
what is the
soidolite?
use. Well, look into it, man. It's nothing else but what you think is falling around the earth, but as in a stationary device that you can put on rooftops, on big houses where multiple families live in. You can put it on a tower. You can put it on anything where it
Yeah,
makes
you're
sense
just
to get.
describing the Loran system that they used before they said they used satellites, like not long ago at all. You're just describing the Loran system.
I'm just describing reality, right? What we observe and see and practically use, obviously, right?
Yep. So start a company and get some investors for it, man. Or find anyone who's doing a similar project.
Bro, uh, the thing is, I don't need to do that because it's already going on.
All right. Proof that they're building cell towers
But
in
I can,
rural Canada
if
and
you want
Western
to,
America.
if you want to, I can send you a picture of a tower that has been erected lately that doesn't even have anything on it yet. And there are already a couple of towers in the area. I mean, just look at the maps of how many towers exist all over the countries. It's a lot, man.
Yep, and the areas where there's not enough people for the companies to meet to get a profit, they don't build them. So there's areas
Well,
where they
there are private companies that also utilize so-called towers that you can that work by just um, driving them there on a trailer. For example, as we had these bad floodings in Germany, they had the military put a temporary mobile tower for cell phones and whatnot there with it's like a mobile thing. They can put it there and then it um it is mechanically driven out like a flag post. You know what I mean?
So again, we don't build these things in a lot of areas.
We do, man.
You just say it, but we don't. That's why there's no cell service in a lot of.
Wait, can you prove? Wait, can you prove that we don't do it, or try to at least get everybody coverage? Well, you
You might have a
probably
good
where
business plan though, Clay, because it's $250 million. It says for one satellite communicate for a navigation satellite. That's the claimed cost, and it's $150,000 for a tower. So you could get 160 towers for that same price as one satellite.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean that's why he should. There's a company that's
But
doing the same thing,
but the
or start a
reason
public
the
company.
reason I was easily able to find the pricing is because they already do that, and they also have always used the Loran system. But
I mean, SpaceX is launching their satellites, Falcon 9, for like $50 million, and they're launching over 40 of them at a time.
yeah, I mean,
Pretty
but
cheap per
it's not
satellite.
even like, yeah, I mean, it's I don't know. I'd have to the math has been done. I'd have to look it up, but you get something high up in the sky. What's the angles that you can get to things on the ground? The math has been done, and yeah, you get better. You get a better angle. You get better communication. It doesn't have to be into some. Doesn't have to be whatever. I can't even remember whatever they say. However, the distance they say 200 or 150,000 miles away.
I mean, they have over like 6,000 satellites at this point now. It's quite a lot.
Yeah, but like which ones are claimed to be like 1,000 feet high, 1,000 miles high versus, you know,
None of SpaceX's satellites are 1,000 miles high.
well, let me see. Let me look it up.
They're in Leo, so
So
it's
these are
like
12.
500.
I mean, this is claimed to be 12,000 miles high.
Starlink is 550 kilometers high, not 12,000 or whatever.
I mean,
12,000 miles
it
high.
says MEO is 12,700 miles.
Yep, and Starlink is not in medium Earth orbit; it's in low Earth orbit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying these are real distances or anything like that, but that's just with the claimed distance. But I mean, what do you really need? That's somebody's done the math. I've seen it before, but
Well, depends on how many people you want to cover and what sort of coverage you want to get. The reason SpaceX is using so many satellites is because you can provide a continuous coverage if you just have a massive amount of these satellites. Since they're relatively low to Earth, they move a lot faster than something in medium Earth orbit or geostationary, since geostationary is locked with the Earth. You can create like a train of connection almost, where um, the satellites are moving to provide coverage to everything, basically.
no, I mean that can't be the case.
What do you mean can't be the case?
Well, I mean, like if you said satellites, yeah, plural maybe, but just like one, even on the with a globe Earth. I mean, you only get half.
Yeah, there are multiple Starlink satellites. There's over 6,000 of them.
I don't know. I think I would do I would go towers, like, because I mean, listen, 12,000 miles high. It one thing breaks, the maintenance is going to cost quite a bit, 250 million just to have one. I don't even know if that was like including this supposed launch. You got $150,000 for one on the ground. You pay a guy $45 an hour, he'll go up there and fix it. Good to go. It seems like the smart choice.
Well, it looks like they're launching their Starlink V2s for 2.1 million per satellite. And it's not a fixed tower, so it can provide connection to whatever orbital plane it is in as it moves throughout its orbit. It's not a fixed tower, so 10, 20 times cost increase per satellite is most definitely worth it in terms of business, since I can provide with one satellite coverage to more people over an area because it's moving. It's a moving satellite tower in a way, or it's a moving tower.
Yeah, I think actually, you know what? I think your guys' idea together is actually the best idea. Like combine your two ideas. So just tell people you're putting a satellite up for $3 million, and then put up $150,000 tower, and bada bing, bada boom. And to get the triangulation all around the Earth, you would need more of them, and then just put up another $150,000 tower. And your pocket. I mean, you're already making. You're showing them. Like, listen, it costs me $1 million. I'm charging you $2.5 million. You can't do what I can do, so you got to pay me the $1.5 million. So you're already making that upfront cost that they're aware of. But then you're completely, getting over on them by not even putting one up.
So SpaceX is just like wasting money building, or they don't really build rockets anymore. They just reuse them all. They just build upper stages.
I'm just saying you guys are onto a good scam here. This seems profitable.
The scam in question. You realize that SpaceX launches payloads for commercial providers as well, which means that if they weren't going to the place that they were going, then they would get sued to oblivion.
Who's going to go up there and check, right?
And
But if what they're paying for is a communication satellite. I don't have to tell you my secret Krabby Patty formula, right? I don't have to tell you that. You're getting communication, and I'm changing the law of identity and calling this tower a satellite. So, I mean, split
So they're
hairs
just
here.
like wasting this money to launch stuff for funsies.
Keeping the money.
They're not profiting when they launch Starlink satellites. They're losing money when they launch them. They have to regain that profit back when people subscribe to their service.
Okay, so they
That's what
put
I'm
on a
saying. That's the
rocket
whole
show on
scheme.
TV. Yeah, they put a rocket show on TV. They buy a yacht and they launch that.
I'm down.
I mean, they buy a yacht.
Oh my lord, dude! What I'm saying is, you're really taking a lot for granted when you see this stuff on TV. And yes, I've seen the Starlink or whatever thing fly over on 4 occasions. I've filmed it twice.
Yep.
And since you're telling me you're telling us what you think it is, I'll tell you what it looks like to me. A bunch of flares.
Flares?
Yeah.
From where?
Oh my lord. Who knows? The back on a string or let out the back of a plane. They don't last for so long. You can see these things approaching. One night I saw them approaching in the sky. I ran to go get my phone inside, came back out, and was still able to film them and watch them fizzle out. And they were heading out towards the sea. What
Do
I'm
you
saying
have?
is you're just kind of taking your word. It's, Elon Musk. He's the guy who said, "Hey, it's real because it looks so fake." Well, you've bought their story hook, line, and sinker. I'm
Do
just
you have
saying,
that video?
yeah, I'll dig it out sometime. I can't do it at the moment. Yeah, I will dig it out, send a clip. I've clipped it and send it to other people before, so yes, I will get that to you.
All right.
But yeah, I've seen it on 4 occasions. Twice there were fireworks that had just concluded earlier in the evening. So yeah, I'll put my tinfoil hat on and then put it back on the shelf next to my paper mache globe collection.
All
But
right.
what better way to hype this story? Everyone's already gathered looking outside because people really don't go outside and look upward that much anymore. It's sort of a thing of yore. I know there are camping enthusiasts and things like that, people who do see things in the sky. But yeah, man, I'm just saying that the whole thing, whether it's a SpaceX Falcon landing backwards like a pencil and people cheering in the foreground like it's a 1950s sci-fi film, I'm just saying, man, you've got the whole story. That's why I mention moon golf all the time. Because if you still are convinced that Alan Shepard played golf on the moon, there's the whole water ball is secondary because you're still in outer space. That's why when everyone says, "Hey, where's proof that the Earth's a globe?" Everyone says, "Well, you heard it here in the last 2 hours." The guy
Well,
came in here and goes, "What about satellites?
yeah,
What about
I was
eclipses?
just
What
entertaining.
about black holes?" Yeah, I'm not trying to give you a hard time, but yeah, you've got it. You're real embedded in the story still.
Yeah, so I would say you've heard me talk quite a lot in here before, but I never have once said I know the Earth is a globe because NASA or that I know the Earth is a globe because pictures from space
Okay.
and the moon landing. Yeah,
Well,
I don't.
but you were talking about these rocket launches as if they
Yeah, I
are.
was entertaining the conversation. Yeah.
Yeah, and with a rocket launch, there were people in here last night. You probably heard them. They're in denial when they say, "Hey, wait, you guys deny that rockets don't go to space?" Well, yeah, people have seen rockets launch, but even in their story, they have to do the parabolic arc and go around the Earth several times to reach. So this idea that they go straight up into the air, anyways, I'm just
Yeah, I
on
actually
repeat
have
now.
rocket launches are excellent observational proof of a very low pressure environment. You can witness this
So is
yourself.
Mount Everest.
No. I mean like over 100-kilometer pressure. We know that they're going that high.
Are you
So
from? We know.
no. This is something you can observe yourself. Have you ever watched a launch or?
The SpaceX ones? No, I've not seen the SpaceX ones.
All right,
Yeah,
so
during the old Challenger days, I saw them cart the Challenger around to the Air Force bases and things like that.
yep. So as rockets go up in altitude, they start to create a plume from the nozzles.
Well,
So
dude, no one denies that rockets go up.
I know I'm. This is
No
hold
one
on.
denies that things could be in the sky. I mean, I've seen things in the sky. I mentioned the Starlink, but I've seen things in the sky that were vastly
I'm trying to prove that they
higher
go
than
to the
that.
low.
Yeah, but
Can you
to
just let
what
me?
end, though? To what
Yeah.
end, though? Therefore, outer space is real and Earth is a ball
No, just
suspended in it.
therefore the pressure that they claim is a real environment.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, if you go scuba diving, you'll deal with pressure real quick.
Yep.
If
So
you
can you
go
just
off a
let me?
diving board.
Just let me entertain my idea for like a minute and a half.
Yeah, but you're just kind of highlighting what I was saying earlier about rocket stories.
No,
I mean, I get
this
it,
is
things go
dependent on
up.
the observer, man. No, I'm not even gonna be.
Okay,
This
go
is
ahead.
yeah. So, um, this is a function of how rocket engines themselves work. So, you have a high temperature, high pressure combustion with low velocity gases in the chamber, and then as it goes through the nozzle, it turns into low pressure, low temperature, high velocity gases. So, as the rocket increases in altitude, um, the surrounding pressure of the air decreases, and that means that the plume of the rocket can increase in diameter. And when you see the rockets go up, you can see the divergence in the plume as they go up, which indicates that that environment exists depending on how, I mean, you can model it yourself, depending on how large the plume gets. And you can witness this in every Falcon 9 launch. The plumes are diverging. Damn. Did I say something wrong?
No, I'm busy at the moment, but yeah, I mean, yeah, things go up. I hear what you're saying. I mean, I would have to, and what,
I can send you.
so what? I mean, you know what I'm saying? It's like, yes. I mean, even at Mount Everest, there's lower. I mean, wouldn't this be the same thing with contrails on planes? I mean, those are.
So contrails are caused by condensation of the
Yeah, I
exhaust.
understand that, but they're pluming.
They're pluming, but they don't follow. So rocket engines have a specific method of operation with nozzles and such that the low pressure, like rockets, the rocket exhausts are low pressure environments, which is something that most people don't know, I guess. So as it's in the atmosphere, the atmosphere is actually squeezing the exhaust down. So as you increase in altitude, the air pressure can't squeeze down on the exhaust as much, which results in when you're over 100 kilometers up, these Falcon 9 second stages and even first stages, because they go over 100 kilometers, um, the plumes diverge massively. And you can model, or even I'll send you a source from Fundamentals of Rocket Propulsion where they go into plume geometry. Um, I mean, I wouldn't say, yeah, I mean, it's not a proof of a ball. It's not a proof that the Earth is a globe, but it's a proof, at least, that this low pressure environment does indeed exist.
Yeah, I don't think a lot of flat earthers have an issue with low pressure
So,
next to
like,
high pressure and storms, hurricanes, and tornadoes. I think it's when you get to the part about you got high pressure next to low pressure next to high pressure next to low pressure.
so like the ISS could be up 400 kilometers up.
What I'm saying is then you got Jupiter and Venus and Mars also
Yes.
being
So,
their own high pressure systems. That becomes an issue.
so it could Mars be over 100 kilometers, 100 million kilometers away?
Probably like a bajillion, zillions, maybe. That'd be my estimate.
I mean, like this, just where's the container? I mean, I'm not asking. This isn't me asking for proof of where the container is. It's just where does the container have to be in order to have gas pressure?
Yeah, I'm not the one to get into the weeds of the. I mean,
Yeah, this is like
very rarely even hear me speak about it, but the whole thing is the antecedent relationship. So what's containing the entirety of the universe then? That's how it's sort of like that. Where's the container? Where's the container? It's like,
yeah. I mean, I find it funny because me and Jekyll independently came up with that own container thing.
No, I mean that's what I mean, dude. Before Jekyll even heard about the flat Earth, like we get into it, you know. That whole, the whole, but like again, I point out the issue is right. The flat earthers have no problem, like speculating on those type of things, but then the problem comes when you got Jupiter, a gas giant, next to no pressure, next to another thing with high pressure. Yeah, like I have no problem with storms and tides and waves where you're seeking rest, seeking equilibrium, but they're going to do that immediately. Like,
So then, what's keeping the nearly? I mean, I would say nearly constant. The measure or the difference in pressure at the low altitude. So like really low elevation remains fairly constant. What's stopping the pressure from equalizing with the whole container if there's low pressure environments up there?
it attempts to equalize all the time.
So then why isn't it going up 50, 100 kilometers to equalize with that environment if it's low pressure?
Got me. Where the container is.
Yep. So it's the same thing. It's a low pressure environment next to a high pressure environment on the flat Earth as well. Yeah, the same
Right,
problem.
but then you throw another high pressure environment in there, like Jupiter, and say, well, you gave us this inch. Let's take this 385,000 mile leap to Jupiter.
I'm talking about the flat Earth, man. I'm talking about how is there a container and then a high pressure and low pressure system next to each other?
Yeah, I mean, we have the consequences of that happening. You got the jet streams, you got the trade winds, you got storms, you got hurricanes forming typically where the sun is. You have the consequences of that pretty visible.
So why isn't the air that I'm breathing right now go up to where commercial airliners are? Like, why doesn't it equalize up there? Why isn't the pressure the same up here as it is down there?
Yeah, you got me. I'm not up there.
I mean, weren't you the one taking us down to the sea with higher pressures underneath water? I mean, have you ever seen a thermocline?
Thermocline?
A thermocline, like underneath water.
No,
where
I don't
there'll be
know.
a temperature. Well, you'll see it when you. Yeah, I'm not.
Okay,
I've scuba dived more than I would have liked to, but I'm no scuba diving expert. But you can like if you go somewhere like cold that's like a quarry that's been filled, you can go down, I don't know, 15, 20 feet and you can see it. It looks like the bottom. And then from a certain angle, it looks like something. It looks like something to stand on or whatever. Then you go through it. And the temperature drops and the pressure increases. So what came first? I'm not, like I said, I'm not the expert. You would be able to figure it out more often than better than I would. But what's creating the thermocline is the temperature. They call it a thermocline because the temperature drops when you cross over it, but the pressure is also increasing. And you know what I'm saying? What's going on with that? I mean, they told us they told us before we went down there. They said, okay, there'll be a thermocline at blah 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 blah, and it's like I'm thinking to myself, what the hell's that?
I mean, isn't
Everyone else was, everyone else was like, oh, okay, and it's nothing to worry about. I mean, but it's interesting. It's an interesting thing to behold.
interesting.
But when you drive up a mountain, your ears pop. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You eventually, who knows? It's funny. The last time my ears popped driving into a mountain, okay, it was at night, and I was driving. I had been driving for 10 hours already, and my ears popped. Okay, and I said to my wife, I said, "Oh, we must be up really high." And within 10 seconds, there was a sign that said peak elevation, blah, blah, blah. So, if it were daytime, I would have noticed that I had been driving up in the mountains.
Yep.
Anyways, that's just the way it is, I guess.
I'll have to
But
ask my
I mean,
dad about
hasn't NASA even changed their story over the last decade to say, "Whoa, the moon is within the atmosphere," or I don't know, it's within the atmosphere and all that stuff.
I'll have to ask my dad about the thermocline thing since he dove quite a lot.
Yeah, I mean, if he went diving in nice places all the time, he may not have.
Nah,
But if you're like landlocked, or sometimes when you whatever qualifying or whatever you
he
call
did it
that
in the longer
certification.
term. He did it in
Yeah,
the
ask
longer
him about
span.
thermoclines.
Yeah. He's very grumpy about the flat Earth. He hates that I'm on here all the time.
Well, I mean, yeah, if he's ask him then about the cavitation at about 33 feet and the outgassing of different densities of liquids. So you get into with that.
Yeah, don't preface it with, "Hey, I was talking about thermoclines on the flat Earth the other day." Just say, "Hey, have you ever? I heard about." Hell, you could probably find a YouTube video of someone encountering a thermocline scuba diving.
Is that like the brine pools? Is that like what you're referencing? Like where they say?
No, those were like no. This is just like a temperature change in the water that's visible. You see like the little heat waves like you would see on the highway, and it's just across. It spans the entire body of the water. This was in a quarry. This was in a filled and rock quarry in the fall. So, does the thermocline lower as the summer goes on and more water is heated?
I mean,
You
I would
know,
imagine. I would imagine it's dependent on like the radiative cooling of the water surface or something. I mean, like heat transfer
yeah, and I
from
would,
water.
yeah, and I would like to see where the pressure, because I had real issues. That's why I no longer scuba dive. I had terrible issues equalizing. Sometimes no problem, but then sometimes couldn't. But some people have zero. I watch a lot of those videos. My dad still scuba dives this day. But I think it's one of those things like riding a motorcycle. Unless you started riding a motorcycle before you can remember riding a motorcycle, it's not going to be second nature to you. But anyways.
Yeah. I'll have to ask my dad.
Yeah, but I mean, not all flat earthers are domers, right? Like they're, I've heard some of them say that what they see is what they is what they would expect. That the gases and the high pressure system on Earth is made here at the surface with the energy gained from the sun and from other things, and that and again, back to that lateral thing, right? Like everything moves out. Right? If I fill up a pool, it moves out laterally. If I fill up a tank with different gases, it'll move out laterally, and then start to build up. So if there's no, I don't know, if there's no lateral, then where's the top? But if there's a lateral, then it's going to reach. If there's a lateral containment, then it would eventually reach the top, meaning a pool or something else, fish tank.
Yeah.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, the fire theory dates my dad too, who's a retired engineer who has a couple patents having to do with mass spectrometers.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm not going to go down memory lane because I don't talk to him about it anymore. The last time I talked to him about it is when we witnessed together passing back and forth a welder's mask in 2017, that eclipse. But I asked him, because you know how the conversation goes. We charge a lot of people with gish galloping, but in reality, even when people are trying to be sincere, that's how it goes. Because people say, well, what about this? What about that? What about that? Anyways, I asked him, we were talking about gravity. God bless him, took his beer that he was drinking, took a sip and tossed it across the room. And he goes, yep, see, gravity. So, yeah, I'm with you there. It's a topic that a lot of people don't like to talk about. It's interesting.
It's not your fault. Engineers are weirdos.
Oh yeah, that's how things get engineered by a bunch of weirdos. God bless them.
I just got a fight with an engineer the other day at my friend's house. So maybe I'm just talking shit.
Yeah, they're great weirdos. I mean, yeah, God bless them.
Yeah, like super OCD. They got. I mean, like there's definitely benefits from it. Like they're super OCD and
A little impatient. A little impatient when you're not. Yeah. Anyways, but even someone with that experience in working his whole life, the whole pressure. I asked him. I said, oh, I said, well, it registered in my brain. I remembered what he had worked on for a period of his career. I said, well, can you have pressure without a container? And he goes, no. And then, then it comes full circle to the implications of that. And then there's, well, this and that. And, it's interesting.
What, is he not a flat earther or?
No, can't be bothered by it. He's, God bless. Oh, here's the thing about it. The man worked his entire life. And in his retirement is the first time I ever saw him see a TV. Watch a TV that wasn't a boxing match or, karate tournament or blood sport. But anyways, he's not bothered, can't be bothered by it. And he has, the people surrounding him are surrounded around him. They can't be bothered by it because it's just absurd. You know what I'm saying? It's
not even that it's
absurd to them.
It would take a lifetime to learn, and all you're learning is what you already know. That gas requires pressure requires a container. But yeah, to argue, it takes like a lifetime. It's like ridiculous because people are just unwilling to accept it. I don't know if it's a great. If you can't be bothered, it's not a bad.
Yeah, and I don't blame them. It's like. Yeah, it's not something a lot of people like to talk about once they realize where the conversation goes.
Yeah, the engineer I argued with the other day, my friend thinks it's funny to throw me under the bus. He's going on about how we used to be, we're talking about something. He's like, oh yeah, I stopped eating this because, and I found out because we used to be, I don't know, monkeys or something, yada, yada, yada. And I'm just like nodding my head, just, sure. Like we used to be monkeys. I got you, man. And then, he says, that when the wheat mixes with this, it's not naturally grown, et cetera, et cetera. I'm like, yeah, that's just science, man. That's just like testing. No, it's history. We used to be bipedal monkeys and whatever, right? History.
No,
like,
we never used to be monkeys. That's
whatever he's saying. Like, we used to be these animals who did this, these creatures, who whatever, right? So I'm just nodding my head. I'm not even arguing. I'm saying, okay. So my friend decides to throw me under the bus and goes, oh, watch out though, because he's going to start telling you the Earth is flat. And so then he starts arguing with me, and he says to me, "This is why it surprised me. Kind of blows me away. So engineer. He's like, 66 years old or something. he tells me, "Oh yeah, go get a 3-point water level a mile long." I'm like, "Holy shit! I might as well just be talking to like a dude just graduated high school. You're an engineer, tell me to get a 3-point water level? No such thing." It's sort of a ridiculous thing to say. But yeah, when he started, I said, "Listen, you got to." I hit him with a couple more things, and the point is that he got so flustered. He's like, "I'm leaving," and then he left. Right?
Damn.
So he left, which he was already leaving. Like he was already
Are
on
you
his way
flat
out.
smacking him?
Well, a little bit. Like he started saying, "Well, what about this? What about this?" Like old Hoss was just saying. And I said, "All right, well, then you got this, and this is the consequence of that. Whatever, right?" So he's like, "Whatever. I'm leaving," and he was already on his way out. So I was like, "Whatever, leave. Like see you later, man." Right? But uh, so then he just starts. So my friend's there telling me, he goes, "Oh, hold on, I got a message." Oh yeah, what about when helium and hydrogen? He starts so he's texting. He can't drop it. Is the point? He can't let it go. He's gone, but now he's texting my friend, who I'm still with, saying, "Oh, tell your friend about helium and hydrogen in a vacuum causing plasma. What's he got to say about that?" Just like whatever. Saying, and then what's he got to say about this? Like, just I told my friend, I said, tell him to just walk away. For his own good, just drop it, because otherwise he'll be like Trig over here. He won't be able to drop it.
Aw.
Well, there is Brandolini's law, so it is better just to walk away.
You
Yeah,
like
just walk away.
that I come back though, no tanks.
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't dislike you. I'm just, if you're not, not just you, but whoever it is, if you're not willing to accept something, like, I wouldn't delve into like the gay community and just watch men kiss all day. Like, you know what I mean? I wouldn't just like I want to surround myself with stuff that makes me uncomfortable or whatever. It's for your own good. I'm saying walk away.
Good advice. Just walk away.
That's not to say that I'm never going to accept it. It's fine. They want to love each other. I accept it, I guess.
Yeah, Damon, thanks for bringing up that Brandolini's law, because you can apply it to the topic of the globe Earth right now. Think of all the decades, centuries, people will tell you, of effort in building up this mythos, and then the simplicity of just pointing to water, debunking all that bullshit. But yeah, thanks for bringing that up, Brandolini's up.
I mean, that's not Brandolini's law. It means for any amount of bullshit, it takes an exponential amount of explanation to refute it. So if I say some bullshit like,
yeah, for example, the globe.
My dog's a unicorn, right? It would
Or
take
the Earth is a globe. Go on.
An exponential amount of explanation, right?
But doesn't it say something about the simplicity of debunking it?
Nope, not at all.
Hey, old Hoss, my mic's working. This seems like a perfect time to insert a little piece of reality here.
Loud and clear.
We got Dave Hinkle in here.
I'm currently standing in my backyard, which the globe believers would say I'm standing on the edge of a globe, right?
Does your backyard look flat?
No, I've got a little creek running through my backyard.
It
rained today, and right now the water is flowing. Guess what? Towards the lowest level.
Wait. What's an edge?
Can I finish the story? Then I'll shut up, man. I never talk.
Oh, my bad.
The water is flowing to its lowest level, and it's not forming any convex shape or anything. So, how's the ocean doing there? You guys go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. It's just something that you said kind of caught me at the beginning, so I was looking for clarification.
I can quickly clarify, or not. Go ahead.
Whether it's a globe or not, if somebody's standing on a globe, there's not really an edge, is there? It's a globe.
let me clarify your question then. Is there an outside of the ball that you claim that you're living on?
Oh, the surface of it. Okay.
Yeah, the surface. That's the outer edge of the globe, right?
Okay.
It's never
That's why.
consistently at the spot it's supposed to be rising, but you guys go ahead. There's a piece of reality, like Old Hoss was saying. The substance we all know is water. It does not form and maintain convexity in a large body in reality. You guys go ahead.
Gravity.
Can we just are we allowed to just say whatever we want? Is that
Nice job parroting the one-word answer we were all trained to say. So go ahead. You know exactly what gravity is, except you don't know if it's Newton or Einstein or which bullshit to believe. Anyway, I gotta go.
what? How about we not use any words specifically? How about we just describe reality as we see it?
Be as vague as possible, Damon. Go on.
Well, I mean, I don't mean any words. I mean, just like gravity or something. Right? It could mean different things to different people. How about we just talk about the concepts we see in reality, like our experience and observations?
Go on. We're listening.
Probably
Don't.
wants water.
Yeah.
Oh no, I
Well, I mean, here's an observation
What's
that I
the
make
point
in
of that?
reality. I guess is that when I look out on a decent day with some beautiful clouds in the sky, right? What I see, if I have a high enough viewing point, is I see the clouds appear to accumulate and then kind of go towards what I would call like a vanishing point until they merge into the distance, and I can't make them out anymore.
Oh, that's interesting.
It's your turn. You got to share.
I like pickles. Kind of salty.
Damon, don't be scared. I'm here for you.
That would be for a like a pickling or a food enthusiasm server.
Yeah, Damon, don't be scared to express your support for the globe. I'm here to back you up if you need help.
It's also tiring though. I don't know why I still do it.
Come on, go ahead.
The Earth is a globe because we can see it's a globe.
With the clouds?
No, like there's like these pictures and stuff and videos.
Oh my.
All right, go ahead and talk about canning. That's fine.
Well, I mean, like those are all
Because you're apparently you're just you're caught up in the TV show. If that's your answer,
I mean,
so
those
that's
are
your
all
solution. Turn off your TV.
wait, those are all fake, right? Like all the videos and pictures and stuff.
Show us the ones you're talking. Post the ones you're speaking of.
No, the picture.
Okay. Well, then we don't know what you're talking about. Then
Any picture I see that shows the Earth to be a globe is fake. Anyone.
I'm not liking you very much, Damon. This isn't. I don't know, man.
Well, what are you saying? They're not?
Damon, NASA put out an image about a decade ago of Italy covering about 1/5 of the Earth's surface. What do you think of that?
I think that's cool.
Do you think that comports with reality?
Yes.
Okay, you've lost the plot. Next.
That's unfortunate, really.
All right. Well, see, this is what I'm talking about, Brandolini's law. So if I were to explain it to you to refute your observation, You wouldn't listen to me or believe me anyway, and it would take me 6 hours.
Well, I just think your claim is very stupid, and
Well,
I'm very disappointed
how
in
much
you.
of a baseball can you see, or a basketball can you see when you hold it in front of you?
Listen, man.
How much
I'm
of a
on,
ball can you see when you hold it in front of you at arm's length?
not very much.
Right. Can you see 50% of it?
I don't know. You're gonna have to test that claim. It's your claim.
No, it's not. It's your claim.
What? How's it my claim?
You're claiming that the image of Italy is somehow wrong, and I'm
Am
trying to
I?
explain to you why you're wrong about it being wrong.
Wait. So if somebody disagrees with you, does that make them a flat earther?
Nope.
Yeah.
I
So
mean, somebody
like I said,
disagrees.
damn, these baby globers are crazy. Old hoss.
Baby Globers.
Yeah.
Nah,
Baby Glober.
Damon's been globing since I don't know, like
Yeah, take a look at that.
2018.
Take a look at that, Damon.
I mean, I've been
Take a
probably
look at that NASA image.
before you even knew what an asshole was.
Off topic. Okay, Damon, take a look at the text the text chat
Why?
room.
Why? What are you telling me?
That picture of Italy covering an enormous amount of the
Yeah, I know what it looks
globe.
like. I don't need to
Is
see
that
it.
legit?
I don't know. I didn't see it.
Look in the text. I
Uh,
pinged you.
is it the one that's hold on a second. You don't use separate rooms here. It's the one attached to it.
I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of complicated, but I pinged you. Maybe a little red box saying new will show up.
There it is. Okay.
Takes a while to navigate.
That's all right. I'm used to servers that use a separate room, but that's fine.
Yeah, I get lost all the time.
Damon. Okay, what am I looking at here? Oh yeah, that's Italy. And
Image that NASA has
let's see.
presented
Yeah, it
with the
looks
curvature of the Earth. So that's legit.
it looks pretty legit.
So that doesn't seem that the boot of Italy is covering
I
an
mean,
enormous
no, it
section of the globe.
looks about right. Yeah, for
Okay, dude.
being
That's
the world.
fine. You'll be fine.
How high was the picture taken?
No idea, but you see the curvature of the Earth there. Complete that circle.
It
It's
looks like
from
an
space.
rocket launch.
It's from space, dude. It's NASA. You see the curve.
Yeah,
You see the boot.
yeah,
You see how much that boot, once you complete the circle of that curve, you see how much the boot would cover of Earth. And you say that looks about right?
yeah. It looks right.
Okay. A little higher next time. Yeah, yeah. Thank you for putting that on the record.
Yes, it looks correct to me. Is that better?
Excellent. Well
I thought
done.
I thought you were going to talk about like normal things, like the clouds, right? Like, I mean, if I were to just touch
Well,
base on the clouds real quick, like the clouds that I brought up earlier, are they going? The reason that I'm seeing the effects that I'm seeing, right, where the clouds appear to be going down, down, down towards the horizon, is that because they're actually lower?
I mean,
Because is it because I'm on the top of the ball and the clouds are actually going down?
low. I mean, do you mean lower as compared to where you're at, or like
Yeah, if I were to draw a straight line, you know, from
lower?
my feet or my eyes.
I don't really understand your question.
So I stand on the ground. I look up at the puffy clouds, right? Like you can make them out pretty easily.
Uh-huh.
You know, they look pretty. They say, "Oh, what's that? That one looks like a balloon. That one looks like a clown," right? Like those kind of clouds, right? And you see them, and then you look off into the distance, and they appear to be going down, down, down towards the horizon. Is that
Sure.
now? Is that because the clouds from that straight line that I draw out from my eyes, like a tangent on a sphere, is that
Uh,
because the clouds are actually lower and getting lower and lower and lower?
well, I mean, clouds vary in altitude. Like it looks pretty close most of the time. They float relatively in the same altitude.
Yeah,
On the
you can by the type of cloud, there's a relatively
but
constant altitude.
due to perspective and possibly the shape of the Earth, it looks lower in the sky, but that's they're probably not. They're probably the same altitude.
Okay, so they're not. Well, just from that line that I'm drawing out, they're not
Uh,
getting any. They're not actually getting lower than that line.
uh,
So I draw a straight line out, like an invisible straight line,
I don't
uh,
think that
out to
way.
the horizon, and from that straight line out to the horizon, if I were to measure up, perpendicular anywhere from that straight line, they wouldn't be getting lower. They would.
Uh, I mean, it depends on how you're drawing the line.
Straight
Straight to where? Straight from
to the horizon from my eyes.
straight to the horizon from your eyes. I mean, that's a relatively short distance. We could just say it's mostly the same. Yeah.
I mean, but is it actually the same? Or are they actually lower?
I mean, we're talking about feet here, so yeah. I mean, I'll just say it's relatively the same. Just depends
Okay.
on.
So there's
your-
no big hump of clouds
Why
between
would
me and the horizon. It's not humping up in the middle. It's just going
no,
down a little
no,
bit.
no, it doesn't hump up. I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Why would
All
they?
right, good. I don't know. I thought you were a Glober.
I am.
Oh.
Well, I like to say I'm a person who lives in reality.
Okay. So then, if on a globe, right? So if the clouds were at the same elevation distance from the center of this ball, right? They would be at whatever elevation. Now I draw a straight tangent line out into outer space from my eye height. The clouds, right, from where I start, and I go up, I go straight up straight up from that line, perpendicular to that line.
Uh-huh.
They would, as I get towards the horizon, that line that vertical line that I'm drawing from the line of sight would be getting smaller and smaller and smaller.
I mean, if you're standing on relatively level ground and you're about 6 feet, right? So we'd say, right, you're looking out 6 feet to the
Yeah,
horizon.
I mean, I'm just standing on top of the roof, I'm
In
just
3.1 miles, the variation from the line from that you're drawing from your eyes to the horizon is like not very many feet. So like I don't know what you mean.
You're saying that when I'm watching the sunset on the horizon, that's only 3 miles away?
No, I didn't. You said draw your eyes to the horizon. If you're on relatively level ground, it's going to be 3 to 4 miles away.
So I'm seeing the clouds merge into the horizon, and the clouds are only 3 miles away?
No, the horizon is.
Interesting.
Obviously, the clouds are at a larger radius, so they're probably further away.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking you. But shouldn't they be going down, like on the globe? They should be going down over the curve. So I shouldn't be able to see clouds that far
Well,
away. They should be hidden.
means you're not really looking that far. I don't know what you mean. I'm sorry.
It's probably because the clouds are humping up in the middle. That's why I can see them.
Humping up in the middle. Why would they hump up in the middle? I don't get it. What is affecting?
Well, are they following the contour of a spherical Earth or not?
Well, yeah, relatively, yeah.
Okay.
Atmosphere, which is pretty thin, and they're pretty far up there, but the altitude is relatively the same the whole way around.
Yeah, but if I were to draw a straight line from A to B, from my position to the horizon, whatever distance that is, that would be a chord line through through a circle.
Yeah.
So from that chord line through the circle, from the center of that circle, to the circumference of that cloud line would be higher.
But as you walk towards the horizon, right, like the perspective's gonna change. So if you draw a point on the horizon and walk to it, right, obviously the horizon's gonna move. But if you keep that same point that you originally drew from where you left, right, like and look back at where you were standing, right, you got the same line. I'm saying, relatively speaking, the altitude of the clouds is the same from point to point, whether you draw the line or not. I don't. I don't know what you mean.
That's all right.
And there's no hump, right? The Earth isn't a hump. It doesn't hump up away from you.
Bruh.
It's fucking stupid. Why would you think that?
Is that not happening?
No.
Oh, then what's this whole like fairy tale I hear then that the bottoms of boats are being obstructed by Earth curve, like getting in the way of the boats?
Yeah, they're going down past the horizon.
Okay,
What is
so
the horizon, Damon? What is the horizon?
It's caused by the geometry. So the horizon is just, as we described it, is where the sky appears to meet the ground. But the reason why that happens is the geometry of the Earth. So since the Earth is a sphere, right, and not a flat plane or anything else, obviously, as you look across, you're looking down a little bit. And yeah, it creates a line. It's a geometric line caused by the shape of the Earth.
This is like a tangent to the sphere.
Well, your eyes would make a tangent to the sphere, right? You could see past it just above the horizon, but as you meet the surface of the Earth, right, you're meeting the tangent line and can't see past that anymore.
So it's almost like a hump.
No, it's not a hump.
Interesting.
A hump would mean that it comes up off of the surface somehow, but it doesn't. It's just caused by you trying to look through the Earth. You can't do that because you can't see through solid things.
yeah, so you're on the ground, but you're above the ground, right? Your feet are on the ground, but your eyes are above the ground.
Uh-huh.
So so if the Earth is now blocking where your eyes are, which is above your feet, would that consequently mean that it's humping up since it's
No, it means you're looking down the horizon. And when you try to look down further than the horizon, you're looking into the Earth. You can't see past it.
it's higher than your eyes?
Why are you looking down? If it's higher than your eyes, then why are you looking down?
Are you? I don't know.
Well, you can't look up and see the horizon unless you're looking at a mountain. If I was in the middle of the ocean and I'm looking up, you got some serious problems because there's a huge wave coming towards you.
Yeah, I agree. The water's definitely at your feet.
Okay.
Have you seen the Black Swan before, Damon?
I have seen some black swans. I think they imported Australia.
Have you seen the Black Swan? The Black Swan in question.
Oh, you mean that funky oil tanker thing?
Oil rig, yeah.
Whatever it is. Yeah, seen it. Been a few
Oh,
years
good.
actually.
Good. Then you understand that all swans aren't white.
That was interesting.
Well, I mean, that's a philosophical idea, but yeah, I get you.
But it's a philosophical idea that you've encountered a black swan.
No.
I know you're trying to be cute. Yeah. Have you ever made any of your own long distance observations?
I meant the black swan is a philosophical.
Yeah, you tried. Have you made any of your long? Since you're not impressed by other people doing your homework for them, have you ever made any of your own observations?
Any observations? Yeah, I make observations all day. I'm making
Long distance observations akin to what's demonstrated in the quote unquote wonky, funky oil rigs, you call them. Tone woke everyone.
The longest really observation I've made was moons of Saturn. That was pretty much it.
Okay, akin to your complaints of the oil rig. Not looking up and applying your wishful thinking.
What are you saying?
have you made any long distance observations yourself akin to the oil rigs? Since you have problems with those, you have problems with other people doing your homework for you.
What?
So, yeah, huh?
What the fuck are you talking about, man? Get to your point.
So you're talking. When I asked you, have you made your own observations, long distance observations? You pointed up into the sky.
Been able to answer.
So the answer is no. You haven't made any. That you have these complaints about us doing your homework for you, yet you
What?
won't do your own homework.
What the hell are you talking about? I haven't even been able to answer you. I said I looked at some fucking planets. What do you mean?
Okay,
What?
well, is that akin to the
Oh,
oil rigs?
be more specific.
Is that an observation akin to the oil rig observations?
You mean the thing that you call the black swan?
No, you talking about pointing up and seeing planets. Is that akin
to what?
long distance observations over the surface?
I mean, it depends on what you mean by akin. I mean, no, I
Yeah, I
guess.
think you're pretty nice. I don't think you're mean.
To be honest, I
So
mean,
yay or nay? Go get your dictionary out, crack
right.
it open. Akin's right in the beginning,
I
and get
mean,
back to it.
it would be much shorter, so it would be different that way. You would look through more of the atmosphere because the atmosphere is thin. So when you're looking straight up, you don't. Well, you still
So
see
not at all similar. Thank you.
some miles or whatever. I mean, you can.
Yes, not at all similar. Thank you. Go
So
do
yeah,
your own homework
now,
before bitching about the homework that we did for you.
what the hell are you talking about? Why are you so combative? You don't even do
Oh,
nothing.
I'm not combative. You're tap dancing, and now I'm tap dancing.
What am I tap dancing about? I'm just answering your questions.
Well, dude, I asked if it was akin to it. Well, it depends on what you mean by akin. So,
Well, I understood what you
long
meant.
story short is it's not akin to those. So
Okay.
you've made complaints about the work that we've done for you. So go make your own observations then.
I'm sorry, but what work have you done?
Yes, you are sorry. Pathetic.
And did I pay you? Because I don't know you.
Yeah, I don't know you either, dude. And I don't have a problem with you, but this act is tired.
What act? What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay, you said wonky oil rigs. You had problem with funky oil rigs. I asked you, have you made your own long distance observations? You said I pointed into the sky.
Look, somebody asked me about a black swan. I did make a small joke and about yes, I've
Yeah,
seen.
and then you said, well, that's a philosophical discussion.
But black swan is a philosophical idea. So when you say black swan, what you're saying.
I didn't say black swan. You keep saying black swan. Trig asked you about black swan.
Right.
I'm asking you, have you made your own long distance observations?
Of what? What do you mean long distance observations? Can you
Have
be
you ever gone to this? Have you ever gone to the beach and looked out upon the sea, sir?
Yes.
Have you ever stood in the Great Plains and looked out in amazement?
No, not the Great
Have
Plains.
you ever left your basement? The point of these long distance observations are that they defy the geometric limitations of this 39, 59 mile radius ball they show on TV. The reason those oil rigs are always pointed to is because those are known distance demarcations.
Do you want to have a conversation?
If you, dude,
insult me.
I'm just explaining to you what you can do since you didn't like the homework that we did for you.
What I can do. Why don't?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why you're
You're
saying.
cracking jokes right now that you have to tell us 3 minutes later were jokes.
Well, I mean, are you a serious person? Are you being serious right now?
Oh my goodness. Well, it depends on what the definition of serious is.
Well, are you being serious?
Yeah, dude. Me pointing out your bullshit tap dance act is about as serious gets.
Tap dancing around. What am I tap dancing?
Not very well.
What am I tap dancing about? Show me.
When I asked you if you've made your own long distance observations over the surface of any breadth of land or sea that you can find, you said I pointed up into the sky.
I answered your question, and then I also
Okay, so that's what you were tap dancing about.
I asked you a
So
clarifying
now
question.
we know you haven't made your own long distance observations. You only want to complain about the homework everyone else did for you.
Well, you asked me if I ever looked
Well
across,
played.
and I said yes. Is that a long distance observation?
Well, see, that's the point. Were you looking upon anything that you knew the distance of?
I mean, I looked over quite a few miles, more than the 3 miles, generally speaking.
Okay. Well, welcome to Flat Earth. There are none of these geometric limitations of this water ball presented in textbooks, TV, and cinema rear their ugly little heads in reality.
Finish talking. I mean, are you going to let me talk and answer you? Or
I'm going to go do something else. Just talk away. I'll listen.
I mean, it's kind of weird that you ask me to answer a question and then you say I'm tap dancing and shit, and then don't allow me to answer the question.
Well, were you or were you not cracking
Get to your
jokes?
point. Yeah, stop complaining and get to your point, Damon.
Yeah, right. I'm complaining. How about you guys get serious? And when you're ready to get serious, then I'll have a conversation.
Still complaining.
I'm not complaining, just telling you the way it is. You want to have a conversation with me? Have a conversation. If you
All right,
don't,
I'll have a conversation with you. What do you want to talk about?
nothing. I was listening, and then it was so rudely interrupted.
Well, you just said that if you want to have a conversation with you would have it. I mean, that doesn't seem honest. You just lied.
I want to have a conversation about nothing.
Yeah, I'm disappointed.
Of course.
It's like a Seinfeld episode.
You're funny.
Remember when Damon showed up and wanted to talk about nothing?
I mean, I wanted to have a conversation. You didn't want to have a conversation.
Have one.
Leave it alone.
Well, why did you listen? Why did you know to Instacope rationalize about those oil rig observations?
Well,
where did you get that? Where did you get that idea?
You call it a black swan, so why do you?
No, the other guy called it that.
Okay, so you don't call it a black swan.
No, I've made my own long distance observations.
So you don't care about other.
And you can too. I care about any time where you can have something where you can ballpark the distance from you.
Why would I ballpark a distance from me?
So then it can give you context as to what you're seeing.
I don't need context. I know what I'm looking at. What are you talking about?
A magic earther? Wow.
I mean, do you see ships go over the horizon or don't you?
Can you back up that claim?
No, I'm on the internet with strangers. There's no way I can. Brandolini's law. There's no way to back it up in a short enough time that you'd listen to.
So why don't you just maybe back up your claim instead of making it and then saying no? I mean, that sounds pretty lame, dude.
Do you understand basic geometry?
Yeah.
Okay, that's my claim. That when I look on from a ship, and I look off at the horizon, and I see a ship go over the horizon, there's only one way that can happen: is if the ship is blocked by something.
Not by the confused, homeboy.
Wow.
It cannot happen with the angular resolution. Never. Are you saying?
Well, it didn't disappear, right? I saw it the whole time going over the horizon.
Really?
Wait, so Sasha, the angular resolution of the bottom half of the boat.
Hold on. Well, let me ask this guy. I'm glad he brought this up. So, do you see the mast of the boat tilting away as it goes over the curve?
No, nor would I expect to.
Yeah. Okay.
Why would I expect to?
Well, You can't have it both ways, sir. It's either going over a curve or it isn't.
I mean,
perhaps you should let. Did you hear what Sasha asked you?
Can you tell if can you tell if
Did you hear what Sasha asked you? You ignored him.
Can you tell if a hockey stick is curved if it's facing away from you?
Oh my goodness. Did you hear what Sasha asked you?
No.
Okay, you can lay your listen. You can lay your hockey stick on the ice. You can roll your pool cue across the table. But let Sasha ask you again since you ignored him.
Can things disappear because of angular resolution, or that's bullshit?
Stand a hockey stick up, right? Like have somebody hold it.
Can things disappear with the distance because of angular resolution, or that's a bullshit?
And then walk 50 feet away and look at it. Can you tell that it's?
He doesn't want to answer. Okay.
Oh, I'm still asking my question. You guys are all over the place. Can you calm down?
You said that is the only one way that stuff can disappear because of something obstructing. I asked you, is it possible that stuff disappear because of angular resolution or not?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes, that means there is two things now.
No, not in the same way, right? Angular resolution.
No, of course not in the same way. In one way, if you have a sphere, the thing will disappear because of the curvature of the sphere. And in the angular resolution way, the things will disappear on distance, wherever distance is, wherever surface is, even if it's curved or flat.
Absolutely. However, I'll grant you that angular resolution can have things appear to disappear, right? And if you zoom in on them, you could probably see them again because you're able to see.
It depends. If they are on 400 miles, then not.
Now, however, if you have an object and you it's perfectly visible, there's nothing wrong with it, right? And then it slowly disappears from the bottom and never disappears, right? Like if you had something with angular resolution, because if something is disappearing from angular resolution, it just goes away, right? Like it doesn't just slowly disappear over the horizon, right?
No, it slowly disappear bottom up with the angular resolution.
Nope, it doesn't.
No, it does. You can do that. You can do that on some road. Put the camera on the road and go away from the camera, record all that stuff, and you will see that it's happening.
You can do it at your house. What I want you to do is I want you to take a pencil, like a nice lead pencil, and I want you to sharpen it so that you have a nice sharp point. And then what I want you to do is hold it horizontal, like to the whatever you're standing on, the floor or the ground. And I want you to take that friend, and I want you to walk away from him. And when that point disappears, can you see the pencil?
And how the surface looks like when you're making that experiment?
Right. If you can see all around, but you can't see the point anymore. What?
And when you what does the surface?
Bottom up. That disappears.
What's the point, dude?
That disappearing bottom up? Or did it just disappear? Right? You can't see it anymore. But you can still see the pencil. If they hold it.
Well, welcome to Flat Earth. No.
Is that your go-to?
Flat smacking. You guys just flat smack yourself all the time.
How about this? If you see the water ocean in 10 miles, can you say I see the water ocean of 10 miles? Or you need pencils or something?
What's that?
If you see the ocean on 10 miles distance, can you say I see the ocean on 10 miles distance?
Yeah, but I couldn't see a bird at 10 miles, right? Because why?
Yeah, but I'm asking you for the ocean. Can you say I see the ocean 10 miles?
Yeah, if I'm high enough, yep, absolutely.
No, if you're high enough, if you are, let's say, it's like 6 foot high, and you see the ocean at 10 miles.
certain amount of refraction that I could possibly
If
see.
you see the real water, real ocean, I will account on anything, or you will say, I see the water, I see the ocean, or you will think about Einstein or about something.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand
If
what you're saying.
you're on the beach, you and me are on the beach, and I show you, look, there is an ocean there. And you will say, look, Sasha, did you study astronomy? I will say, no, man, there is ocean. And they will say, Sasha, do you know what is density of the air? I will say, do you see the ocean there? He will
I
say,
mean,
do you know what is the light, Sasha? And I say, man, do you see the ocean?
I mean this with all sincerity. Have you hit your head?
When you see the things in reality, do you think they are real or they are maybe some kind of phenomena?
Some things I mean, most things I think are real most of the time, unless I've taken
Okay, if you see the real surface 10 miles away, water, can you say, I see the water on 10 miles?
high enough. Yes, if I'm down on the,
Okay,
can't see 10 miles of water. No, because the Earth is round.
but if you, oh, but we have that we see the 10 miles of water.
If I'm high enough, yes, I could see up to.
No, I'm telling you, you don't need to be high enough. We see that with the 1 foot observer height, that water.
Huh? I
We
can't
see
answer the
we
question.
see the water on 10 miles with 1 foot observer height. We don't need to go high.
No, you can't be 10
No, we
miles
can. We have example of that.
unless there's a
More
huge,
than 10 miles, actually.
But
unless there's,
doesn't matter. I said 10.
if it's a nice calm day and there's no huge waves and you have your head on the beach at the fucking ocean, you are not
Yeah?
seeing water. You can't see 10 miles of water.
Yeah, we can see. We have example of that video. The guy was on the beach and he recorded the water.
Bullshit. I mean,
Bullshit.
Show
can't
the
Calm
picture.
day with huge waves.
you can't get around with basic geometry, man. I'm sorry. It's just impossible.
You're sorry. Okay, there was in Croatia island called Tres, you know. I saw the 27 kilometers from there.
Not with your head on the ground.
Yes, with my head on the ground.
You saw 27 kilometers.
27 kilometers, yes.
Okay, sure you did,
That
buddy.
was another island. Only if that was projection of some kind of phenomena, if that was not an island, I would say, okay, then no.
You didn't
Then I
say
didn't see.
you saw an island. You said you saw
I
water.
I told you first that we have example of that 10 miles. Then I told you that I see in Croatia. Do you want more example? Do you want example of 255 miles?
I mean, islands come above the water, right? Like they're higher than the water level, right? Islands are.
Yeah, but I told you there is an example with 1 foot observer height showing 10 miles water.
No, it's not. Bullshit.
Yeah, it is. Look, there is in voice extract.
I mean, bullshit.
Why is bullshit? That's reality, man.
You can say it is, but it isn't. You hit
Why I can say it? Why? Because it's recorded, or because is it fake
don't know.
video?
No, because you don't know what you're looking at, or the observer height is higher than 1 foot.
It's higher. Let's say that it's 6 foot.
And you can see 10 miles. That's closer. I mean, refraction might be able to bring that to
No
10 miles.
refraction, man. You don't need refraction if you see something real, you know.
I mean, I don't know what you mean, buddy. I mean,
I
geometry.
mean, if you see the real, if you what refraction is doing is refraction. Does refraction changing the surface of the Earth?
Less than that.
No. That means if you see the surface of the water, you will say surface of the water. You will not speak about some kind of, I don't know, why, what refraction? Why refraction?
You have my answer.
Okay, if that's bullshit, maybe you will have some. Maybe you will find in reality something what is not bullshit. That means that drop over distance what we are looking for.
Do this on the paper. I mean, it's basic geometry.
Yeah, it's basic geometry. Yeah,
You can't
it's with one. Yeah, it's with 1 foot observer height. Every geometric horizon should be on 1.22 miles. Yeah, that's geometry.
Unless there's a wave, you can't see water 10 miles out.
Of course, if you have wave, then you see less. But there was a day without that waves, and and they make a video with it that you can see the water even more than 10 miles. But let's give you 10 miles.
Okay, buddy. If you say so.
I say so. I will post you the
All right.
picture of that.
Good job.
Send the video. No, send the video. Don't post the picture.
I will
Send the
post
video.
you I will post the picture how that looks from the if you go up.
All
It
right.
looks like this. It
I'm
looks like this when you go up. Look.
1 foot off the ground. That's a hell of a lot.
Do you see? Do you see the oil rig? There is behind first oil rig, it's a water. Behind second oil rig, it's a water. Behind third oil rig, it's a water. And you have all other oil rigs, on the right angle corner. There is also water behind.
Yeah,
all that.
and notice the legs are disappearing more the further you go back. Each oil rig, the legs get smaller and smaller. Crazy.
Yeah.
Well, that's an interesting bit of refraction with the Black Swan oil rig.
That mean not real water, some kind of phenomena.
That was also not taking it 1 foot off of the water level. So that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
High enough.
What height was?
You're not because of geometry.
What height was that?
I don't know.
Bro, you can see it's above. You can see the camera above the oil rig. I don't need to know the height to see what the camera angle is.
Yeah, I mean I know it's higher than 1 foot. I can tell you that.
Let's say it's 10 foot.
Mm-hmm.
About that.
Still, bro, you can literally see that the oil rig in the very, very back has like no legs. The one above that has kind of a leg. And the one coming up further, the third one, has a little bit more. And the last one has more.
Oil rig, it's a big panel, big white panel with the big black letters. It's written like this, 9 miles. That's only oil rig, nothing else. There's a big screen, white one with the big letters, and it's written 9 miles. And behind that oil rig, it's water. And that's a surface. That's not something, some kind of air. It's the surface.
I'm sorry,
and behind that surface is the horizon.
You've misperceived something. You've been led astray somehow. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm perceiving this. The oil rig, it's a 9 mile. It's called 9 mile distance. That's the oil rig.
So?
Okay, oil rig now can evaporate. Oil rig can change the colors. Oil rig can explode. But still, oil rig is.
Hold on. Explain why the legs of each oil rig, as you go up further, decrease. Why are they decreasing? If it's a flat and they all should be the same height, why? I'm pretty sure they're all the same height. Why does the decrease?
What decrease?
The legs. The further you go out,
the legs. Let's say that oil rig now explodes. You will have explosion on 9 miles. The water is behind the explosion. No matter what legs are doing.
They don't
understand 3D objects. I don't know. Like flat just don't understand 3D objects.
No, you just don't understand. You don't understand what he's trying to tell you, Danny. He's trying to tell you this isn't about the oil rigs.
I know what he's talking about.
Do things get smaller with distance, Danny?
Yes, they get smaller.
Okay, so why are the legs shorter? I don't know. Why do they look shorter, Danny?
Smaller is not the same thing as length, my dude. So if it can get smaller, but still have the same amount of length of thing.
Yeah, lower.
But if you look at the legs where they end at the water, is the water now just an angle now? Is that why the legs are disappearing?
Do you think they're blocked by Earth curve or something?
You do realize.
I'm asking you a question. Are they blocked by Earth curve?
The water, the legs are decreasing, yes, because they Earth curve. Easy.
Because then how's there water behind the legs, dude?
Bro, you don't understand. You don't understand.
Well, if the water's blocking the legs, how's there water behind the legs?
What? Bro, they don't understand how fucking 3D objects work. I don't know how to help them. Jesus Christ.
Oh, so you can block something, right? And it's in front of it, right? And it blocks it. but then you can also see it
The
behind it.
water is around the object. The water's not stuck behind the fucking oil rig, bro. What?
You can see the water beyond the oil rig. The horizon
Yes,
is
because
what's
it's,
supposed to.
because it's a 3D object, dude. The horizon is not one thing. There's not one horizon. Jesus Christ.
Okay, there's not one horizon. You wanna say that again?
Yeah, because the horizon. Yeah, because the horizon
How many
changes depending
horizons
on
are
what
there?
point you are.
How many
There's
horizons
not
are
a
there?
number amount of horizons, bro. Oh, shit. Okay, if you look, the horizon is the limit of your vision. The horizon is the limit of your vision when you see the curvature of the Earth. So if you go further, you're in a boat and you keep going further towards the horizon or further out in the ocean, that horizon is going to change because it's a 3D object.
So
I know
if
y'all can
you're
only think. I know
standing,
y'all can only
so
think
if you're
2D,
standing,
but
hold on. Why are you so emotional? If you're standing there and I'm watching a boat go away, the horizon moves with the boat. Is that what you're saying?
that's not what I said. That's not what I said.
You
You know
said the
exactly what I
horizon
said.
changes as the boat
I'm just
goes
kidding.
away.
I said because oh my God, no, it's not what I said. I said the horizon before I said that. Because now you're just being disingenuous. I said the
No, I'm trying to
horizon
figure out what you
is
say
the
because you're
limit.
all
Is
over
the
the place.
limit? No, you're talking. No, you're being disingenuous. The
No,
horizon,
you're
as I
making
is
up shit.
the first
First
sentence
of
I
all,
said. I'm not making up shit. You're talking over me. You're not. You don't want to. You don't want an
I can
explanation.
mute
I
you
said
if
my
you're gonna
first
start
sentence.
keep being a
Okay,
spaz.
that's fine, bro. Whatever. I don't care.
Stop being a
The first,
spaz.
the first
Why don't you
horizon,
just calm down?
the
Why don't
first
you just calm
sentence,
down?
the first sentence. I'm calm. You don't want to talk over me. I'm trying to talk, bro. You keep talking over me. You want an answer? Stop talking. I said my first sentence was the horizon is the edge of the curvature that we see. It's the limit of our eyesight because of how the curvature of the Earth works.
Can you post
So,
that
but then
definition in the
because
chat?
hold on, please let me finish. Please let me
It's not
finish.
to finish.
So
Your definition of horizon's wrong.
if you're no, it's not. You're wrong
Yeah,
when
it
you
is.
say why I'm
Post
wrong.
it. Post your
Nice,
definition in
nice,
the
bro.
chat.
You misconstrued my argument and then asked my argument and still try to say I'm wrong. You don't listen to my argument. That's hilarious,
No,
bro.
I know what the
Anyway,
definition of horizon
to the
is.
other people, no, you don't. To the other people, clearly you don't.
No, I
To the other
don't.
people who are actually
Post the
listening anyway.
dictionary
Who actually
definition.
do want people who actually want to change their mind. People who actually want their mind changed.
Calm
Anyway.
down, dude.
So anyway, I'm trying to talk. No, I'm trying to talk. You keep talking over me. That's what y'all like to do. Y'all like to say, "Oh, calm down," and talk over people. It's hilarious. Anyways,
Listen,
so the horizon is
quit
dependent
talking
on
over
where
you,
you are
butthead.
on the Earth. The horizon is dependent on where you are on the Earth because
Cool.
that's how the Earth is around. The Earth is round. So the further you go further you go out in the ocean, the further that horizon is going to be. The horizon for Australia is not the same thing as the horizon looking at the beach of North America.
What?
What do you mean, what? The horizon is not the same horizon that you look at. If I'm looking north, right? If I'm looking north, or sorry, no, maybe stop. Oh, wait, no, sorry, hold on. Give me a second.
So the
East.
horizon is based upon what
East,
direction
yeah.
you're looking.
Okay, so if you look,
Jesus Christ.
depending on, I'm trying to make a point. How about you let me finish? If you look east, if you're in Australia on the island, and you're
Dude, you're
looking
fucking
east towards the ocean, please let me. I'm not monologuing. You've slowly been talking
You
over
are
me. I'm just trying to finish
monologuing.
my.
What's
I'm not
your word
monologuing. You keep
count?
talking
Your word
over me, not
count.
letting me finish. You won't even let me finish my sentence.
Yeah, this ain't
Bro,
gonna
you're
work,
done.
Danny.
You're
I'm gonna
so
just mute
stupid,
you.
bro. You're
You
so
got
dumb.
5 seconds to
Don't
get it
listen to
together.
talk over
5,
people, bro. You
4,
don't even want to talk to people,
3,
bro. No, I'm out. Bye.
2.
Out.
He ran away.
Wild.
That was crazy, man.
That was
His
new.
mic was
That was
his mic was
fucking lit.
garbage.
Yeah, well, that doesn't matter though. I'm glad it was garbage because at least it blurred some of it. Imagine that coming in crystal clear through a Blue Yeti, that freaking stuttering mess. Every time I come in here, they commit suicide.
Yeah, you exposed him pretty good.
I didn't do anything. I didn't fucking do anything, man.
He did it himself. All you had to do, Danny, was take a deep breath, fucking answer the question.
I like how they just made up freaking definitions for the horizon. That's always, classic. Just make up my own.
Yeah, and within a span of a minute in that spiral, he was saying, if the Earth was a ball, and then 45 seconds later, the Earth is a ball. What happened was Trigg brought up the oil rig observations. The guy before him coped about it. He goes, "Oh, those wonky oil rigs, funky oil rigs," and then this guy came in right after him, and now the three of them are gone. You couldn't write this stuff.
There was some example about pencil. I didn't get it.
Yeah, perhaps it was your fault, Sasha, or maybe
Yeah.
even Dave before you. Let's spread the blame. Blame it on the rain. It's too bad he didn't pull out of that spiral. That would have been more impressive than
that.
the spiral itself.
I know that. I know he was. He couldn't take the G-force, man.
If you look north, then horizon is curving. But if you look south, then it's a little bit flat.
Yeah, and then he said if you get further out to sea, well, if they're talking about these funky oil rigs, well, the camera's on the shore. Yeah, people are
I think
attacking this before even understanding what it is at this point.
I don't know how he has in mind, but he was thinking that legs, and that now it's curving there, slightly, touching that legs of the oil rig, and then it's curving. But flat water behind doesn't matter.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
his
and they
thing was
all,
the hump was to the left of it. That
Dude
was
said
the
when
top
Brian dead.
where the oil rig was.
Hey, you're all Brian dead. All flat earthers are Brian dead.
Oh, Brian. Life of Brian. Yeah, and they seem to forget that the oil rigs aren't even visible until you zoom in. So yeah, they're spazzing about it before even.
It's 3D. It's 3D. No fucking joke that it's 3D. It's a world. It's a reality. For God's sake. 3D.
Yeah, things can be blocked, and the thing that's blocking them can be behind it at the same time somehow.
I don't want to say it. That's stupid. Light. You know how light works?
That was crazy, man.
You don't know how light works. That's your problem.
Yeah, I know. I'm a flat earther. I don't know how anything works.
And nobody knows how light works, but okay.
I got a CNI dog. It just drags me around everywhere.
And during the night, when it's dark, there is no light, the ocean is still there behind the oil rigs. That's night refraction.
Yo. Wikipedia, some fucking dumb Glover changed the definition to horizon. This is it. What? Listen to this. The apparent curve that separates the surface of a celestial body from the sky when viewed from the perspective of observer on or near the surface of the relevant body, the apparent curve. For
Oh yeah,
fuck's
that's
sake, dude. Be fucking unbelievable.
been there for a while. Crazy. Yeah, that's why I remind them that there are dictionaries outside of their phones.
Well, that's Wikipedia, so like anybody can change that crap.
It's crazy.
What's crazy is someone went to the trouble to change it to apparent curve. That's what's crazy. Like, we can't have a parent line. No. These flat earthers.
That's pretty funny. Since this whole flat Earth debate's been kicking off over the last, 5, 6, 7 years, a lot of dictionary definitions have been changed.
Dude,
That's
a
pretty
lot.
funny.
Yo, man,
Yeah,
they literally they scrub shit off the internet all, like, especially regards this topic. I'll say something, someone will say, okay, give me the evidence. Well, they don't even ask. I'd say, hey, I'll show it to you. Then I go to look for it, and it's fucking gone. Like, just gone. Just vanished.
Yeah, they're in panic
In,
mode. That's funny.
in 2018, when I first started looking into flat Earth on Google, the definition was geometric horizon. That's late 2018. In early 2020, they changed it to an apparent location. And then around 22, they changed it to both an apparent and geometric location.
And 2016, 17, 15, there was flat earth claiming there is a horizon changing because of refraction. And then we came to the time that now Globe are saying there is a refraction. And there was a geometrical horizon 2016. There was no refraction. Now it's refraction. There is no more geometrical horizon. That's what we were saying years ago. And only example of refraction is a flat horizon and level horizontal. You have no example of refraction showing a curved surface.
Well, well. Hello, everybody. Isn't it a wonderful day?
You sound unwell.
Yo, sorry, man. I forgot I was muted.
No
I'm
need
just
to
laughing.
apologize for being yourself.
Sorry, I saw something funny and I'm very high right now. So, yeah, like, I know.
You sound low.
Yo, I cannot get it out of my head. Like, look, man, the picture, the picture of President Nixon talking to the space crew, right, on Apollo 11, the first not space mission, but the first
No, you've got the
mission to the
story
moon,
mixed up
right?
a little
Yo,
bit.
we went.
You have the story a little mixed up, dude.
Hold on.
The
That's
picture
the
on the
thing. Like,
wall from that
Ale, I'm
offering
saying.
of the propaganda wing was from a previous mission. But the phone call to the moon is kind of it is laughable. You're right. Carry on.
The thing is, look. The thing is, look, that picture, like, I cannot get it out of my head, because, look, when I say the first call that the president has with the Apollo 11 mission, the Apollo 11 crew, the first one who actually stepped and took pictures, close pictures, land pictures from the moon, basically. Whew, they just like, they put in the picture, and it's so funny to me. Like, also, it's funny how NASA says like about the moon landing. Basically, they say, "Ah, we lost the picture." You see, like, it's so fake. It's so fake. It's so fucking fake, man. Like NASA in Hebrew means to deceive, basically, and they're deceiving us. Like in Hebrew does mean like to deceive, basically. Also, what else?
Yeah,
Yeah, what
speak for
else can
yourself.
be said? Like, yeah, plane. Also, the thing when they say like when they launch a rocket, they say T minus. They themselves say it. They say T minus. Why? Because planet, like a planet, plane, planet. You get it? Like it's plane. The Earth is plane. A plane is a flat. So they say like T
Yeah,
minus
that
because
is
like
pretty
yeah, it's
interesting.
not a
The T
planet, it's
minus
a
thing
plane.
is kind of neat.
They say it themselves, man. Like stop defending NASA. They say it themselves. Like NASA says the Earth is flat. NASA assumes a flat and non-rotating Earth on a fucking on the simulator of the how you call it, the fucking space, like the basically the flying simulators and also like trainings. They say on the fucking manual. They say like yeah, assume a flat or not and non-rotating Earth. Basically, you see like and here you go, like flat Earth proven. Also, go to the beach, go to a nice playa, go to a nice sandy beach that has like no land visible. It's just a flat, like you see the full horizon, the sea, and put your hands are like T-pose basically. And breathe in and breathe out and close your eyes and relax and tell me what do you feel? Do you feel spinning? No, you don't. No, you don't. You don't feel spinning. You do not feel going around like in this fucking dust in the fucking space, right? Because we're just a dust in space. Our life has no meaning. We are just hairless monkeys who
All right,
live
you're
on this
growing on me.
space, dust space. Oh no! And here you go. And here you go. What you create is nihilism. You create nihilism. People kill themselves because there's no fucking meaning to this shit whole life. So why should I live? Also, people commit crimes. People kill other people. Why? Because if nothing has a meaning, if there's nothing after it, why not kill people? Like because killing people is funny for some people, right? And yeah, like. And that's the thing, like, voila, you destroy the world with nihilism, with the belief in nothing. Why is there a God? Because apparently we have law. Do we have the law? Yeah, we do. We do have the law. We have a very, very, very well thought law in every government, kind of. No, in every government, it's just like, people don't follow the law. That's the problem. When people do not follow the law and here everything goes to fucking shit, right? God told us, do not murder. And we murder. And we murder. No, but it's God's fault. No, it's not God's fault that he died. You murdered him. You killed him. And yeah, people, God told us, do not eat from the tree of knowledge of what is good and bad. We did it. And then you go, here you go, 10 other laws.
Nah, dude, we didn't do it. It was that bitch.
No, Eve wasn't a bitch. The thing is, Eve was a sinful human. She was firstly introduced to sin. Adam
She
and
got
Eve
us all
were
killed, man.
first
What are you talking
introduced
about?
to the sin. What? Just because
I'm
you don't
joking.
understand, you have to scream? Ask me
No,
questions.
I'm joking,
Do
man. It
not
was a
scream
joke.
at me.
Just
Ask me
take it easy.
questions.
It was a joke.
Okay. All right. No problem. No, no. Okay. Sorry. I mistook it. I mistook it, brother. Like, no, it's all right. And yeah, like, look, mate. Like, God told us, do not kill. What we do? We kill, and then we blame God. Oh, because God allowed us to kill. God allowed him to be killed. No, God told you not to do that, but you do that. How can God doesn't physically come here on earth, like, and prevent everything. He doesn't have to. Like, he just tells you, do not do that. And he has faith in you. More than you think he does have faith in you, right? He wouldn't give you free will. That's why God gave us free will, because he loves us. He loves us, cares for us, and he's a loving father. That's why he forgives. That's why he forgives everything. Everything. He's a God of love, not of hate. Anyways, I gotta go. I'm having a good day outside, cycling around the flat earth. No, around. Yeah, around, because it could be around, but yeah, I agree. It could be around the earth, but thing is also a coin is round, and the coin is a flat surface with a round, basically surrounding, right? Or a cone. It could be a cone. It could also be like a cylinder. Why not? It could also be I don't know what. A half a globe. Could be. It could be half globe. We're just living on the surface where like it's flat. And that's that. Flat earth, yeah, it's flat. The earth is flat. It could be half a globe, literally, like when you think about it. Yeah, anyway, see you guys. Take care. God bless you.
Gregory.
Yeah.
When were you first a flat earther, or were you always a flat earther? Yo, Gregory. Gregory's off singing in his room again.
There you are. Who we meeting?
I don't know. I was asking you, when were you first a flat earther?
2016, 17.
Do you get like so what gave you the concept of the earth flat? Like, was it reading the Bible? Was it like doing your own research, or like
It wasn't originally from the scriptures. It was from empirical observation and measurement.
Oh.
After that, I learned that the scripture teaches that.
thing with the scriptures though is that it can be interpreted in multiple different ways. At least I mean that's what I've heard. At least people say that it can be interpreted in a different way.
Anything can be interpreted in a variety of ways. That's a truism.
I don't know if it ever describes the earth as flat actually, or like I'm pretty sure it says it's something like round or surface is round or something like that. I don't know.
Yeah, let me show you again. Just off the top of the head in the scroll of Job, the earth is as a clay under seal with upturned edges.
That's
It's not a
supposed to mean.
sphere. It's a level plane.
Interesting. You believe that there's a chance that you're wrong though? Like there's a chance that the earth is a globe?
Category error. It's not a matter of probability.
So you're definite about it then. It's not like a question for you at all?
Well, I believe it and I know it. So it's not a matter of the probability of me being wrong. It's a dichotomy.
Okay. I mean, some people say that they don't have the information to say for sure, right? I was just wondering if you did the same or you didn't.
Yeah, that's a question about certainty. It's between certainty and the proposition being true. As it concerns the matter of the veracity of the proposition, it's not a matter of probability. It's just a matter of quality or state. It's not a matter of probability. As it concerns what someone believes about themselves concerning them knowing the proposition, they may think that they are completely right or certain or less than certain.
Where are you in that field? Certain?
Well, I don't doubt, so I'm certain.
Okay.
There's nothing that's going to make the water curve into a ball, except a paranormal miracle by the Lord, of course. He was muted. No. You just joined.
Yeah. I was just watching you argue with I don't know who. I think it was Squatch. I don't know who those guys were making like that stupid.
Oh, you were there, yeah.
I don't know what that was about. It wasn't as profound. To be honest, I didn't think it was as profound. I think they were just switching the name. They were trying to make a God argument without saying like the actual God argument. They were just like replacing God with like Billy, and they just like start trying to make it seem like it's a real person, and you know, it doesn't have to be a God, and it doesn't have to be like some higher power being or something like that.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, the primary issue is this. They want to be atheists, not at all making haste to try and submit to the law of the gods, so they're going to try their best to dodge it. So after that, they're going to do all sorts of patterns of whatsoever, patterns of reasoning, patterns of rhetoric, patterns of behavior. What they're going to do everything they possibly can to avoid the conclusion that they don't want. They're not even trying to defend a position. Like they're rarely will you find a devout, zealous, scientist that is trying to defend scientism in all the particular points of mainstream orthodoxy. Rarely you'll find that, because there's nothing about the worldview that makes anything at all that worthwhile to be devoted to, unless you're just being really inconsistent and not self-conscious about their worldview, which many people are. And so with that Billy thing, Billy the simulator in another dimension making a simulation, that's just a bunch of bad satire. That's what it is. It's bad satire, because they, in spite of all their rhetoric, like I let them teach me. I hope you heard that part. I let them teach me a bit about this modality thing. So after I got a bit of information, I can say, okay, so we can move past this modality thing. So I'm saying this in the logical and metaphysical modality. Okay, now what? And continue to just obfuscate the issue after that. So they have no reason, first of all, no reason to deny that you need a necessary entity for all the contingent entities to be real. And no reason to deny that this necessary entity would be necessary for all possible worlds, because all possibilities are contingent upon the necessary entity. And then no reason to say that you can have a finite or infinite set of contingent entities that don't have the necessary entity to be real. No reason to say that. So they didn't actually refute anything in the argument. And I better go back in there and copy and paste it so I can have it again. I think I deleted it from my clipboard. I'm going to find it again. And then the Billy thing. That was a self-contradictory pseudo-god. Oh, you can have an infinite set of. Oh, really? Okay. What does he have an infinite set of? Because at first he said he has an infinite set of properties, full stop, period. No qualifications of any particular type of anything. Just an infinite set of properties, all properties whatsoever. Not any particular type of property. So then they had to smuggle in something else. And they do it so smoothly. You got to give them credit. They do it so smoothly. They smuggle in that caveat that they never mentioned in the first place. Well, you can have an infinite quantity. It's logically possible you have an infinite quantity of X. Never said X or Y or Z. Never said anything like that. Just an infinite set of properties. And then also simultaneously lacks an infinite set of properties. Never specified a distinction between two sets. Just the same set. Just the set of what properties whatsoever. So yeah. So they didn't do pre-sup, as it were, as they say derisively, well, even if they did try to do it. He didn't do it well. They failed. Yeah, he has a self-contradictory God. We don't.
Yeah, it kind of just seemed like they were even playing up to their actual beliefs. They were just kind of LARPing just to kind of mess with you. Like, real theists would argue and dissect each other's proofs, not just you know, oh yeah, you believe in Jesus, I believe in Allah. Like, let's go debate like the attributes of Jesus as a god and Allah as a god. Like, we would necessarily agree like on most common basics. Just I think be separate off of like the definitions of stuff like what is forgiveness, what is love, and stuff like this. And you know what I'm saying, like that. Like, yeah, basic like, oh, what is God like, and not like kind of like our perspectives of the rules of theism and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Not just is there one
The
powerful
fundamentals.
God? Yeah, the fundamentals and stuff like that. Yeah.
So they're just determined to treat me as though I'm the one that can't have a discourse. Anyone who knows me, they know.
Right.
Gregory, where did you learn all your vocab?
Primarily being in my room, if you're referring to my location in free space.
Okay.
I think he's asking how did you expand your vocabulary? Did you read a lot of books growing up? Like, did you go to school? What was the?
Yeah, I just went to the regular state indoctrination system, the public. I can't stand that. The regular state indoctrination system, so-called public school. It's just like everyone else, no special school. I didn't really read that much. I don't really read like entire novels. I do read frequently. I read articles, but especially the
You
sacred
have a book,
scriptures.
though, right?
But I primarily listen, contemplate, pray, study. Listen, contemplate, pray, study.
I see.
I mean, you have like a book, though, right? We know what is that book?
I have a couple books. I mean, of course, like I said, the Holy Mikra, of course. And then I have
There we
some
go.
dictionaries, and then I have a
Maybe
particular
some books
book
from the early church fathers, stuff like that.
in digital form. I listened and read The City of God. I listened and read The Institutes of the Christian Religion.
Nice.
How do I categorize this one book? It's a philosophical book, doing an analysis of scientism and exposing its errors.
What is scientism?
It's a thing Tom Cruise is part of.
Let me show you. You know what? Hold on. Go back. See if I can find it. Catch it in the nick of time before the computer deletes it. Hurry. Okay, good. Praise God. So there's that. And this would be convenient. Did it? Okay, yeah, they did. I'll find the link in just a moment. I'll just post the screenshot for now. Okay, here in the open chat, here's the screenshot. Come on. My phone is being slow and delaying and irritating me. So there's scientism. There at the bottom of the open chat.
Since we're talking about science, what was your independent variable to determine what scientism is?
That's a category I've ever heard one. Neutron, if you look in the open chat, Thaletos just derided me again. So he followed me here into this room. A couple of them followed me into this room.
Yeah, I didn't say anything to them. I wasn't in the debate. I was just listening the whole time because it was but I did felt like it was kind of made to be a spectacle. It was kind of gassed up.
Yeah, they don't care. They do not care about knowledge. They just pretend they do. It's just a masturbation of their pride. Oh, I'm smarter than you.
And then when they kind of came in and server muted you, that kind of did feel a little, I don't know, kind of interferiary. Like that's a word.
At least 3 times. I mean, the bias is very clear. This NU guy, like, I'm an anti-sophist. I'm just built that way. So when I hear it, I mean, I just have to, I have to destroy it. This NU guy, I run this shit. That's his little account name. Just he's obviously disrupting and deflective. Just all the software, the whole 9. Never got muted. Never got a red mic once. I get all the red mics. I get the most red mics.
Yeah. I'm not really I don't know. I usually when I hear atheists argue with theists, I prefer to hear like assuming positions, like they assume their own positions, because I feel like people online, especially atheists, tend to do a lot of criticism and not a lot of defense.
Mm-hmm. Now the thing is with that assuming thing, like any one of us can just persevere to just be adversarial, and that's what ruins the process of debate. The best performance of debate is to be particularly considerate and self-scrutinizing and cooperate unto the truth, aka a dialectic. When you just refuse to accept anything, you just persevere to scrutinize without ever considering and being considerate. As redundant, without ever considering and never being consistent, is what I meant to say. Then you're never gonna ascertain the truth. For all you know, the person that you're being so adversarial against could be saying the truth, and you're just incessantly denying it with invincible ignorance, which is a fallacy. It's no good. I can acknowledge the truth that the atheist says. I can acknowledge the truth that the atheist says. I can acknowledge the truth that anybody says. Truth is truth, no matter who says it. Very simple.
Gregory, can you teach me about fallacies?
I could teach you a thing or two. I wouldn't be a logician. Exhausted the sound in this VC.
Yeah.
Teach us how to tag people with like logical fallacies.
Wait, what
and
the
shit.
hell?
Like,
Matt, no, Matt, change your name back. No, Weak Zebra is not. No. I didn't know that was you. What the hell? I don't like that. It has to be Matt and then something. Matt Foodie, Matt Mooney.
Matt Foodie.
Matt Gregory, I don't care.
It's like
I'm hungry, so I'm gonna change it to Matt Foodie.
Matt Gregory.
He said it again. He said he didn't repeat any of the other ones. He said that one again.
Matt Zebra. Nuclear Zebra.
Nuclear
Zebra. Yeah.
Am I black with white stripes or white with black stripes? I don't know.
You mean I'm going to stay the scholar?
I'm going out to the wild.
Do you think zebras think the earth is flat?
They probably do, to be honest.
Quadruped. Sprechen say English?
Zebras got no reason to believe it's a globe.
You didn't see anything, right?
Huh?
That's a shame. These quotes are not landing. People didn't have a childhood. No one saw Madagascar.
So, wait, are we talking about the penguins of Madagascar, or are we talking about the Madagascar movie?
The first Madagascar, the first one that kicked it all off.
I like to move it. Oh man, times, bro.
It's so long ago, I forgot.
The only
How
thing
about the girls around the world that love to move their body? When they move their body, and they move it nice and sweet and saucy. All right?
The worst thing was when the fact that one of those, like, I think it was more, he had like a foot fetish or something. Bro, it was a little weird. he was
physically fit.
Physically.
King Julian.
Come on, y'all. They're not attacking us right this very instant.
Oh my god.
Gregory, were you the voice actor for Moto Moto?
The Fusa are attacking. No.
Kowalski analysis.
The Earth is a
You,
globe.
higher mammal, can you read?
So did we ever get to the bottom of the ship that's being obstructed by Gobi Desert internal reflection?
If only I knew what you were referring to.
The boat and the horizon that Jekyll was talking about last night.
And what was the question?
Did we ever get to the a conclusion to that conversation?
I don't recall. I got to be honest.
Jekyll, are you here?
Isn't Jekyll like a type of thing?
I don't know. I tried to look it up to see what it meant. I couldn't find anything.
Jekyll and Hyde.
Yeah. See? Jekyll Island.
Does anyone know how to work on cars? I need some help in this car mechanic 21 simulator. They want me to do, hold up, the alternator, the belt tensioner, the cam gear, the clutch plate. Man, I took all this stuff off.
I think you need Scotty Kilmer.
Scotty Kilmer, big time. I'm just gonna do the clutch plate and figure these out.
Worked on cars for most of my life. I still don't have time for a simulator like that.
It's fun, man. To be honest, it's cool because I just got my first car. I got like a 2005 Mustang GT with the 5 gear, and I'm trying to learn how to work on cars more, be more familiar, so I can like track it and mod it and stuff. Yeah, good.
But then good on you. You're doing some.
Good on you, mate.
Oh, put all caps. What kind of cars did you used to work on? Do you work for like a dealership or just like a regular?
Work with my dad. It was a bunch of old cars, so it was like good training to understand why some people might have more trouble working on a car than others.
If the Earth isn't round, then why are my car's wheels round?
If the Earth is flat, then why is my basketball a sphere?
That's a good question, Gregory.
That is a very good question, Gregory.
If the Earth is flat, then why are boobs round?
Wouldn't I be able to bounce a flat ball off a round Earth?
Like a little.
You said that so smoothly too, like it made sense. I damn near missed it.
If the Earth is round, then why are pizzas flat? That's a question for Matt Foodie.
I don't know, man.
Why is Kansas flatter than a pancake?
I was just listening along to the conversation, but then somebody mentioned boobs.
Why are the oceans level with the laser?
Are they? What
You didn't
observation?
know?
Yeah.
What's the
Let me show
longest
you.
motion they tested that on?
I haven't even seen any of it. I'll just say refraction.
Isn't it a little early for aimless refraction chanting?
No, I haven't even seen the observation yet, and it's probably just refraction. Matt Foodie is a smart cookie. He got a 36 on the SAT, or yeah. No, wait, ACT. Therefore, the Earth is a globe.
What you know? One.
36? What the fuck?
Yeah, and he told us yesterday that he was going to work on learning how to write write cursive to save himself some time in the future.
Cursive sucks.
cursive.
I never use cursive.
Yeah, it was a discussion yesterday. We were just talking about the time-saving aspects of it, not having to lift the pen after every letter. Anyways,
There it is.
moment of
I'm not gonna lie, dude. If I was
semi-levity.
if I had to like read someone's cursive writing because they want to hurry up, I'm gonna look and be pissed.
Well, then you could ask them to improve their cursive. So this isn't the cursive I've learned, sir. Please. Yeah, I've had that problem picking up my own cursive when scribbling a note and looking at it, finding it a year and a half later, and taking a while to sometimes never breaking it down. But somewhere in the back of my mind, the story of Leonardo writing backwards in cursive still amuses me. So I don't mind scribbling for my own personal notes from time to time.
Old House, so when I posted the Google Doc, not Google Doc, the PDF and the YouTube video featuring the FE core laser experiment or measurement, and then Gamma replied with, "Well, because it's refraction. The Earth is a ball. It may look flat, but that's refraction." Is that a logically sound appeal?
I was just joking, man.
Well, no, apparently it was a joke, but no, it's not. But I think he's just trying to get it back to that point to continue on. I don't know. It's like, no, it's not great considering this whole idea, this whole chanting of replying with blanket refraction to rationalize why these things are being seen in these distances beyond the geometric limitations of the ball. Yeah, that's not logical.
So is the intensity of the laser, if you were to measure it in like watts per meter squared, is it the same as if the light was being directly shined into the laser, or is it being like spread out? Is it diverging? The answer, of course, is going to be yes, it's diverging, right?
Therefore, the Earth is a ball.
Therefore, the Earth is not flat. Well, therefore, the Earth is not. It can't be used to falsify the globe.
for this experiment.
Isn't funny that they built all these lighthouses to protect ships from running into the shore? And it's not as if you see these lighthouses. Well, heck, you can see a lot of these lighthouses during the day from far distances, but it's not as if you only see the light right before trouble. And you're telling me all these people over the years who saw lighthouses in the distance on these. I know now I'm being a little illogical, but I'm just asking a question. Just this idea that these people in the old days, and I'm not even talking about that old days, 150 years ago, these lighthouses were there and they accepted that they were there. It wasn't an idea of, oh, that lighthouse can't be there. It's refracted, and I don't know. We'll steer clear now.
I mean, I'm just curious about the logic sequence. You know, the column of the laser is expanding its diameter, its radius, its diameter, I should say. Therefore, the laser isn't level with the surface of the ocean? That doesn't follow. I mean, does that follow, Old House? So you extend the laser, shoot the laser out. It's obviously parallel with the surface of the water, and Obvious.
you see the column expand a bit, or whatever degree it's really expanding, and therefore it's not parallel with the surface of the water. Does that follow?
It's diverging. Lasers don't travel in straight lines, dude.
I mean, it's diverging.
Diverging from what?
As soon as it leaves the aperture, it's diverging.
What do you
Which
mean?
Which way is it diverging, dude?
So there's some reference from where it's diverging from.
Yeah, it's diverging out in a cone from the aperture, right? It's diverging in all directions.
Oh, see, yeah, there. Okay, so I got that premise right. So the column is expanding, therefore it's not level with the surface. That doesn't follow.
Yeah, therefore the light that we see isn't just traveling in a straight line, right? It's diverging out, which means it can follow the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, but that
Wow.
line in the middle exists in that cone.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
we don't
it's
see the middle one,
it's
which
not
is why I
curving.
asked. Which is why I
The
asked.
laser isn't curving, right?
I
It's
know
not
it's not curving.
convexly curving or
Yeah,
concavely curving, right? It's not sloping up or down. It's staying level with the surface of the water.
yeah, but it's diverging out, which means that you're still going to be able to see it, even if you're hidden.
So you see how that
Well,
doesn't connect with your conclusion, right? The level laser beam
The
that's
level
expanding its
laser
column
question.
over the distance is not level with the surface of the Earth, with the surface of the waters.
Yep. So why don't you measure the intensity of that laser light and see if it computes with what it would be from that distance, so you can see if it was in a straight line going through the air.
So yeah, we had to correct and go back south and southwest until we sighted Jamaica.
Were
But
you part? Were you part of like the
what's that?
navigating? Were you doing the navigation or part of it on that
Yeah, there
trip?
was only three. There was only three of us that were. We had a core group of three of us. Yeah, I was the first mate. So there was the skipper and his girlfriend, and then me. So me and the skipper did all the navigation. So I was there hands on. We used my watch, as a matter of fact, for the clock because I had the most accurate clock on board, which was my Bulova diving watch was the most accurate watch at that time that we had on board. So we used my watch and use a stopwatch as well when you're doing those sightings to get it accurate. Yeah, you do something like 6 to 12 sightings each time you do it. So it could take a while to do your noon shot to make sure you got the very height of the sun at noontime. When it starts descending, then you know where your sighting was because you had timed it and wrote it all down on a logbook. So you knew where the highest point of the sun was at that location. And you can start figuring from there. But a lot of the rest of it I don't remember. You know, like I'll be perfectly honest. Something that I did 44 years ago and have only done like coastal navigation since on my father's boat when I came back. But I've done a lot of coastal navigation in California, up and down the coast in Southern California mostly.
Yeah, hey, I have a question for you, Sonny, if you don't mind speculating just a hair for me.
Sure.
So, I have never used a sextant. I've never done any navigation, though I spent most of my adult life near the sea. I should have, but I never got the opportunity to. But it's been a great area of interest of mine, and what I always keep coming back to is that, like you mentioned there, you need a very accurate time source. So, of all the centuries of supposed, that the Globies tell us that they could chart their positions to the nanometer over the past few hundred years, how was that possible before you had really, really accurate mechanical clocks and such?
Yeah, they didn't do it very accurately. That's why a lot of their longitude was hit and miss. They actually used sand. They actually used hourglass sand with sand in it at first before they had accurate clocks. They had several different methods of timekeeping. I think some of them had water, some of them had sand. But yeah, until I think it was the mid 1700s, 1760 maybe, somewhere right around there. Don't quote me on that. But not until the 1750s, 60s, somewhere in that area, was that accurate timepiece for navigation invented. Before then, they couldn't accurately tell time at sea because of the rocking of the ship would throw off any mechanics. So
light.
Yeah, so they eventually they made one that could
What are you doing in here,
that-
Light?
pardon me?
Oh, I'm sorry, I was talking to Light.
Oh, I'm just chilling. I'm just listening.
Alright. Do you want to go to the other server?
Alright.
Alright, let's go to the other server. Sorry guys for interrupting.
Oh, no problem.
Yeah, that's and that certainly is interesting because even the clocks they would have had in the 17 and 1800s, once you got so far away from, say, an official time where you had synchronized your clock to, it seems like there would have been a variance that would have happened over time. And the other thought that I had on it is that you needed the accurate timepiece, but yet, even if your reading was off or had two or three things, you, by dead reckoning and other mechanisms, I'm sure that you would probably have some kind of common sense approach of, okay, well, I'm reading this, but it's kind of just verifying where I'm at, not necessarily predicting where I'm at.
Right. Well, you see, like dead reckoning was very difficult in those days because they actually used a rope with knots tied in it and a board on it and throw that overboard and then count the number of knots that went by. That's how they actually got the term knots. They were actually knots tied in a rope. And each knot was like, I think 6 feet, or it might have been a yard. So they counted the yards until whatever knots they got, they just counted the knots. They literally counted knots in a rope. So so they were have trouble because any of the currents and so forth that were sending your ship willy-nilly back and forth, up and down, like the waves, action of the waves, you're going up and down and back and forth, side to side. So, so I just looked it up on Wikipedia, and it says, until the mid-1750s, accurate navigation at sea, out of sight of land, was unsolved problem due to the difficulty in calculating longitude. So let me see, the very first one, trying to find it where this was, the marine chronometer of the 18th century, made by Jeremy Thacker. Let's see here. He was a watchmaker who for a long time was believed to be the first to have coined the word chronometer for precise clocks designed to find longitude at sea. I don't know if he's the one, but he used gimbals, and the clock was in a vacuum in a bell jar. So they use a gimbal so it could swing back and forth, and it was in a vacuum bell jar where they sucked all the air out of it. So pretty interesting. But here it is right here. Christian Huygens, following his invention of the pendulum clock in 1656, made the first attempt at marine chronometer in 1673 in France. And then Huygens in 1675 received a pension from Louis XIV, invented a chronometer that employed a balance wheel and a spiral spring for regulation. So there was several different versions. But it looks like here it says Henry Sully, 1680 to 1729, presented a first marine chronometer in 1716. So there was a lot of different versions. And then
the
John
catchment
Harrison's. Go ahead. You broke up a little bit. No, you're still breaking up.
Yeah. Oh well, I'll try again later. Continue.
Yeah, I actually have to step out. I have a meeting to go to, and I'll probably be back in about an hour and a half, something like that, after I have some lunch. So I'll check with you guys a little bit later today, all right? Nice talking with you. Appreciate your time on here. Thanks, you guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Have a good one, Sonny.
Hello, McFraction Earthers.
Do we have some spinning wobbling to the space ball believers in the house?
Yeah, Alpha just joined.
Oh, he's a spinning wobbling to the space ball believer.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
I do.
How so?
Because I have that feeling. I think Heretic is definitely a Glober.
Heretic?
Yeah, 100%.
Why do you think so?
Because he's smart. Well, smart and like doesn't talk very much. I don't know.
Wait, Globers are smart?
No, not all of them.
I mean, anti-flat earthers. Sorry. Which are actually, in fact, flat earthers.
Is that true?
Yeah.
What even is an anti-flat earther? Is it?
Someone who has actually lost a long time ago.
Is that something you just have to assume, or?
It's kind of like a kid that has attached so much to the idea of a Santa Claus. He knows it's fake, but it doesn't want to be taken away the, you know, the thrill of it, I guess. If you get what I mean.
Interesting, yeah.
He saw those milk and cookies gone. So, gotta be real.
You know, what's her proof that Santa Claus doesn't exist? That's I thought. Checkmate.
Everybody must be in on it, right? If it doesn't exist.
Yeah, everyone must be in on it. You
So
said
it
it.
can't be a hoax.
You
It
said
must
it.
be real. Everybody must be in on it, therefore Santa Claus must be real.
Yep.
Therefore Obama's wife is actually a woman.
That's probably true.
Yeah.
Do you believe in Santa Claus, Clay?
No.
Why not?
Haven't believed him in a long time. Since I don't know which age. I mean, my parents told me the story. They even made sure to, you know, play as if he was there. But at some point you woke up and you were like, that was just all. They have been in on it, you know. They knew it was fake, but they still lied to me. Such a shame.
Maybe all your flat earther friends are lying to you too, man. I don't know.
No, doesn't matter if I'm the only one that accepts reality for what it represents itself to be. I don't need other people for that. I just need me and reality. And because I'm a product of that reality, of that place I live in, I can experience it, can look at it, measured, repeatedly measured, located. At some point, I gotta realize that I can't change what it is just because I wish to.
Do you wish it was a globe?
No. Well, I mean, that's a weird question. I think reality is already pretty. So there's like, for me, there's no reason to wish for something else. Know what I mean? I think we already live in a beautiful place.
I mean, I think a lot of places.
Beautiful creation. What?
I think a lot of places on Earth aren't very beautiful.
What do you find not so beautiful about this place?
There's a lot of suffering.
Well, there's also beauty and suffering.
That's interesting.
You know, usually people that have actually suffered are the ones who say that there's beauty in suffering.
That is true.
I can attest to that, you know.
I don't think anyone should have to be an example, though. I think that's kind of an absurd statement.
Well, it's just one of those things that it seems like if you've never suffered before, then your idea of suffering is you can't fully grasp the concept or the idea of it. But the people who have actually suffered in their lifetime can look back on the suffering and be grateful that they had to go through what they did to be where they are.
I mean, sure, but that doesn't mean like we should seek pride in suffering being a thing. That's kind of weird.
I didn't seek pride in it. It's not something to be proud of. It's something to just take in like you do anything else.
I'm happy for suffering. I suffer many times,
Are you
but
happy
for
for
little,
people suffering?
if I'm happy for other people suffering, well, it's a very it's a question that needs to be carefully answered.
For us to think about it, that's pretty weird.
What?
You have to think about it. That's pretty weird. Should just be an automatic. No, I'm not happy that other people suffer.
Well, I know that I have learned from suffering. Sometimes it's a good thing. You know, I gotta give you this analogy. If a father says to his child, you should not eat so much candy, I'm gonna take away the candy from you, that child will obviously suffer and cry if it loves candy very much. But the father is not taking away the candy because it loves the suffering, or because he simply loves his child and wants to prevent the child from being hurt in the future. Therefore, he will grant a little bit of suffering with his child, but because he knows better, he knows why he's gonna go through that suffering. And I've been through a lot of small little sufferings as a child because of my parents and how they raised me. But nowadays, I would say, man, thank God that they did the way they did.
I mean, McFraction makes me suffer a lot.
What?
McFraction makes me suffer a lot.
Yeah, but did you understand my analogy here? Great. Don't know what that was about.
What the hell is going on? People are burping into their mics now.
Oh, sorry, man. That was me. Was not intentional. Very, very funny.
Yeah, you got away with it twice now. I think pushing it any further would kind of ruin it. Right.
Wait for the third one.
Yeah.
That's the ballers freaking going down the drain. Love the freaking trombone. Great stuff.
Aw, you ruined it. Come on, man. You should have kept it at 2. That would have been more funny. You just had to ruin it.
Drake, you can do one. You're not a bad dude. Come on, man.
Do what?
Do it. Do the trombone, dude. You can be a funny guy too, can't you? Not just freaking Mr. I know calculus and everybody else doesn't.
Well, Alpha doesn't know calculus, but I can't speak for other people.
Told you I got expelled in 7th grade and didn't even finish algebra 2.
That's
so
fine.
you can freaking use that one for whenever you want, dude.
It's funny because you don't need calculus to disprove your claim of the Earth is a globe.
You're rambling
You
on about
literally
partial
don't even need
derivatives.
to, dude. I literally just claim. I asked my freaking Miss Zaitzoff, my freaking kindergarten teacher. I said, Miss Zaitzoff, how does all the water stick to the ball when she had the globe in the front of her? And then that lying witch freaking proceeded to freaking brainwash me with freaking gravity.
Yeah, brainwash.
Yeah, but it's not her fault though. She just believes.
Does anyone
that it was a
here
globe.
believe in a flat Earth?
I do.
No, they're all LARPing.
I do. Hold on, don't mute him. Let him. I'll talk to him. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Yeah.
Ask your question.
Oh yeah. Why do you believe in a flat Earth?
Because the Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as a flat stationary plane.
It's not. It's not flat. Why would they be lying about that?
It is. Go ahead.
It's not flat. Where would the water go?
What do you mean? Where would the water go? What are you talking about?
We have oceans, right? Does it like water does
Yeah.
not just stand like flat? This is not really how it works.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Water at rest displays no convexity. Everybody knows.
Okay,
this.
what if there's a tsunami?
Yeah, but did you hear what I said? You just whistled past it like immediately.
Yeah, but it's just bullshit because everyone knows that.
How is it bullshit? What convexity do you notice when water's at rest?
I don't know what the fuck that means. Like,
Okay, so
but I feel like
is water when water's not moving, do you see it curving?
Well, the water is always moving.
That's not the point. Answer my question.
Well, I don't know.
Water is not moving.
I've never seen water not move. Have you?
Yeah, I have. Calm lakes when they're placid.
Yeah, they're still moving. Like just like very.
Yeah. So
slowly.
do you measure any convexity? Is there any?
Well, I couldn't tell you
large
because I've never seen water that's not moving.
So you're not gonna answer the question. Is that it?
No. I just don't know. I think what you're talking about is bullshit.
Well, it's not a bullshit, dude. It's physics. So
Yeah,
if you say
okay,
physics
yeah,
is bullshit,
This guy
then
knows
that's
it,
up
bro.
to you.
He just has to have the last word. This guy, I don't get him.
Okay.
I don't know what
so
guy.
yeah,
you look at people's names. If you're new to this room, look at people's names and then say who, because I don't know you're speaking about me or the other guy.
Okay, and are you an actual flat earther or are you just taking the stance?
It's not about being an actual flat earther. It's about identifying whether or not you know the Earth's a globe.
Yeah, I believe the Earth is a globe.
I know you believe it, and that's
Yeah.
very apparent to everyone here.
Okay, what do you
But
believe?
problem is you don't know how it's a globe. So you come in here and you think that because we're talking about flat Earth, it's easy to attack an opposing side that you have no knowledge on. Therefore, going back to your idea that if the Earth is a globe or not, how can you prove to anybody here that the Earth is indeed a globe?
How that the Earth is a globe?
Yes.
I think it's common sense. Also, I don't need to know anything about this. I just came in because it's a
All right,
commonly
let's
well-known
use your
fact.
common sense.
Well, can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a
No,
question?
not really, not really. We're gonna
Okay,
find out
yeah.
if you know the Earth's
Sorry,
a
but you
globe.
don't have authority over me, you big Discord man, right?
You want to
So-
bet? What do you think this is? That's authority. I just want to make you realize I do. All right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
I know
now let's
40, but
let's
I don't
fi- let's figure out if the Earth is a globe. Why, Shan? Let's figure it out.
I
All
ask you a
right. So
question.
not really. Let's figure out if you know the Earth's a globe. All right. Before we go anywhere else.
Yeah. No, you're gonna listen to me. I'm not gonna.
Not really. You're not an entitled baby in this room. Sorry. We don't talk to entitled babies. We talk to people who want to have a conversation. Okay. So
Yeah,
if
Discord
the
man, I
Earth
don't
is,
fuck.
well, that's fine. You have your own choice. Make it and do it.
Yeah. I'm not gonna listen to what you have to have. I have a question to ask you if you
You
want.
don't have to, and that's
No,
why there's
no,
always the door.
I'm asking a question.
Sorry, no, you're not. You're not an entitled baby in this room. You don't get to do what you want. This room is a privilege to talk amongst these intellects. You're ruining it. Like coming in here and acting like we have to answer your questions. I indulge your question. That's fine. But you actually have to realize if the Earth is a globe or not. That's what you have to do. Got it? You're not going to get your way. You're in a generation where you think you can just ask questions and do what you want. It's not this room. Sorry.
Yeah, it's not that deep, man. I was asking a question.
No, you already did. Now it's my turn. How do you know the Earth's a globe? Go ahead. Tell everybody how you know.
All right. Yeah. No. Common sense for one.
Yeah, common sense is just a word that you're using that has a lot of ambiguity. What do you mean by common sense?
What do I mean by common sense? I mean, like, why? Okay, why would they even lie about there being a? Well, like, do you think that they're misinformed, or do you think that they're lying?
They're misinformed.
Okay, so the government you think is misinformed, yeah?
Yeah, just like you. Otherwise, you'd be able to detail to me how you know the Earth's a globe, which is what you're not doing.
Yeah, but like, what? Like, I didn't come here to have that conversation. I mean, there's
Well,
like
that's
loads
what
of.
the whole room's about, sir.
Okay,
It's
right.
trying
So,
to figure out if anybody in here knows how it's.
so
a
see
globe.
whenever you're observing from like the horizon from a high altitude, right?
Yeah.
We can see curvature. Like, well, what's your answer for that?
Well, the answer for that is that according to the size of the Earth, you're not able to. And that's not me saying that to you. That's mainstream science, according to what you guys say, is telling you that the size of the Earth is not you're not able to see curvature from that altitude. Sorry.
Okay, so from a high altitude, it's like an airplane, you can still see curvature. Like this is like a
No,
well-known thing.
sir.
People
No, it's
can't.
not.
So have you never seen that? No, you've never seen curvature at all.
It's not about seeing it, sir. It's about proving that it exists, which means
Okay,
that you
exists.
have.
So do you think it's
Hold
an
on,
illusion?
sir.
Do you
Hold
think it's an
on.
illusion?
Hold
Yeah?
on. It's not about it being an illusion. It's about you proving it, which means that you're going to have to understand the size of the Earth extrapolated into geometry.
Okay, prove to me that it's not there, even though everyone else sees it.
What did I just tell you?
Yeah,
See
what
if
did I
you
just tell you?
remember. Did you forget because you're just waiting to talk?
Yeah, no, I'm not really interested in your arguments. Like, you're
Okay, then if you're not interested, there's the door. We're talking to people in here who are interested, sir.
Okay, well, okay.
Okay.
Do you think that the
okay.
other planets are?
No, we're not going to answer your questions. If you're not interested, if you're not sorry, Flatsy. If you're not interested, sir, there's a door. We want to talk to people who are interested. It sounds like you're curious, but you're not willing to go all the way. What you're giving up. I don't want you to, but it's just what you're doing. I'm gonna unmute you one more time, and if you're not willing to engage, then I'm not going to engage with you, and no one else is either. So it's up. You're making a choice. I'm going to listen to somebody who's just telling us what they want us to know. No. What did I just say prior to you asking me if you could see curvature from an airplane?
I wasn't not listening.
I know you're not. That's
Yeah,
your
okay,
problem.
so why'd you ask?
Okay, what? Because I want you to actually be honest, and you were. What we get? People's hair's on fire.
I think he should be redirected to the other Discord Flat Earth one. Find so
He's not willing to look at any information, Bang Boo. This is the problem that we have in here. They're only here for a short second because it sounds like a funny meme. Flat Earth sounds ridiculous, so they're in here to poke fun at it. And either they're going to be able to substantiate their claim that the Earth is a globe, or they're going to bounce. And that's not because we want them to. That's because they're being entitled and they feel like they want to ask questions and you need to answer them.
What's the farthest
Not how
anyone's
it
made
goes.
it and still left a glober?
There's people in here that are still globers that are sitting in here right now.
Bruh.
What'd you say?
I said that's crazy. I said that's crazy because there's no point in being in a flat Earth like Discord call if you're not a flat earther.
No, I mean, if they feel like there's some type of way that they can work themselves into a conversation where they think we have faulty logic, they're trying to figure out where that faulty logic is. So perhaps they want to be here to listen to us slip up or say something wrong or catch us where we don't understand what how to apply some type of understanding to the Earth being a globe. So they're in here for that sole purpose, not for. Well, once
They
they
do it.
know that they can't defeat us in an argument, they're going to sit in here and try to figure out which one of us is the weakest one to present the case for the Earth being a globe. And they're going to hone in on that person and try to use him as a weak link. That's what they do. They're not in
Or
here
in their
for
mind,
truth.
or in their minds, which I kind of see it that way too. They're in here as a service to not have us be in an echo chamber.
It does.
That's
Yeah. Whichever way it turns out to be, it's always going to be that they're not in here for the truth. Pretty
some of
simple.
them are all right, and some of them they
And we
could
use
probably put time away.
we use them for content, so they're just in here to provide content for us.
I have a question, Alphaveritas. If a ship,
What's your
sorry,
question?
if a tree grows right on the ground, and then the
Tree
Earth is
falls.
flat.
If
If
a
you
tree
plant,
falls in it,
no, what?
you
No,
said
let me
blows. If a tree,
ask my question.
I know, but
Let me
you're
ask my
saying it wrong.
question.
It's malformed. If a tree blows in the ground, that's not how it works. If a tree falls on the ground,
No, and that's you can't let me finish my question. If I grow a tree, right,
Mhm.
and the tree grows, according to you, right, the center of the Earth, which obviously creates gravity, right?
no,
What,
it's not
like,
obvious, sir.
if a tree is in the okay, let me ask my question. Like,
Well, it's malformed.
instead
You
of you
don't know that.
interrupting me,
You
no,
don't know
you
that,
have to
John.
you have to let me ask my question, man. Like, let me. It's literally like a couple seconds long. And if I grow a tree, will it grow like completely like straight? Or according to you, if the middle of the Earth, if like the center of gravity is in the middle of the Earth, and the Earth is flat, if I'm in the farthest corner of the Earth, right? If I'm on the most left side of flat Earth, won't the tree grow like diagonally, like to the side, like towards the center of the Earth? Won't the tides go like won't the tides always be pulled to a certain direction? That's my question.
No.
Also, like, what's your basis?
Using faulty.
Also, if you ask a
How is it faulty? How is it faulty though?
Because
Like, I'm trying to understand. Okay, go on.
I know you're trying to understand how a tree grows is no bearing on the Earth and its consequent of it being a geometric shape or it being flat and stationary. Because depending on where the tree grows, it's going to grow according to the soil, according to like the terrain. So for you to say that is something that you're not even understanding. So you can have examples of trees that are growing in different terrain, and you could see the way they grow, and it's not always like the way you would think, growing to the center. It just depends on where you're growing the tree. You can have different things of trees growing in different directions because of the fact of the way that it's planted. However, the tree will always seek to grow in the most efficient way. It seeks that. So it's gonna always tend towards the best way that it can grow. So, but yeah,
But that
it's
doesn't
malformed.
explain.
It doesn't prove gravity, sir.
You actually completely scrambled my brain there. I'm gonna recompose myself, man. You go on. I'm gonna
Sure.
recompose myself. Sorry.
No worries.
This is the same for me.
Well, we look.
Where does a knee grow?
Yeah, don't say that, dude.
No, a knee, like
I know, but
right.
that's
Yeah,
actually
it's comedy hour.
that's a tongue in cheek for saying black person.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Well, I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
that's
guys.
why you said that. At. I know you.
Nah, I don't think like
We
that.
know you don't think.
Yeah.
I'm not that
Yeah.
bright. Yeah, I'm not that bright.
Obvious.
Yeah, but you like to walk the
Case in
line.
point.
So for us, we understand what you're doing. It's not about truth. It's about you just being a funny comedian in here, and about is all we're gonna get from you. Other people are seeking truth. I don't think that's your goal.
Does it have to be a dichotomy? Can
Yeah.
you not?
People
Oh,
in
okay.
people in here are waiting to hear the case for the Earth being a globe being true, or they want to know if the Earth is flat and stationary. So either way, they want to know the case for it to be true. You're not in here for
Yeah, but
either
isn't
of
it true
those.
that
You're
all
not
the
in
best
here for
teachers?
either of those.
Yeah, but all the best teachers can teach through humor, right?
It's not what you're doing here, though, is it?
I'm learning through humor, so that's my processing, you know?
Yeah, but we're not doing that here. So
Okay.
we can joke around and kid around, but it's never about the truth.
Enlighten me. What's the biggest truth in this year, 2024?
What do you mean? What's the biggest truth? What do you
Well, I
think we're talking
mean,
about in here?
yeah, I mean, like for instance, it could be that you know, some guy, you know, got to the edge of the earth, or you finally like scraped the dome, something like that. I don't
That's
know.
not important. Your idea of what your imagination thinks is true, it doesn't mean necessarily that should be the topic of discussion, because it's ridiculous. We don't need
What
to
is the
indulge
topic of
that.
discussion then?
If the Earth has a geometric shape or not. Duh. How long have you been here?
Yeah, but wait, so my questions were
How
warranted,
long have you
no?
been here, AT?
In and out for like what, 8 months, 6 months? I don't
Okay,
know.
so you still don't know the priority of this room, right?
Absolutely, I do. But
What is it?
tonight seemed. Well, I mean, it's inquiry about shape of the Earth, and
Okay.
in by
Whether or
extension
not
that the
it's a
universe. Yeah.
whether or not it is or is not a globe.
But it goes beyond that, right? Because it also
Yeah, but
extends to
it can
space
it
and
yeah, it
okay,
can go beyond that. But the main
physics.
priority
Yeah.
main priority for the listener and for the one who's questioning is if they know the answer to that question. Does it have geometry? Is it possible that we can understand that? None of the other silly questions matter unless those are understood.
Says you.
No,
I
says
mean, you're
everybody.
no,
Well, I
it's
don't see
not
that.
everybody.
Well, I
A
know
lot of
because you're
people
not
contest
seeking
nouns.
because you're not seeking truth, AT. You
Well, then it
understand?
has to be somebody, right? Or a group
Yeah,
of people. It's not everybody.
people that are inquisitive or they think it's a meme, they're gonna challenge. People that don't care, like you, are not seeking anything. You're
Oh,
just
I
in
care
here,
a lot.
just ruining the
All my
conversation.
heart, I care so much about
I
this.
doubt it.
No,
You're
I
just
do.
in here
I
for the
do.
memes. You're in
No,
here for the
no,
lols.
no, no, no.
All right. I want to ask another question.
Go ahead.
Bertos.
That's a good question.
If the Earth were flat, wouldn't like the air and air pressure on our planet, wouldn't it be like completely different in some areas?
It is, sir.
I couldn't hear you.
It is.
Well, can you prove that?
Yes.
I
Everybody
don't
on
think if
Earth.
I go to Australia and I travel around there, I don't think I'm gonna suffocate. Like, and I have
No.
like less air and oxygen,
No, you've
and
added.
as if I travel in Europe.
Yeah, you've just added something that I didn't say. I didn't say that you would
What?
suffocate, did I?
No, but you said the air pressure in Australia is different, but
Yeah,
which
air
it
pressure.
isn't.
The air
It's
pressure is
proven.
different. No, let me give you an example, John Wick. Air pressure is
Okay.
different due to elevation. So if you go from, let's say, somewhere in North America, Central North America, like I know where I'm at, and you go to Colorado, which is a little bit higher in altitude, elevation, you're going to be able to figure out that the air pressure is different. That's known. That's a known fact.
So Say that again.
Okay. So if I travel higher in elevation to a different location, air pressure is going to change, just like you said.
But it isn't.
It is, sir.
Can
Go
you
look it
prove
up.
that to me?
Yes, look it up. Everybody knows this, except for you right now.
No, it's not everyone knows this. It's
It's a known
disproven.
fact, John Wick. It's a known
No,
fact.
it's scientifically disproven though.
It's not scientifically disproven
I'm
because there's
gonna look it up instead of you,
look it up.
which you
Look
don't
it up.
want.
I don't need to. Everybody in here should know this. It's what you call common sense. Everybody knows this. Just look it up. We don't need to argue about it. It's already known. It's discovered. It's
But
not
you
a
can't
point.
prove it to me.
I don't need to. The effects of people.
What do you mean you don't need to?
It's
Like,
self-evident.
you're-
It's self-evident, John Wick.
How is it self-evident? Like you don't want to prove it to me, which means you can't probably. Like,
Like listen, when you travel to Colorado, and if you're living in another state, let's say you're in Florida, you experience pressure
Okay.
differential when you travel there because of the air pressure. It's different. There's an effect on the body. There's an effect on things that actually travel to Colorado because it's higher in elevation. This is known, sir. I can't believe you're so aghast by thinking that it's possible. Everybody knows this. Look it up. It's not even a point of contention. So, I mean, if it were, I could see your point, but it's not. Everybody understands this.
Why you have to be in shape to climb a mountain because the air is thinner up top on the mountain.
Yeah, the air pressure changes. Everybody knows this. I can't believe it's like news to him. I don't know where he's learned education from, but you can just know about this if you actually do a little search. Doesn't take too much. Not a point of contention.
Anybody who's ever flown in an airplane knows that your ears start freaking popping as you get higher.
Yeah, but he's basically giving a demonstration of on the earth paraplegic. So for him, it's like we're on earth if you're standing on earth, but he forgets that certain places are higher in elevation than others, which experience the same effect. If you think about the airplane example, you don't have to leave the earth. You can just be on the earth and go in a higher elevation. I understand his question. That's what he's asking.
Like also one more thing, how can you support the theory of like flat Earth, right? If you have like I don't know the sun and the moon, has flat Earth like debated that? Did they prove anything?
Always,
like
yeah,
for that?
they always debate it. So apparently, you see the sun moving across your head. Well, it goes from east to west on your horizon. So from the eastern horizon all the way to the western horizon, the sun's moving across the sky.
Okay.
Is what everybody witnesses, right?
Okay.
So
Yep.
we would basically say that the sun is going to another location. So if you're geographically located in, let's say, Europe or North America or Australia, depending where the sun is, you're going to experience daytime. The sun's light doesn't attenuate through the air or the atmosphere as you think it does, with it shining on one side of the globe. For us, it's just a sun that is not bigger than the Earth. The sun is smaller than the Earth because
What?
yeah, yep, because it's shining on one particular side of the Earth. This plane of existence that we're on, its light can only attenuate to a certain level of extinction. So it
Wait,
doesn't.
do you
It doesn't. Just let me finish. It doesn't go forever. So like if you have let's say a light source like that that's shining on the earth, the light doesn't travel forever. It kind of extinguishes at a certain distance. So that's what it does.
Wait, you said the sun is smaller than the Earth.
Yes.
What shape do you think the sun is? Just as an immediate question.
Well, what does it look like to you and me?
As a sphere.
No. Circle.
Yes, it does. Wait, do you think it's like a disc in the distance?
It looks like a circle. Doesn't look like a sphere.
What is a circle? A circle is a sphere.
No, it's not, sir. They're two very different things. One is 3D, one is 2D.
Have you seen people reach the core of the earth? Have you seen people dig down to like the bottom of the earth?
No.
What happens if I walk like completely in one direction? If I travel to like a direction and don't stop, what happens then?
What direction are you going?
If I go from America, right? I just completely go from like fucking, I don't know, Cincinnati, dude. I drive 180 just straight up, dude. I drive in a straight line. I fly in a straight line. I fly in a straight line.
So you're not driving, you're flying.
No changing. Sorry, no changing of direction. Just straight like ahead. And if I need to stop, I stop immediately in the same direction and refuel.
What's your point of origin? Where you said Cincinnati? That's where
I don't care. Like America, anything in America, maybe Central America, West America.
I want an example that I know that is real. So are you?
It doesn't matter. Like okay, New York. Let's pick New York.
Okay,
let's pick New York.
Where are we going?
I do not care if I go in a straight line.
No,
if I go in a straight line,
John Wick, you need to choose.
What?
Where are we going?
Dude, do you know the airport in New York or next to New York?
Yes.
Right.
Where are we going?
You go in a straight line and you don't stop.
Where are we going? Where are we going?
It doesn't matter. I'm taking you at gunpoint and saying, just go forward now. Go forward.
No,
like
that's not
go
gonna
forward
work.
until I tell you to stop.
Because I'm gonna tell you, I only have so much gas to go a certain place. So if you don't,
But it doesn't matter. You will stop and refuel, or I will do stuff.
Where are we stopping to refuel? Where are we stopping to refuel?
It doesn't matter. I'll create a makeshift port that you'll. No, you can't tell me no, but you can't build it.
You're taking me at gunpoint. I can't just go somewhere you imagine.
But what does the situation matter? What does the situation matter?
Because I'm showing you the ridiculousness of your argument. That's what.
How is it ridiculous? Okay, so what if me and my brother are both multi-billionaires, right? And he constructed in a straight line from where I want to fly, from New York, in a straight line, like every single checkpoint I'll need to refuel in is in the same direction, and we stop.
Is it? You need to give me somewhere geographically that your brother constructed this, so I know where we're going.
But
I'm flying from New York.
It doesn't matter.
It matters because
My
it has
point.
to be it has to be applicable to reality. It can't just be used as a hypothetical just for the sake of hypothetical. It has to be applicable to reality.
Let's say we stop in somewhere in what's after America? Europe?
I don't know.
Or Russia? Somewhere in Russia.
So from New York to what, sir? Say again.
To somewhere in Russia.
Well, pick a place. Why can't you just say the specific place?
Hold up. I'm gonna.
Yeah, look it up. What's good here is that you apply a little critical thinking into point of origin to target destination. This is what needs to happen. Every pilot that's worth their salt, they would actually know where they're going and where they're coming from. Both places.
No, but my like claim is if you fly in a straight line, like you'll fly in a straight line, or the most
Don't
like
you like common
optimal
sense?
line of
John
flight
Wick,
you can
you
go
like
in.
common sense, right? You like common sense.
Yeah.
Okay. So common sense would tell you if you're going to get in a plane, you're leaving us from a specific place and going to another place. But both of those places are known. That's common sense. You don't use a hypothetical that you're just going to get an imaginary plane and go wherever direction and just keep going. That does not work. Because at some point you're going to say, how is this applicable to reality? Meaning, how can anyone get in a plane and go to just nowhere? That doesn't work. So you have to make it applicable
But
to
people
reality.
do that. People do that, man. People do that on I don't know, on fucking business flights, on trip flights or whatever, man. If you go in a straight line from New York
To
in a
where?
straight line as
To
no, it
where?
doesn't matter. It doesn't
Yes,
matter.
it does.
If
They're in a
I
business
go
trip.
if I
They're
go on a
landing
plane
to
and
another
drive
business.
as fast as I can, right, in a certain direction, I will reach New York in X amount of time. I
Why are
will
you
reach New
struggling,
York again in an
John
X
Wick?
amount of time.
Why are you struggling to give me a place of destination? Why do you struggle? I wonder why, but I want to know why. You got to tell me
Your,
why.
no, because your question is where I stop. What does it matter? I can
It's
stop
not
somewhere in Russia. I can stop somewhere in
so you
Serbia.
have
I can stop
listen.
somewhere in Ireland.
Let me explain this to you. You have 2 points. One is a point of origin where you start from. The other point is a point of destination. So if you say it's a straight line, you have 2 points that connect. So you have to have a point of origin and a point of destination. That's the only way that you can connect the line.
Yes, yes.
If
And
listen,
if I
okay,
fly,
stop. John Wick.
go on.
If the line never stops, you won't know it's a line because it never reached its destination. You'd have to have
No,
2
but
points. Is this yes, sir? This is exactly what you need to make that straight line. If the other point doesn't connect and it's still going, how do you know it's going to be straight? Because it could curve at some point. So once again, you have a point of origin, which is where you're leaving from. What is your destination? That's the connecting point.
I'm going from New York. I'm going from the most, I don't know, fucking eastern side of New York to the most west side of New York. Okay? Or the most northern side of New York.
No.
Like the opposite
Dude,
direction
okay,
of New
so
York.
it's hard because it's anywhere west. So think about it. How do you know what west is if you're not even
Yeah.
giving me a direction? Like you're struggling right now. It's
I feel like
apparent to
west
me
is
that
opposite to east.
well, okay, so everybody has Google in front of them, right? Why
No.
can't you just pick 2 airports? That would be the simplest thing to do. Pick 2 airports. The one you're leaving from and the one you're going to. Be easy, right?
What about the Earth being a hemisphere? So it's flat and then a globe, half a globe.
Say again.
So how about the Earth being a hemisphere? So it's flat on one side and the globe on like half a globe on the other.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
What do you think?
What I'm hearing here is you're using the word hemisphere.
Yeah.
So something that the term that you use within the context of your discussion or argument is used in a not appropriately, I would say. Do you know what
How?
what's a hemisphere?
I don't know. I just thought it was half a globe.
No. Hemisphere is used to denote a term for the celestial sphere. So if you look up just real quick, just on your own time, you can if you want to look up what celestial sphere means, and then it's going to give you some terminology within that. It's consisted of
Do you-
northern and southern hemisphere, which
Do you think there's
have
anything to
longitude.
do like?
I don't know if you're listening to the answer or you're just going to talk right through it.
No,
But
I was
if it's more important than me telling you what it means, then go ahead with your question.
Well, I just wondered if this was related to like Aristotle's celestial spheres and like the prime mover.
The prime mover.
You know about how like he believed that all the celestial spheres sort of moved and were aligned based on love and strife. I just wondered if this has anything to do with it because that's all. When I think of celestial sphere, I think of Aristotle's celestial spheres.
But it takes a quick Google search to understand what I'm talking about. I mean, as
Okay.
fast as your fingers can type, you'll know the answer.
Okay.
So that
All
there
right.
would be there would be nobody left thinking, what did I just say? It's a bit lengthy to get into just in a Discord chat. It's better for you to just kind of look overview what it is, and then you'll have a better understanding. I could tell you or start talking about it, but then you'll ask me questions, and then I'll just refer you back to the meaning of celestial sphere.
Mm-hmm.
That was hilarious, Miggy. You're like, where are you going? And he's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I got the citation to the celestial sphere in the chat.
All right,
Thank you.
thanks.
Thank you, Flatsy. I think what's important with the gentleman, he was referring to common sense, being an attributor to how he knows things, and he didn't want to apply it in this specific instance, which to me I think was kind of, it's questionable. It's like, why wouldn't you? The important thing is we all have Google at our fingertips. If I wanted to know what airport I'm leaving and another one that I'm going to, that's the prime example right there. It's logical. It's what anyone would think if they're going to get in an airplane. Where am I going? Would you get in an airplane if the airplane didn't have a destination? They said, we're just going to fly, I don't know, west. No. I need to be arriving somewhere, because if you're telling me there is no destination, then how do I know where I'm going? You know what I mean? Like, that's
Yeah,
ridiculous.
that was very un-John Wick of him.
Exactly. I think it's just important for us to have the conversation that unfolds where we understand each other. Like, okay, I mean, you gave me a prime example. It's something logical, what people do every day. You get in a plane, point of origin, target destination, voila. We can then make our argument now, because we now have two places that connect. So, I don't know. It was so important for him to just not say that.
Yeah, it's like, where does that question go? What happens if I do this thing that I've never done and no one else has ever done?
Yep.
It's like, well, I don't know. Go find out, I guess.
That's important. You're asking a hypothetical that is not applicable to reality. So, yeah, I think the lady. There was another person that jumped in, S. Martin, last night. It sounded like a guy. So, is there a couple of people sharing the mic there where you're at?
Um,
It might have been a
No,
friend
it's
of
in
yours.
2024, Mickey.
Oh, S. Martin left. Yeah, there was a gentleman that jumped in on the mic, and then now it's this lady. So, and she left because I think I discovered the secret. I revealed the secret that there's more than one person on the mic. I don't really care. I just want to know, like, the guy that I was talking to last night, if they're around.
Hey, I'm back. Sorry, I had to do something.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had to go on that trip, bro.
To nowhere. Okay.
Yeah, it was
all
finding
right.
the edge, dude.
Alright, so what I was gonna say,
What are you gonna say?
is about that trip, bro. So
What about it?
right, you have the map I sent of the Earth. Like, do you think that's a proper like map of Earth? What
What'd you
I
say?
sent?
What did you say?
Do you think the map I sent of Earth is fine? The one I
No,
sent?
that maps are projections of what they're abstracts of what people think the Earth looks like, and an overall world
But
view.
we have technological ways of proving it with cameras and satellites and
Technological
balloons.
ways. Okay, so you're asking me about the map right there, and then you're saying yeah because of technological ways. So I'm telling you that a map is a projection or an abstract of what people conceptualize of what the Earth is. It's not
No, it's not
necessarily.
conceptualized. It's fact.
When has
It's
anybody?
science.
Okay, so what
It's
you?
proven.
So the thumbnail of the image of the thing that you're showing us, right? That thing that
Yeah.
you posted. Do you think that the Earth looks like that?
No, it doesn't look like that. It's the Earth spread in a sheet. It's a sheet of the Earth.
A sheet or shape?
Yeah, it's basically the globe of the Earth, like spread on a sheet. I don't know how to describe it. My English isn't bad.
like flattened out.
Yeah, flattened out, like the simplified version of Earth.
So you're
It
Simplified
showing us
doesn't
a
version.
flat.
actually look like that. It doesn't. I
So you're
would say no.
so
So
you're
why
showing
don't
us
you?
a flat
If
Earth. is
yeah,
what you're showing us.
if the Earth doesn't look like this, then why are you presenting it as what the Earth looks like? I don't get it.
No, I'm saying, right? It's just so you can understand what I'm saying.
Oh, I know
If
what
we
you're
go,
saying, but you're not building the bridge from what you think it is to what you're saying it is. So you're not
no,
building the
See
bridge.
Decatur, bro.
You're showing us.
what
You're
I'm
showing us.
saying,
You're showing us flat maps, John Wick.
What
You're sure
makes-
it's
it's
flat
not
map,
flat,
John Wick.
flattened out for visual purposes, man.
Visual purposes. So the Earth
If
looks
if
flat
you
for
go
visual purposes.
no,
Well, where is it a globe,
if
sir?
you
It's not a globe.
the Earth is a globe.
No, you're showing us a flat map, and the Earth is flat, so we're good here. Well, where's the globe?
If you go to like, did you see like photos or videos of people going to space and like what you call it, the
What?
space station, like live stream or videos from the space station?
Yes. What?
Right.
How do you know? How do you know that any of those videos comport to the Earth being a globe? Because they're showing you something, right? They're showing you something.
Yes.
So how can you test that that's the case here on the ground?
Well, I'm gonna send you a video.
No, I've seen all the videos, John Wick. You don't need to send me another one. I don't need to see videos. I need you to show me how those videos relate to reality in a way that you can test. John Wick, are you there?
Yeah, I'm looking, man. I'm looking. You're trying to pressurize me,
No,
but it's
you're
not
not
gonna work, man,
pressurizing
because
it.
I have to compose a valid. No, I have to compose a valid argument and proof.
Yeah, you haven't done it yet, so take your
Yeah,
time. You know,
yeah.
it's easy. Just take your time. There's no pressure. We're here 24/7, man. Nobody needs to be pressured to present us
It's,
something. All we're asking is the question. Simple. Is the Earth a globe in 2024? Bring your evidence. That's it. No pressure. So far, we don't have anything. You're showing us flat maps. We want to see globe. See globe.
well, you can go to a store and just look at a globe of Earth, of like the ones with the pole in the middle of it.
Yeah, that's an abstract. But how do I know that abstract of what someone thinks the Earth is? How do I know it's real? What can I do?
All right.
Because people can show me what they think the Earth is in a little model, but it's not about the model. It's about you proving that the model is actually comporting over to reality. How do I know it comports to reality? John Wick. Are you lost in thought?
So you want me to
Make the
you want me
bridge.
to like
Build a bridge
give you
for me.
yeah you want me to give you an evidence?
Yes. Take your time. You don't have to come back now. Do it later if you have. If you have to.
Should be easy though, right? I mean, they say it's been proven for thousands of years. It's so obvious. You're dumb if you don't know it. Should be pretty easy. No.
I'm not an expert in fucking round earthology or whatever it's called, man. Fucking
Isn't that what John Wick's
I
famous
don't think
for?
that's a field, John Wick.
I don't
Rontology.
know what's it. There's probably a term for it. Forgot.
Really? It's not roundology.
You know what I said was very butchered, like a not actual word of saying it.
What do you mean,
It
a made
didn't-
up word? Yeah, I know that.
Yeah, made up word.
Of course.
He's a rondologist.
Most of them are.
Yeah, like the globe is made up.
Yeah, they're all, everything's been. One thing that I want is for somebody to just, yeah, don't change your name to that dude. One thing I would say is that people think that the Earth being a globe is justified. I think they lack the justification. It's not a justified true belief because it's not even justified. You have to justify it first.
Well, I justify that the Earth is flat because at the horizon, the surface resolves to flat against the sky.
Yeah, one thing I noticed too is that if you're in here and you want to speak, you don't have to shut off your machines to come and talk to us. You can just come talk to us. Right, Manufactotum?
Yeah, these guys will turn off the life support machine to come and speak with us.
Dude, Crit wanted me to give you some shit about
Yeah.
that. Anyways,
I want to be on my deathbed. And I'm gonna be like, I need to go in the Globe Flat Earth Discord one more time. before I-
Oh well, Scott says he's in Japan at the moment. He still can't leave us alone. The man's
yeah,
upset.
he's still in here. I'm like, dude, what
You guys can't get enough.
I
guy's going
I
to the
can't.
home
It
of
is addictive. I agree.
He's kind of like me right now, speaking under his breath.
I'm just gonna go back to the first argument I gave to you about with the
Sure.
plane, right?
Go
If
ahead.
so if I just like fly in a straight line, what do you think will happen?
Okay, you can't just reset. We're gonna go right back to the point of contention.
No,
and
but I can fly in a straight line. I can.
Have you done it?
I
Have you
can.
done it? Have
I
you done
can.
it? Have you
If
done
I
it?
don't turn 180 degrees back to where I came from, what
How
do you
do you
think
know?
will happen?
Have you done this?
No, what I'm asking you, what do you think
You
will
s-
happen?
You
If
said
I
I
just
can. So have you?
Come
Have
on,
you done
John.
this?
That's a ridiculous question, man. Of course I can't. I mean, I
John,
guess
you're
I can
asking a ridiculous
like
question.
book flights. I guess I can book flights and prove it to you.
So which flight? Tell me the flight, John Wick. Tell me the flight.
Tell me the flight, John Wick. It's too
Do you
funny.
want me to waste time to research locations that I can book
Yes.
flights to?
Yes, I do. It makes the
Okay, so
argument.
then say I book the directions of the flights like
Yes.
almost like straight, right? It's
Almost straight.
nearly
That's
straight.
not straight though, right? You're trying to prove straight, but that's almost straight is not straight, John Wick. So let's try to figure out, right? Which flights are you taking? If you can. Take some time. Go look for some flights that connect. Once you find these connecting flights, we'll be happy to talk about it.
Yeah,
You can't just
KLM or whatever.
see that the problem is you can't just barrel your way through the conversation. I can. And when we asked you, have you done it? No, I can't. Obviously. Well, duh. We knew that, but don't try so hard, John. It should be easy. At some point, you're just fighting yourself, not fighting us anymore. Your own cognitive dissonance.
And trust us. You're not the first one to come in here and ask this ridiculous question.
And say it the way that you have. You think that is very unique how you said it? I don't think so.
I don't think I said it uniquely. What? Who said that? I
No,
didn't.
I'm
I
just
didn't claim that. You're claiming that.
well, I'm just showing you that it's not a unique
I don't
question.
think I'm special. I don't think my questions are special in any way. Just so
No, I
you know
didn't say
that.
special. I said
I think
unique
they're very bare
in that
bones.
in that they're just unique to you saying I'm like, "Hey man, I just came up with this question right now on the spot on the fly." But it's actually scripted. It's a scripted question people usually say.
How
It's
is
the
it
same.
scripted though? Like,
It's the
can
same
you
question. People say
No,
this,
but
right? Yes, John Wick. They'll say that if you get in a flight and you just go west, and it's like, dude, where are you landing? Where's the point of destination? I don't need a point of destination. And I've not just you, but many people get upset when I ask them this. I don't need a destination. I'm like, well, it's important
all right.
because
So
anybody getting
I'm
John, anybody getting in a plane and going to a location, they have to know what airport they're leaving and what airport they're landing in. It's very simple. And then use that as an example. So we can look at it. And all it takes is for you to
okay.
connect two flights. That's it.
Right now, I don't have the like my computer like next to me. But out of spite, I'm going to save this as a fucking task I will have to do. I will save up time to prove to you. I will go to certain airports like on Earth, right? And I will go from certain points to certain points, and I will prove to you like that I go from like all these points like to the first airport I left, right?
Mhm.
What will you say then? That the Earth is still flat?
Well, I can't imagine what our conversation will be until we have it. So go and do that. Come back, and then
But
you'll
if
know.
I do, what do you think you will say? What do
I
you think
can't
your claim
predict
will be?
I can't predict the
Gonna do
future
that.
because I don't know.
Exactly, because you're spinning mumbo jumbo.
Really.
No,
All of your stuff.
wait. Listen to me,
Go on.
buddy. Listen to me. You have an idea in your mind of our position that we hold here as flat earthers, but your idea is not our actual position, and you're attacking your idea that isn't our position. So you need to go
I'm
figure
not
out what
attacking my idea.
you actually don't know our position. We can tell you're attacking your own idea of our position. That's why
How?
when you came in here, you said, because the center of the earth and the center of gravity, why don't trees grow towards the center of the earth? Like, none of us think that. And we can tell that you're attacking a straw man by your questions that you're asking.
But if the Earth was flat, then okay. So I want to completely go to a different topic. What is the flat Earth's stance on tides? Right, on like high tides, low tides.
Yeah,
right.
they're pressure points on the surface of the earth. Like let's say the weather systems that can go over the water cause these pressure points. They vary, they differ. It has nothing to do with the moon.
Okay.
Just pressure points on the earth. Sometimes there are certain places that have multiple tides. So it's not just about the moon doing something and having this correlation that the moon is doing something to the water. It's
On the
it's very
contrary,
much it's very much pressure points, and I'll give you an example if you'd like. John Wick.
All right.
So when you have like a hurricane, it causes this differential in pressure in the storm. It can cause a low tide, causes water to recede. This is a known phenomenon that occurs before a hurricane makes landfall. It actually pulls the water. So because of its pressure that it has over the surface, it can cause water to shift in this way. Pressure points on the earth, weather systems that cause tides. It's obvious. We've seen it happen in a hurricane, so we know that pressure is coming from somewhere. Now, there's a story attached to it. Like, it's a story like Christopher Columbus discovering America. Same type. Misinformation. That's all. Is that it? Boso?
I couldn't hear what you said. Can you repeat that again?
Why didn't you hear what I said?
I couldn't hear you
Why?
because my mic, my headphones weren't plugged in.
Well, can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yeah, it's basically just pressure points that are caused by weather systems and or the differential in pressure, like in the air, the atmosphere, the atmos. The people will say, atmosphere, what's that? So yeah, the pressure points that are caused above the surface of water can cause water to recede or to regain its appearance on the shores.
I'm gonna get back to you on that, bro. I'm just
Sure.
gonna. I really have to start planning this shit. I don't care that I don't have a computer next to me. I'm gonna fucking start looking at what airports I can book to make a full circle, like a full trip around the Earth.
Hey, John, go and do that, man. I think that's the best way we're going to be able to go at this, right? When you're fully prepared to have the discussion, that's when a discussion can be fruitful because you'll understand more.
Yep. No, you will understand what you're wrong. Sure.
Okay, sure.
Yep.
Prove me
Yep.
wrong. Vaya con Dios. All right, we got Z8 in the chat. Z8, if you're in here, you think the Earth is a globe? Go ahead and give us some evidence for that. Otherwise, we have, I think that's it. Oh, Highway Hermit. I don't know who that is. Earth is flat.
No, I'm a flat earther.
Who? Who
Me.
is? Oh, Z8. Hey, welcome to the group. You're a level 2 politics journeyman. which means
The
that
Earth is flat.
the Earth is flat.
Not.
Earth's not flat.
Yes,
Why do you think that?
because it's round.
Okay, what's your evidence for that?
My balls are round.
Really?
Yeah, so the Earth is round too.
Yeah, but you know that required no intelligence to say.
Yeah, that's why I'm right.
No, that's probably the only evidence of the Earth being a globe. To be honest, it's just somebody coming in and saying that.
I mean,
Seriously,
it's a whole
you wouldn't
simulation, you know.
you wouldn't know if it is a globe or not. That's the best
How can you
thing that you
prove it's
can say.
flat? Maybe it's all fake.
No, it's
Maybe
not
we're in a
proving that
simulation.
it's not proving that it's flat. It's the answer for it being a globe is exactly what you said.
That my balls are round?
Yeah, that's the only evidence anyone ever has, right? What evidence do they really have? None. So they'll rather appeal to something that makes it a joke, because it's a joke to us.
I don't have
It's
the
funny how
money
you
to put
can't.
you in a rocket, you know.
It's funny
I'm
how
not
you can't prove
rich.
it being a globe.
I
Right?
can't prove it. I can't fly.
There you go.
You know.
Well, see, that's my
I
point.
can't take you to space.
That's
I
the
show
point.
you that the Earth is round. You know that,
Because you
right?
have to go to an imaginary place in order
It's
for your
impossible.
evidence. Yeah, you have to go to an imaginary
I
place
would
for
have
you
to
to
become a billionaire for that to
All right,
happen.
so now don't need to know how to stop. You have to go to an imaginary place to then show us that it's a globe. All I was gonna say.
Even I don't believe it until I see it, you know.
Well, that may be the case then. Who can show it to you? Let's see, Derp. Does anybody else have any evidence that the Earth is a globe?
Send me to space.
Derp wants to know if there's some way we can know on the ground that the Earth is a globe. Prove it to Derp and me, if anybody can do so.
No one can.
Well, we'll give them an opportunity, Derp. Let's not write them off. Why are we doing that? Let them prove themselves. They have all of academia on their side. They have everyone on earth who thinks it is. All we need is somebody to come, bring us some evidence, and justify it and say, this is it. You overlooked this. You didn't see this. So, that's what we're waiting on. Yeah, by the way, Martin, your sister and you can ask questions if you want. This is a place for people to have those questions answered if you want to get questions answered.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I think she was trolling a little bit, but
It doesn't matter.
yeah. No, yeah, it's all good. I don't really have. I don't. We were talking earlier. I know we did. We were going to get back to it. I just had some stuff. I can't remember. We were basically just getting started.
Yeah, you had to leave, but that's fine. It don't matter to me.
Yeah. I guess I was just kind of asking you what your opinion is, because you do sound like you have a lot of critical thinking, and I respect that. I guess my question would be like, what is your view on the Earth? Like, what shape do you think it is?
Sure. From a cosmological standpoint, as in how do we encapsulate the place where we live in? I believe, and the way I could view it is like a realm. It's not an actual entity in and of itself. It's just a place where we exist on. Now, until further notice, or at least until further investigation, we're not going to be able to deduce or understand whether or not it is an entire thing. So what we can say is that we're on top of something, right? And that something is unknown. So we can say that the earth that we stand on is the floor, essentially, of the universe, of all known existence. We're on the floor of that, and everything above us, the lights in the sky that you see, appear to be moving across above our heads in different patterns, right? So cosmology, as it appears to us, is moving above our heads. Sun, moon, stars, that sort of thing. So, like I said, we're like the floor of all of existence. So I don't know if you can put that into some type of abstract, because I haven't said what it is in totality to then put it in an abstract. You get me, Martin? I never make a claim to like well, it's this particular type of thing. This is what you can think of it like. Because I leave that open until we can actually say with certainty what we would make a claim on. Does that make sense? You probably weren't listening.
No, yeah, I guess I heard a lot of that. I think, yeah. So the main sort of thing you were saying was the kind of like the observation argument. Basically, for you, the universe is kind of, what we can see from like kind of like your own perspective, and you'd basically consider the Earth the universe to you, in terms of what we can, you know what I'm saying, like the physically. Like from like a kind of empirical perspective, like you kind of see, like you said, like the Earth is the foundation of the universe, sort of thing. Which I get.
Yeah, we're not floating around in space. I think everything that you see around you is the amount of existence. There's no more of. We just everything that all that there is all right here. We see everything, and from that point on forward, the point that you can't perceive no longer, I think that all is made up. So let's say if you say, well, beyond the realm of where you can actually achieve great heights, there's something called outer space, and there things act differently than they do here. You know what I mean? Like we got ball planets, we got exoplanets.
Can I ask you, are you making more of like, sometimes when I listen to you, it almost feels like you're making more of a, like maybe a philosophical argument more than like a scientific one? Like it's more like a perspective argument rather than sort of
I think you're not wrong in a certain sense. But I would say that this has been the challenge for most people in ancient times. So philosophy has been something that they've highlighted as to how they would propose something. So if you were to say, I think the Earth is this, and back in ancient times, you didn't have much to go on except for things that they can do with math. Like mathematics were a great way to abstract things. It's like a language being spoken, right, with math. And you could say, well, we can say that things with certain sizes and appearances with geometry, they could look this way to others. So therefore, because of our abstract, we can say that can correlate to our thought process of it being something. So philosophy was intermixed with mathematics, and therefore it became almost a position to say, yeah, we do know that the Earth is a globe because mathematics checks out, which is what a lot of people say when they have the discussion with us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. So are you kind of are you against? So I'm interested in your position. Then are you against the globe theory? I mean, you say you like critical thinking and stuff. Are you open to the idea it's a globe, or is it just basically completely like ruled out for you?
No, the discussion about what the Earth is should lead us to together how we reason and how we critically think about the Earth around us. Now, everything that we extrapolate from the discussion should be something giving us an idea of a direction we should head, right? So if you're saying, well, have you ruled out the possibility? I would say, well, in the case for the Earth being a globe, it's already given a certain size metrics, right? They give us numeric values of how big the Earth is. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Okay. I don't. As I said, I'm someone who doesn't like saying anything for certain. But
well, not you. And let's exclude you from this particular mindset. But I would say the Earth being a globe is an established fact according to mainstream rhetoric.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yes, mainstream says it's a globe. Yeah.
Right, and they give us numeric values to the size of the geometry of the Earth, right?
Yes.
And these values, according to them, are important for them to understand the physical and natural world so that they can use, let's say, rocket technology or get something out into quote unquote orbit.
Yes.
Okay. So therefore, these numeric values that they give us is something that the Earth is, as we might say, known to be. So it's
Mhm.
known to be a certain size. So it's not up for discussion whether or not it's a certain size. It has to be according to the math, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's the thing we are looking into. Now, whether or not it's that thing, that's what's in contention. You understand now?
Mhm.
It's not about you saying, well, I'm not saying it's a globe of a certain size, and it's not up to you. We're challenging mainstream. And if you
Okay.
don't know
Okay.
if you don't know what we're challenging, I think that's something you need to look into,
Fair enough.
Martin.
Fair enough.
So, yeah, that's what we're doing. We're challenging the mainstream. If anybody is
Right, so
actually
you're basically challenging. You're basically challenging the idea that the maths leads to it having to be a globe 100%.
Yeah, well, not just the maths, but the philosophy behind it. Like, there's a lot of people that will just believe like religiously. There's religious belief that's included in here. It's called scientism, and it's the belief
Mhm.
that science is never wrong, that they always get it right, that they are above reproach, that they are the arbiters of knowledge, and so on and so forth. They put science at the pinnacle of man's knowledge and intellect, without having any reason for this, just for the basis of belief. And so what it does is it diminishes the average person's intellect to basically nothing, just a peon, just a layman, just someone who couldn't contemplate the implications of the Earth's size and its place in the universe. So when you come across this topic, you would say things like, "Well, I wouldn't know. I'm not a scientist. You'd have to ask those guys." You see
I
the
don't.
issue?
I don't really. I get what you're saying, and I kind of agree with the kind of your kind of logic point. I would say. I would say I don't really tend to do that much personally in terms of saying, oh, I lean towards the scientists. Like I'm like you. I think that humans are capable. We do have intelligence. We have critical thinking. We can think for ourselves. I think, yeah. So I'm not one to do that personally. So yeah.
I'll let somebody else pick up the mantle here. I gotta get going. So
All right, man.
you can talk to Indio. Indio's here.
Who are we speaking to? Who are we speaking to?
Oh yeah, sorry. He was speaking to me. Yeah.
What's up, Smartin?
What's up, man?
How's it going? How long you been listening to us? We're looking into flat Earth.
So I joined the Islam and politics server. I don't know how many, maybe like a couple of weeks or a month ago. And that's where I first came across the Flat Earth Discord and thought, what's going on here, sort of thing. I hopped in, started talking to Flat Earthers there. Then I joined this server and I've heard it then. So probably like a few weeks, I would say.
Okay, and you didn't really know much about it before then?
I knew it from a sort of mainstream perspective, like in the TV show This Morning and like Good Morning Britain and stuff. They have flat earthers come on sometimes, and they're sort of viewed as quite stupid by the mainstream public, So I thought it'd be interesting to give them a listen,
Mm-hmm. So do you think you understand what we're saying? What our general position is?
I think. Well, I sometimes think I do, but then again, like with a lot of movements, people in those movements can differ. So some people might fully believe a flat Earth model is the best explanation. Others might just take a more critical thinking position and maybe don't buy the globe as straight up as other people do. I think it's quite individual in a individual basis.
Yeah, but generally speaking, we're saying there's no curvature of Earth.
Okay, yeah, if that's
we're not.
If that's what you're saying, yeah, like you guys. So you're basically saying the main thing all you guys believe is basically that it is completely flat and basically the globe is just nonsense.
Well, I mean, I'm only speaking for myself, but generally speaking, yeah, we're not here telling people a new shape, right? We're just saying the surface measures flat over long distances, like bodies of water. And when you say completely flat, obviously not smooth, it has topography.
But what I mean is, like, you guys you don't believe in basically you don't believe in a sphere. The mainstream view is the sphere. You guys reject that. That's the main thing, right?
We don't have that belief. We don't have a globe in space belief. I mean, again, speak for myself, but yeah, and flat earthers in general don't believe in the globe.
Would you go so far as to say you do reject it?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Okay, because that's different. You can not believe something. You could be agnostic about the globalization, but it sounds like you're anti-globe.
Well, yeah, I mean, no, definitely not agnostic. There's an offer on the table of a globe. Hey, you can believe in this. We don't have that belief.
Yeah,
that's the difference. So we take the Earth as it presents itself, which is flat and motionless, until proven otherwise, right?
Yeah.
That's it. You sound like you're from the UK, right?
Yes, I'm from the UK. How about yourself?
Yeah, same. I'm up in Scotland. Do you live near the coast
or
near any big lakes?
Sorry?
Are you near the coast? Well, you're near the coast.
Oh yeah, I'm near the coast. I'm down in the southwest of England.
Right. So you can test this, right? Once you come to grips with the Earth's curvature calculators, what they claim for the globe, how much you should be able to see, how far you should be able to see. You can go out and test that with a pair of binoculars or whatever you've got. And you'll see what we see, which is way too far for it to be a globe. So it's just like a plane, like a realm, like Miggy says. We're in it. We're in this system. How convinced are you that you are on a globe, like on a scale of 0 to 100?
Probably 55.
Whoa, that's not sure at all, bro. You're practically on the fence.
The thing for me is I'm quite a skeptical person. My nature is quite skeptical, at least the way I think, since I was like 16. So
you should be. Be very skeptical.
I do lean more towards the globe, though. Because of the ethos behind it.
What do you mean the ethos behind it?
Just there's a list of possible explanations for the shape of the Earth, and if I had to pick one based on all the information I currently have access to, I would pick the globe. I just think it's by ethos. I just kind of mean the general reasoning, how I've been brought up, my logic. It all.
Well, you've been told. Well, let's I mean, to be specific, you've been told that it's a globe when you were in school. You've been shown images which purport to be of a globe in space. But other than that, what evidence have you really been given? Like, what do you experience? Nothing in your everyday life tells you it's a spinning globe, as far as you can tell. So what's like the main evidence?
I think, first of all, the images are quite, even if then you don't consider them evidence, even though people would, they do tell a story. Now, then you bring in stuff like, gravity and orbits and the
Well,
moon,
let's stick with the images
then the
for
shadows.
a second. Images can tell whatever story you want them to tell, right? I mean, you say you're a skeptical person, but if
Yes.
you can't verify an image to be real, would you accept it as true as a skeptical person?
The
Or
thing
would
is,
you say,
I consider myself to be skeptical, not cynical. So I'm skeptical about things. As I said, I very rarely say I know anything 100%, but I'm not cynical. I won't think of for example, photos of the Earth from space, and I won't automatically think, that can't be true. I'm
no, but you'll
skeptical. I
automatically
think about it based
it is
on
true.
logic.
But you'll automatically think it is true, though. Why would you automatically assume it is true?
Well, first of all, just from a just from a kind of like human level.
Institutions. Yeah, you have the trust, which is fine and understandable. But
A
if you
trust
can't
in our
verify,
senses,
yeah, but it's like the old saying, right? Trust but verify. I mean, it's all well and good to trust, but if you can't actually verify the story told or the image presented, you could be fooled quite easily.
I agree. I could be fooled. As I said, I agree. It even could be faked in a certain scenario.
Which is why we, even if you wanted to say I believe the images, it wouldn't be considered good evidence by your own standard because they could not be real. Which is why we would say we need to do something else. Because obviously, when we were getting into this, most people on the flat Earth side, they were trying to prove the globe as well, right? They were trying to debunk flat Earth. And the first thing you think of is, well, the images. They've got photos of this ball Earth. And then you look into the images and you find out that they're all composites and they admit that they're photoshopping them, except for like 2 that they claim to be actual photographs. But either way, you come to the conclusion, right, I can't just rely on these images and say that's enough. You need to find something verifiable that members could do. Can you think of anything that you could go and do realistically to go out and prove that the Earth's a ball?
I think it's difficult.
The images and videos?
I think it's difficult, and one of the reasons it's difficult is because of literally the nature of the topic. We're literally little humans on the Earth, so it's obviously going to be extremely difficult from a literal human eyesight perspective to prove the globe from our own.
Well, do you think they figured it out before? Do you think they figured it out before NASA and that?
I've looked into the history a little bit. They obviously had ideas dating back, the hundreds of years, of course.
But if the story is that they proved it, then that would be in conflict with what you're saying, which is that it's very difficult or impossible to prove it as a human being on Earth. Because they would have had to have done that to know the size of it, to then do orbits around it, right, for NASA.
They used logic. So one of the things I heard was, that obviously the sort of shadows.
But this isn't really a logic question. It's not really a logic question. It's like a geometry question. What's the geometry of the surface of the Earth? I mean, that's arrived at by observation and measurement. It's not abstract logical thinking necessarily. I mean, you take observations and you try and follow them with logic, but just to put the logic in front of the observations and the measurements, I would say is not very logical. Like, that's where you need to start. Empiricism. Like, what are we dealing with physically? Like, if we want to describe an object or something, you have to, apply your senses to it in some regard. Try and measure it if you can. Yeah?
Ideally, yes.
So do you think they were measuring back then, the Earth?
obviously not.
Well, isn't that the etymology of the word geometry, earth measurement? Isn't that what it means?
Yeah, something like that. Geo, earth, metric. Yeah. So this is the thing. You need to try and think about it in a very practical, empirical way, rather than like logical / philosophical way, maybe. Not that you shouldn't apply logic, you should, but it's not like a logical. I don't know. I mean, it is. You do have to apply logic, but what I'm saying is you need to like include your experience and what you can sense and detect about the world around you, which is what we're often not doing when we're told it's a spinning ball, because we kind of give up on trying to figure out anything like that because our reality doesn't tell us that, but we think it's true, so we just say, well, I guess.
I sense I sense a problem with what you're saying in the sense of from our experience. So, for example, me right now, I live on a hill. I'm going to be able to tell very little about the overall shape of the Earth. So the reason we apply to logic, and the reason we apply logic and go to broader understanding tools, is because of our limited. It's because of our limited human capabilities.
Yeah.
Okay,
So, I mean,
but like what? What is our next logical step? You said we appeal to our next logical thinking. So what's that then? What?
Then we. So yeah, it would probably be similar to. It was kind of a big question. I mean, I don't know. Do you want me to go back and look? Do you want me to go back in terms of in history and say what the original people did, like maybe in the Roman times when they kind of used the shadows of the sun with the earth and did all that? I mean, there's many ways we could go with that.
But would you suggest that whatever you appealed to would be a direct, logical, in fact, measurement of the surface of the Earth to demonstrate it was curved or not? Because if it's not, and then we have to appeal to something else, then I don't know where you're going. If you want to go back to Aristophanes, not the Romans, the old Greeks and sticks and shadows. No, that's fine. But again, we were going to find logical problems with that as well. It depends what you're going to appeal to. But this arbitrary appeal to something else, you're going to have to be more specific.
Okay.
Yeah, if I could just quickly add to that. So you're right. If you're in between a bunch of hills and you're not moving from that location, it's going to be very difficult for you to tell anything other than I'm surrounded by hills. But that's, I mean, why we're saying you would go to something like a body of water, a coastline, a shoreline, a lake, and this surface we don't have to worry about topography, but it is supposed to follow the surface of the Earth, right? And if it's curved, then it must be curving down at a rate equal to that of the curvature of the Earth, yeah? So we would get out of the house, we would climb over the mountains, we would go and find a big lake, and we would try and find out if that lake is curving or not. And if it's not, like you say, then we apply the logical reasoning that we can't measure the entirety of the Earth at once, but we can measure pieces of it. And the nature of a sphere is that all the pieces be demonstrating some sphericity. And if we find that none of them are, then we can logically deduce that it's not curving. But yeah, you're right. I mean, this is it, right? You've just got to think. I mean, I would say this is the most direct way to test the claim is the Earth a globe. It's the surface curvature. We all have access to it. We're all on it.
It'd be very difficult.
Test it on its site. Not really.
I'm just just from what I'm thinking when you're kind of saying this sort of stuff, like it's very difficult. The Earth is insanely big. So when you're saying we can measure pieces of it, when you're saying we can measure pieces of it, I'm immediately skeptical because I'm like, what about the topography or of that piece that you're measuring? What about the idiosyncrasies of that piece? You know?
Well, for starters, how big is the Earth?
Very big. I don't know the exact measurement.
Right. Well, they say it's about 25,000 miles in circumference, 3,959 miles in radius. So
Yeah,
they
yeah,
give
yeah.
us a definite size of it. And it's not so big that we wouldn't be seeing the effects of the curvature over a distance, right? They say it's about 8 inches per mile squared over 10 miles. So that's about 66 feet. So the obstruction it's supposed to cause should be predictable and observable, measurable. But it's not. And when you're talking about how do you deal with the topography, well, that's why I'm saying you do it over water instead of like hills and valleys, because you don't really have to deal with the
Maybe
topography.
even over water, it's it's
Yeah,
difficult, I guess, for me logically thinking about that, because even obviously the water's laying on, physical Earth. You know what I'm saying? So even that's being affected by the topography.
The surface finds
Huh?
level, right?
Sorry?
The surface of water finds level.
Yes, it does. Yes. Well,
So it doesn't have like hills and valleys in it. Yeah, waves and things, but I mean, not hills and valleys and significant changes to it. Especially if you're looking over a calm lake, right?
Yeah.
Good to hear you, Jedi. Hope you're well.
And yourself, Cyclone. Good to hear your voice, mate.
How's things? You alright?
Yeah, man. All good. Fighting fit.
Good. Glad to hear it. Yeah, Smartin, you should speak to Jedi. Jedi is a wealth of knowledge. You should ask him some questions.
I like this water bit. This water bit is fine. Don't really need to go that far away from water, because we all know that when contained and at rest, water is described as level upon the surface. Doesn't matter the distance of the container, the water is level upon the surface.
The water stuff kind of. So I've encountered like the water argument once before, and my kind of main immediate thing I kind of was drawn to as a globie was like, the idea of if you pour water down a sort of skate ramp, that it will be curved, right? But as you say, at rest, I agree. There is that point. I don't really know what else to say on the water point, to be honest. I don't know where that can lead us. I don't know how that can help us progress.
Well, this is the thing about water. It's observed and it's measured and it's practically used as a horizontal plane of reference. It looks like it's measured as such, and we practically use it as such for regards
What
to
about
gain
tow tanks?
elevation. Sorry?
What about tow tanks?
Oh my god. These guys.
No response about tow tanks?
What
I'm still surprised. I'm actually surprised.
Stop,
Sorry.
man. Please.
Go on.
Toe tanks has been so thoroughly destroyed. Like, you must be like. Did you teleport from 2017 here?
Nope.
Is that me? You must have, because you missed it being destroyed over the last 5 years.
Oh, well, hold on. Since Indio's here, let the guy do his toe tanks argument and then let Indio respond. Toe tanks guy, let's hear it.
Well, you all seem to be familiar with tow tanks, so let's just hear the response. You said it's been thoroughly debunked in the last 5 years, so let's hear what you got.
Well, you have to state the argument first.
I don't think that's written in any rule. You guys all know the argument. Why don't you tell me the response?
So you don't.
No, you
so
actually
don't know
have
the
no argument.
I mean, you heard my argument. You all know exactly what my argument is. Why should I
didn't
be
hear it.
redundant?
I didn't hear an argument. You just said a word.
Okay, so in large enough pools of water where they test like marine vehicles on smaller scales, when they need a large body of water, they actually will have to compensate like for the actual curve of the water over those large distances if they want the actual surface of the perimeter around the pool of water to be straight, not merely level, which would curve with the water.
Are you talking about the railing that they pull the thing on?
No. I mean, the railing does have to be straight.
What needs to be curved exactly?
So nothing needs to be curved. It needs to be not curved. It needs to be straight. I'm talking about the actual like surface of the perimeter of the tow tank. You could talk about the railing too. That's another thing that should be straight.
Yeah. Do you know how they align that tow tank? Do you know how they align the railing and the side and all that?
Like to make it straight and not merely level? Probably with a laser.
No. They use the water of the tow tank.
Do you have a source that you could provide for that?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'll wait for the source then.
Okay.
God damn, I can't even believe we're still doing this shit, man.
I mean, I think I've been very reasonable in this back
No,
and
you're
forth.
alright. You're alright.
No, you're just copying something you heard. You don't know anything about it. You're not. That's not reasonable.
To be fair, this is not just me copying something I
That's what you
heard.
guys do. The fuck are you talking about?
You don't.
Wait, can you just let me respond there? Okay, I was
You
saying,
don't
it's
know any
not just something-
details about what you're talking about.
If you will just let me respond, please. I was saying that this is not just something I heard because I went to the specific primary literature, like written from the engineering, like white papers for how they built one of the largest ones on the East Coast. I read through that and looked at like how they were determining things via laser to be straight.
Can you post in the chat?
Yeah, I could try. Let me find it. This was several months ago. I don't keep it on hand, but I can dig it up. Just give me a second.
Yeah, just DM Kool-Aid and he'll send it back to you again.
You asked Indio to post something, and he did straight away. So if you could just pop it under that, that'd be lovely.
Oh, wait, he already popped. Okay, I'm looking for it right now.
One of the tow tanks. There's another one in England. I can find the crap on that. This has been thoroughly worked over. Wish AI was here because.
But so far, okay. So you're saying that the defeater for the tow tanks is that they, in order to make the railing straight, they use the surface of water as a reference over the whole length.
Yeah, they used like a channel of water and like a microscope, and they had some picture, and they would move the thing down so it just barely broke the meniscus of the water, and because the railing was in like segments, so they aligned each segment to the level of the water.
Each segment, like one at a time.
Yeah, it's in segments. Yeah.
Okay.
Hold on, I'll find more, man. This is like I'm looking at shit that I don't even know when this was done.
Okay, very nice. I clicked one and done.
Well, I mean, we're not done. We're both looking for the sources that we mentioned.
Oh, I posted one of mine that tells you how they did it.
Okay, I haven't had a chance to look at that yet because I was asked to provide a source as well. I'm trying to go
That's
back
fine.
through my
I'm not rushing you.
history.
Yep.
I'm not rushing you, man.
Okay, thanks. Appreciate that. Okay, I think I found it here. Yeah. Let me copy this link. And where am I posting this? In the chat for this?
Yeah, in the chat with everything else.
Okay, there you go.
So which part in here measures curvature?
So probably like 3 or 4 months ago, I spent about like an hour and a half going through this thing. It's in several segments. I was just trying to look at the real quick while I posted that. I'm trying to look at the link that the other guy posted. Is it this researchgate.com thing?
Yeah.
Okay. But I do recall them talking about measuring the rail straightness in the link that I posted using lasers to determine what is straight.
Yeah, hold on.
Got any idea what page of the 132 that is? just so I can go to it.
I don't have it memorized. I'm sorry. This was like several months ago that I was reading this. I could try to
Yeah.
find.
So if they're making it straight, what does this have to do with its curvature of the Earth?
Well,
Because if
I
they
would.
made this straight and the water that the tow tank's in is bowed, right? Wouldn't the
Yeah.
boat come out of the water?
No, the boat isn't long enough for any of those effects to. Like, if the boat was so long, like at a scale of the whole length of the whole
No,
tow tank, then maybe that would be an issue.
it's not the boat's length; it's the length of the tow tank,
Yes.
right? So the water, according to the globe, the water is going to be convex, right? But if you
Yes.
have a straight railing, right,
Yes.
and the boat is attached to that railing, it's going to
Mm-hmm.
come out of the water.
Yeah, but by
It's
a
going to be
negligible
higher at
amount.
one point than another point, right? Because
Yes,
the water's curved,
but
but the rail is straight.
yes, but it's by a negligible amount, like like maybe a fraction or a little over a centimeter or so.
And what are we talking about?
Well,
If you
that
can't
is still
measure
a
it, then
measurable,
what's the point?
because it is still a measurable convex shape of this water. It's curving, and it's still, the water itself is level if you're just looking at a little leveler, but that level is curved, and to make a straight line, it can't be level over those distances. That's the point.
Says who?
Well, that's my point in bringing it up. And
Yeah, we want the evidence that the rail doesn't align with the water, that the water's curved, but the rail is not.
Yes, is that evidence? Is what I posted not sufficient to demonstrate that?
Is it? Which part? Which
Yeah, which
part
part?
shows that?
Okay, I'll go through it. I was looking at your sources, but
No, that's
I'll
okay. If we're going to go through your source instead of reading 132 pages of it,
Yeah,
if
that's
you could
fair.
just highlight, if you could just highlight for us, then we can read through it.
I mean, yeah, that's totally
Not
fair.
I'm looking at these graphs, and they're all over the place. They don't show any convexity. They show a random error.
Well, I was reading the second paragraph in the design specifications, and it's a bit wordy, but it says in most applications, such as straightness measurements on precision machines, the ideal line with respect to which straightness errors are measured is a straight line in space at DTN S blah blah blah. The vertical alignment of the rails was accomplished using the water surface in the basins as a datum surface, while a long stretched wire served as the horizontal reference. Thus, the top surface of the rails is designed to be level rather than flat, and the ideal line is an arc of a circle with a radius equal to the radius of the Earth. It is not clear from Saunders' descriptions whether the design specifications for the main rail alignments apply to the combined length of the two low-speed basins, carriage, blah, 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 or to each basin individually. So it sounds like they're using the water as the surface, as the datum, the reference. And then he just says the ideal would be that it's a curve matching the radius of the claimed ball Earth, but doesn't really say that that's what they did. At least not in that bit. I've not read the whole thing, obviously.
Why would they stop there? Why wouldn't they get build a tow tank to also match the water and the curve?
Well,
there is no
Might
curve
as
to
well go all
match.
the way.
Oh,
There's
okay.
no
I
curve to
think it
match, man.
might be.
What the hell?
Sorry, what was that? Sorry, I didn't hear what you were saying. What the hell
I said
about?
there's no curve to match.
Hold on one second. I'm reading through this to try to find what you guys asked me for.
Sorry.
No worries. I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was just trying to find this.
All right. We appreciate you're putting in some effort. More than most.
You know what the length of this tow tank is? Or the length of the rail is, at least?
Yeah, I think it's around 1,300 feet.
138 meters.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what the Sagitt is.
The Earth is a globe.
Yeah, only on TV, bud.
Well, they're talking about the horizontal misalignment of the rail. They're talking about in
What
all
page?
pages of measurement. There was in section 4 horizontal straightness results.
There's a lot of horizontal straightness results, mate. If you go down and look at the individual graphs. What page are you on?
Oh, I was still in the earlier pages. Let's see. My window doesn't label what page I'm on. 8.5.
Oh, okay. No problem.
I'll just read some of the horizontal straightness. Okay, they're okay. Vertical straightness results. That's a little bit better. Yeah, using an alignment laser. So they are using a laser to measure their straightness.
Okay.
And also their distance.
Oh wait, all vertical straightness data was corrected for the curvature of the Earth. So they had to correct it. Yeah.
How'd they correct it?
Okay. Yeah, did
Let's
they
see.
measure that, or did they just
It
assume the
says
radius and correct for the
I'll
radius?
read this paragraph here. It's section 5.2 on page 7. It says, as the detector moves away from the laser along an ideal, in parentheses, level rail surface, the curvature of the rail causes the detector to fall below the nominally horizontal laser line by an amount proportional to the square of the detector position along the rail. This curvature is small but significant, amounting to about 0.003 inches in 100 feet of travel. In order to measure the vertical rail deviations from the ideal circular arc, the curvature error was computed at each position and added to the measured error.
Computed.
Oh my gosh.
It's just computed, man. They didn't measure any curvature.
I mean, they were
It
doing
also says
measurements, no?
because of beam divergence, atmospheric refraction, and air turbulence, it is not possible with this technique to measure a single line along a rail 1,000 feet or more in length. Turbulence noise is particularly troublesome for large path lengths, and since it is essentially random, it can only be reduced by repeated sampling and data averaging. After a long period of experimentation along the main rail of carriage number 2 basin, we judged that a maximum line length of 96 feet provided an acceptable compromise between turbulence, noise, and the sampling rate. So you measured curvature in 96 feet? That's what you think they did? They measured
Yeah,
curve in 96
that's what they reported. Yeah, they said it was small
not
but
what they
significant at
reported. They said they calculated
0.003 inches.
They said they calculated it. They didn't say they measured it.
Well, they did perform measurements with their laser at every one of those increments, right? I mean, are you saying that because there's like
Am I
atmospheric
saying?
turbulence that invalidates the
No, they
result?
said that. They said that.
Where did they say that it invalidates their results?
That
Because the
it
curvature
invalidates the
error was
results? No,
computed.
who said it? First of all, why are you strawmanning?
Wait.
I read what they
Okay,
they
hold on.
said.
Wait. I feel like you talked in the middle of my sentence.
I don't care how
and
you
now
feel.
think
Don't
that's
care how you
fine.
feel.
But I was making a sentence, and when you agreed to it, I had not finished the sentence. The end of the sentence was that it invalidates their results. So I thought that you were accepting that because you talked before I was able to finish that sentence. My bad.
No.
I don't want to straw man you, but I was asking
you
you
know what?
if you thought that the atmospheric turbulence invalidates their results. Yes or no?
Okay. Does it invalidate yours? No, it invalidates your conclusion that they measured Earth curve.
Well, so
it's not their results. It
to be
invalidates
honest,
your conclusion.
like
See, they're not saying that they measured Earth curve. You are.
Well, they're saying that in order,
like I mean, they measure it
No,
flat.
they're saying
Like
they
they measure it
calculated
flat.
it. That they adjusted
but-
their measurements on calculation. That's what they
yes.
said.
So they're saying that in order to actually measure the vertical straightness of this rail, they had to account for Earth curvature in order to get the measurements for straightness. Do you disagree with that?
What do you mean vertical straightness? What does that mean?
Well, so they were measuring vertical straightness, and that is the
What
vertical
does that
straightness would be.
mean?
I'm literally, man, you gotta let me finish because I'm like about to say it. I was
Well, if I
saying
don't
vertical
understand a
straightness
word,
is,
then you can. Then why continue?
dude.
Because I don't understand what you mean by vertical straightness.
I
Define
know
it,
that's
please.
what I was in the middle of defining, my guy. But please, bear with me.
Yeah.
I'm saying vertical straightness is the deviation from an ideal straight line, like in space, like in Euclidean space, a straight line. Like that is.
Sorry.
What is that? That doesn't make any sense. You're saying it's a curved line?
No. How? That's the opposite of what I said. I don't understand. How do you
Says
get
the deviation from a
Bro,
vertical
from a
straight
logical
line. The only
perspective, this
deviation from
makes
a
zero
vertical straight
sense,
line
man.
is a curved line.
Hold on, guys. Indio's shouting to him. Just
like when they're measuring deviation from
Why don't
vertical
you finish
straightness?
reading it and come back? How about that?
Well, I mean, it says on the paper that they computed it, so it's not saying they measured it. I mean, that's it.
Okay, so do you acknowledge that they are performing measurements in this experiment, right?
Yeah, they're measuring something, right?
Yes. They're using the laser to measure something. Okay? And then in order what they're trying to do is ascertain the vertical and horizontal straightness of these rails. As in like how straight they are. I think we all get that. And in order to calculate that, how straight these lines are, they are having to correct for Earth's curvature in their calculations, right? In order to get their results, that's what they did. Was they described that in that paragraph, section 5.1, how they had to compensate for Earth's curvature to get their final measurements.
Oh, they didn't have to compensate. They just did. Okay? They just did. How would they know if they're wrong?
Because there would be a consistent bias in their results that would show that curvature as a deviation from straight, right? You would see it in your results if you didn't compensate for that.
And that would be what exactly?
It would have a significant deviation from straightness, more so than their results showed.
Yeah, can you quantify what it would be, and if it's within the measurement precision of the instrument and inside the uncertainty of the instrument?
Yeah, if you want me to get all those numbers from this.
Well, typically when you do measurements, there's the precision of which you can measure, and then there's the uncertainty of any particular measurement, right?
Yeah,
And if the uncertainty is greater than the precision, then you're just basically mentally masturbating.
Okay, are you saying that you think that that's what's going on in this experiment?
I don't know. It's your fucking argument. I'm asking you questions about something you didn't even read that you just tried to foist on us, right? And we got to read it and tell you what it says, which is fucked up.
I mean,
Yeah, which clearly
well, okay.
misses a post-nut
Just to
clarity.
be fair, right? I did not come here planning to do any of this. All I was listening to was the conversation about how water is not curved; it's straight, and all I asked was toe tanks. I said 2 words. Okay, I didn't come prepared to do this. I read this 4 months ago.
That's fine. Well, we're just demonstrating that sometimes it's not as clear cut as you might think, just based on 2 words. I think Flatsy was trying to get in. Flatsy, do you want to?
Oh yeah, I had a question. Was the idea, or was the curvature addressed before or after?
Dude, they do so many corrections. It ain't even funny, man.
Yeah,
Sorry,
they have to. I mean,
No,
the
they're
real world is
calculated
messy.
corrections. They're just
The real world
calculated corrections.
Can I talk? I'm just saying the real world is messy. It does involve making corrections for stuff that is strays from an ideal Newtonian physics world. Like when you do physics in high school, it's all in ideal conditions, but the real world is not ideal conditions. You have to correct
the way
for
I'm
like
reading that
refractive
paragraph-
indexes. Like you have
The
to
way I'm reading
refract.
that paragraph, and it could be wrong, but they're saying that so the curvature error was computed at each position and added to the measured error. So they had a measured error, and then they had a computed curvature error. It sounds
Okay,
like
yeah.
what they're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they didn't measure any curvature.
They had to account for curvature because Otherwise,
No,
their
they computed
results
it.
would have shown a bias.
Well,
Yeah,
that's
when you
again, that's
implement
what
something
India
that
is
isn't
saying.
there, then
Hold
of
on,
course the
hold
calculations
on.
are going to be wrong.
Well, this goes back to what you're saying, to what India was saying. If your argument then is going to fall back on the degree of which it's off, well, then that will be on you to present the numbers and explain that ratio or that degree of difference. But for what it's saying, they're saying that they didn't actually measure any curvature. They computed it and added it to an actual measured error.
So you're saying that they did the measurement and they let me try to get this. I'm trying to ask if it like considered before or after for a reason, because if they're using the margin of error to kind of input curvature, then everything requires some sort of margin of error, and it's kind of like a whether or not they're using their margin of error to say that they account for curvature.
Well, yeah, that's what
Repeat
India
that
was
last
saying. If it's within that margin of error or the tolerances of the materials and everything else, you would need to know if it's greater or less than that to know whether or not it would actually affect anything.
like in their computations, right? Because they're trying to measure how straight this rail is, and I think they are trying to track with the curve of the water to try to figure that out. So they are trying to account for the curvature of the Earth in their calculations for their final straightness results. So every 100 feet, they're trying to account for 0.003 inches of their detector moving below the laser. So, like, and the total distance is like 1,300 feet. So they're trying to
Somewhat
account for
interested.
that much.
I was somewhat interested in the part where you left off, where you said they got into the vertical to check this. Did you get into that, or you're just reading it off? Do you see what they did in the vertical?
Well, yeah, that's what we're. This is the correction for Earth's curvature is in the
What do you
vertical
mean?
straightness.
But hold on. What do you mean below
Oh, of
the
course.
detector? What do you mean below the like the
No, but
detector's
below the
below the
laser.
laser?
Yeah, because the detector is moving away from the laser source, and so
Oh, so
as
it's
it moves
going
away,
down around the curve of the Earth. That's what you think?
it says as it, I'll just read verbatim what it says here, right?
Okay.
It says
Okay,
that
cool.
as the detector moves away from the laser, the curvature of the rail causes the detector to fall below the nominally horizontal laser line by an amount that is proportional to the square of the detector position.
Let me ask you this: did they measure that?
They're accounting for that in their results of straightness. In order to get
Did they
how the
measure
results,
that? Did they measure that square of the distance relationship, or are they just saying it exists?
they are
Is this like an
accounting for.
idealized state?
Okay, you ask a question, but then you ask another question. I'm not sure when you're done. Are you done
Please
asking
stop
questions?
complaining. Yeah, stop complaining.
Okay, man, it's just hard to talk with you when you just talk over
Yeah,
English.
come on, bro. Technically speaking, due to refraction, the light of the laser would go bigger and bigger, and therefore would not miss the.
Let me just answer
rail
let me answer what he's asking.
at all.
Okay, so they accounted for its existence in their final measurements, right? Like in order to figure out how straight that line is, they accounted for this bias of 0.003 inches per 100 feet. That's how they accounted for in their final calculations of straightness.
So okay, did it go
Yeah,
up
but I
and
asked if they
down
measured
basically,
it.
or did it just go down?
So
here's the problem, okay? How accurately can you? So for this thing to be going down, right, with distance, right, along the curvature of the Earth, this laser would have to be absolutely level, especially at the precision that they're claiming to measure this shit at 0.00 freaking 3 degrees or whatever it said.
Okay, yeah. So
over a 90-foot distance, that's something like a freaking probably like 2 millimeters.
So
Not
is
even
this,
2 millimeters.
Less.
Is this just an argument from your personal incredulity, or
It's not incredulity. It's saying that there's problems with this, that they didn't measure the curve of the Earth. They assumed the curve of the Earth, and they just threw it in there in calculation. There's no measurement of Earth curve in this, any of this.
pretty small? The laser was mounted to the rail.
So when you evaluate an experiment, you have to go, what are my assumptions and what are my sources of error? And that's how
Yes.
you evaluate any experiment.
I agree.
What are the assumptions in this experiment, so-called experiment?
Well, one of the assumptions would be the curve of the Earth because they're having to account for that. But if they did not account
They
for
don't
that,
have to. They just are. They
okay,
just
sure,
are.
sure. I'll change my language. Sure, they are accounting for that, and if they did not, their results would be different than how they are here. Like when you look at the graph, you see that there's not a consistent bias in their vertical straightness results that would be if you added 0.003 inches to every single 100 feet. Because you have to keep in mind that in the results you're looking at in those graphs, that was removed. The 0.003 inches was removed per 100 feet of those measurements. So if you add that back, then there would be that bias, and that is the measurement of the curve of the Earth.
So was the laser
But
then
if you look at the listen,
self-altering?
hold on. If you look at the graphs for the error, right? They're all sinusoids.
Well, what are you
The
talking
error
about?
is sinusoidal with distance. If you look at the graphs they have main rail, horizontal straightness, error in mils, starting length 48 feet, length 96 feet, and it shows a graph of what the error in mils is with a bunch of data points. Right?
Which figure are you looking at?
It's sinusoidal.
Which figure
This-
are you looking at?
All of them, with the exception
which
of
one?
well,
Just give me one figure that you're talking
figure
about.
2, figure 3.
Are those for
figure
horizontal?
4. Yeah, horizontal straightness.
Well, we're talking about vertical straightness.
What
The
does that
curve of
mean?
the Earth would
What is vertical?
the curve of the Earth would show up in vertical, not horizontal.
What are you talking about?
The difference between horizontal and vertical?
Yeah, you don't know the difference. Vertical is like a plumb line.
Yeah, well, when you're talking about a railing that's going over a distance, the amount of left and right, like bend to it, that's the horizontal straightness. The amount of up and down is the vertical straightness. We're talking about the curve of the Earth, which would be vertical.
The vertical straightness would be the tilt. The tilt relative to plumb.
I don't really care what you call it, but that's what we're talking about.
No,
What's showing?
you
What is
just
this
said is
showing on
something
all the
completely different.
graphs? Then, like, what are the up and down points measured with it? Oh, the width of a horizontal line. Is that what you're proposing?
They're showing the divergence for each of the position in feet. It's like every couple feet along this railing, they're showing the actual measurements on this graph.
No, that's the error.
Yeah, they're showing the error.
It says error. Yeah, the error in the measurement from what they expected it to be. So they have an expectation value.
No, I think
And then
that
they
the
had an
error
error of
is
the measurement when they come.
I believe that the error is like if the error was 0, then it's perfectly straight. If the error is 5, then it's off straight by 5 mils, the milliradians.
Okay. Yeah. Cool. Yes, that would be the error. So they expect it to be one value, but then
So
they
yeah, look
make
at
an
the vertical
actual
straight.
measurement.
You have to.
So they
you
make
have-
them.
Sorry.
Hold on, man.
Sorry, man.
Expect it to be one value based upon their calculations. Then they make a measurement, and if that whatever that measurement, the difference between that and the expected value, that's the error. So if they add a bunch of things, if they add a refraction compensation, a curvature of the Earth compensation, which will actually flatten it, right? Right. So if they add refraction, it's going to flatten the curve, right?
Are you done? I was just trying to direct
No,
your
I'm
attention.
asking you a question. Is a refraction correction going to flatten the curve?
Yeah, I'm not sure, but I'd like to show you figure like the vertical ones don't start until like figure in the 72, 75. Like, you have to scroll way past the first few pages of figures, to the vertical straightness measurements, and you see that they don't follow as much of a sinusoid. They're kind of, all over the place because every 100 feet they're subtracting 0.003 inches. But I'm not sure how that translates to the error because the units of the error is milliradians, I think. So I don't know what that conversion would be off the top of my head. I'd have to find it in the paper.
You got something better than this?
I mean, this is pretty good, but if you want, I do have something better than this.
Well, the Globers aren't going to be happy because their last refuge, their last shred of hope is that refraction flattens the curve. So if you're saying you don't know about that, they're not going to be happy.
I don't know what you're talking about by curve.
Well, it says in correction for refraction gradients.
Just
And
let
it
me
says
know.
the effect of this gradient is to cause a horizontal beam of light to be refracted downward by an amount proportional to the square of the horizontal displacement.
I agree with that.
Okay, so the deviation from horizontal. Okay, so the deviation from horizontal is 0.006 inches in 100 feet. The vertical temperature gradient presents a bigger problem since it must be measured and may not be constant and will produce large errors. For example, a vertical temperature gradient of 0.1 degrees Celsius per foot will cause an error of nearly 0.006 inches in 100 feet of travel. The direction of the error depends on the sign of the temperature gradient, typically blah, 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 right? So they add a standardized refraction correction because they actually went out and measured it with precision calibrated thermoresistors. And during the field measurements, it was found to vary somewhat erratically between 0.2 and 0.4 degrees centigrade per foot, with the temperature increasing with vertical position. Because of the large variations, no attempt to determine the overall vertical curvature of the measured rails and present only the local data in 140-foot pieces.
Okay, so what is
Now it's
wrong?
now it's 140-foot pieces, and when previously they said 96-foot pieces.
Okay, so what is wrong with accounting for refraction?
Dude, you just don't get it. You don't get it. Have you ever actually done anything in reality? Like,
yeah,
I'm not trying to like ad hom you, dude, but listen, you
I've
have an
worked-
idealized idea of what the situation is, right? That's what they're doing. They have an idealized idea of what's going on. They think there's curvature of the Earth, so they think they have to do all these corrections to make this rail straight. Then when they go measure, they have all these errors. But they're still going to maintain, they're going to say, well, this must be an error of 0.4. Oh, we have to adjust this thing to correct for this error. But it's not actually an error, okay? It's not actually an error. It's
So
just
if
an
you go back,
imprecision in the technique.
okay. So
Yeah,
if you
it's
go
just
back through
imprecision
this
in the
data,
technique. You got to think,
hey,
when
man,
was this done?
I just let you fucking talk for ages, and I can't even get one sentence out. Just let me fucking say one thing. If you go back through this data and you add back 0.003 inches per 100 feet that they subtracted from those graphs, and you add that back by hand, it's gonna start deviating quite a lot in a certain bias in that chart, and that is the measurement of Earth curve.
Yeah. It'll be sinusoidal.
It will not.
Yes, it will.
So when it says 0.003 for every single 100 feet,
what happens
if you
when
are
you add
adding that
something
in
to a
at every 100 feet, you will not get a sinusoidal pattern. You will get a consistent bias in one trending direction.
If I add a function to a random pattern, what happens?
It depends on the function.
Oh, so you think you can add a function to random numbers and then get a non-random number out of it?
You could sort them by a set of rules that produces a pattern. Yeah. That's what functions are capable of doing. But this is getting so far beyond what is even relevant.
You can extract signal out of noise. This dude is like, they want you. They want you in digital signal processing.
Let me provide. You asked for other evidence.
Random noise.
You asked for other evidence, so let me provide other evidence, because this is not like this distinction between straightness and level is not just present in tow tank literature. It's also with how they had to build the LIGO detector in Washington and Louisiana.
God. Here we go.
Well, that one that you don't compensate for refraction because it's done in a vacuum. So that gets rid of all this refraction like problems that you've been having, right? It's in a vacuum. Refraction's not relevant for their calculation.
I know all about LIGO, dude. You just bit off way more than you can chew. Go for it. I know all about the survey and I know everything they did. So go for it. Present it.
Cool. Okay. Well, yeah, they needed it to be perfectly straight, not merely level. So in order to do that, they had to physically add dirt to one end of it to build it up by like a meter or two on the other side. And I can
Because the
post
curvature of the
links to
Earth,
that.
or because of the topography of the place?
Because of the curve of the Earth.
No, it's because of the topography.
It's because of the curve of the Earth. Okay, but I'll post the link right here, and then you can tell me where it says, because you said you're very familiar about it, you know all about it. So here is the document, and show me where in the document they are saying that it's because of the topography of the environment.
I don't care where in the document it says it. I literally don't care.
You said that you know all about it.
Yeah,
So
I know
this is
all
the-
about it. I know that they listen. I know that of how they surveyed it. That they had
This
to
is
use
this
three
is the white
different
paper.
companies. Hold on. They had used 3 different companies to survey it. They had kept getting all sorts of spurious results. First, they tried to do it with GPS, and the GPS was fucked up. They'd come out with the way they thought it should come out. So then they did it again and used hard mounts where they casted concrete pyramids with permanent what did they call it? Permanent fixtures GPS to measure it that way, and then that was fucked up. So then they came out and they did it again the old-fashioned way, and used a third company to fix what the other 2 didn't do. But you knew all that, right?
Well, they go through the exact methodology in this document. This is the official one that was published as a white paper when they built LIGO. So I'm sure all that information that you listed, if it's relevant to the construction, will be in this paper.
Hold on a second. Is this the one that has the side view? Hold on, let me look real quick. I don't think it does. Hold on. So one of you Globers posted this. Hold on 1 second.
Like diagrams in it. So
Wolfgang sent me this days ago. Well, last week. So we have a profile of LIGO. Actual like engineering drawing, right?
There's figures.
So we got the elevations. I just posted in the chat, right? LIGO profile.
What am I looking at?
Southwest arm. So it's in the chat. It's a little teeny freaking thing I posted.
Yeah, I can't really read it that well. What is
Well,
it?
just are you on a phone or something?
No.
Okay, then click it and then click it again and it'll blow up. It's like freaking
Okay. I see.
like 20,000 pixels.
So what am I looking at?
So you have 3 lines, right? You have 3 lines. One is LIGO, the instrument, right? And it has its elevation. And then you have below that, you have a rough grade that they made that they placed the instrument on top of. And then you have the existing ground that they placed the grade on top of. Now, if you make that full size in a browser, right, and you just take that, right, the elevation, and just scroll left to right, you can see that the line is actually concave. Yeah, that's right. It's concave, man.
Yeah.
It goes
I mean,
down,
of course,
it comes
as long
right
as
back up. It goes down, it comes right back up. It starts at something like, what is that, 64? Goes down to, see what the lowest point is. Goes down to 63, then comes back up to 64. I think the lowest point is 63.00 is the lowest point. That's above the horizontal datum, right? So at the end, it's 64.09 above the horizontal datum. In the center, it's 63.0 above the horizontal datum. And at the other end, it's 64.06 above the horizontal datum. So how did that work? So it's concave Earth?
Yeah, this is my first time seeing this. I'm trying to go through this information here. So I didn't quite understand what you were asking me because I was looking here. You're saying that there's these 2 dotted lines, the top of the concrete slab and the beam tube enclosure is the first one, and then the rough grade and then the exist ground. So what is the rough grade?
The rough grade would just be fill or something because they're trying to get it flatter. So the
So what
existing
is?
ground was like how they started, right? The
Yeah, I
existing
get that.
ground when they started construction. And you
So
throw a rough grade on top, and then you build on top of that.
so where?
But the
So
beam
what?
line itself, right?
Yeah.
So
What?
that's
Yes.
convex.
Where's the beam line? Where's the beam line?
The beam line is the double line, man.
Well, the top of the concrete slab is one, and then but that's not the beam lab. The beam, that's the top of the concrete slab, right? That's not the beam itself. So
Okay.
where's the beam? Like, where am I supposed
So
to
they
see the
have
beam?
vacuum equipment interface corner station, right? So the top dashed line is the tube, which is a
Yeah, that's the
spiral,
top
which
tube.
is a steel tube made of welded spirals, right? And if they had to have a tolerance of 10 centimeters, if I remember right, that means they could be off by 10 centimeters. They either like they had enough play, right, in the diameter of the tube, right, that the center line of the beam, it had to be like, it could be basically the top could be 10 centimeters closer than the bottom, and they would still consider it okay. If it was any closer than that, then they would, you know.
So you're
It was
saying that
beyond
because
the
it goes from like 64 to 63, that this is showing that it doesn't
that's
actually need to be straight?
that's the elevation above the horizontal datum.
I like this image. I haven't seen this before, India.
Yeah, I haven't either. And then
Yeah, Wolfgang sent it to me. I don't know where he got it in here. Cyclone, rather. Oh, I wish he was here to freaking see this.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like what you would expect.
So what are the units for the 64 and 63?
Looks like they're feet, meters. I don't know.
Because if it's
see on the
like,
other side.
because I've been to LIGO, and they say there that the other end of LIGO had to be compensated by, I think it was either 1 or 2 meters of extra dirt needed. So like, if this is it, I'm very curious for what unit of measurement.
Cool story. Like, listen,
I get that. I get that you don't want to
visited,
believe
right?
But
no,
the
I
only
believe they
point-
told you that, and I believe you. It's a cool story that they tell tourists that come there. Just like I was saying about the bars around Narrows Bridge and the Humber Bridge, how the towers are tilted away from each other because of the curvature of the Earth. Because you have a bunch of cultists that think that shit sounds cool.
Okay. My only point in bringing that up was just to because I was saying that 1 to 2 meters is a pretty big difference, and if this is like in inches or some other unit in the 64 and 63 values, that could be potentially something to look at. That's all I was asking about it. Sorry,
The vertical 1 equals 5 feet. That's what it says in the center of the scales. The scale.
That's saying 1 inch on this equals 5. Wait, no, I don't know if this is inches or feet.
Well, feet, inches is 2 little double dots. 1 inch equals 5 feet.
On the vertical scale.
Why didn't they? This has to be. You have to look what they used for a datum.
Yeah. Okay.
This is the elevation of above the datum. It's probably in feet because usually they put the datum way below.
Yeah, this is very
All this
interesting.
oil pipeline shit, man. What fucking 40-inch
So-
oil pipeline?
So Indio, I think it being lower in the middle is what you would expect if you were to just use if the Earth were a globe and this were a perfectly straight vacuum tube, right?
No, it should be higher in the middle, right? It should be a tangent line, higher at the ends.
Yes, but if you're looking at just the raw elevation and the elevation lines are curved, then a straight line would have to dip a little bit lower in the middle.
What do you mean
to stay
elevation
straight.
lines are curved?
On the globe model, and I'm assuming that they drew this with those elevation lines being, on the globe model. What I'm saying is that I think that this.
Oh,
is what
I
you'd
get
expect.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure their datum was a WGS84,
which
is
is
a curved
on
datum.
the globe, right?
Yeah.
And so it's lower in the middle because you want it to stay straight, so it has to go through the middle of the Earth a little bit. I mean, just a little bit, but a couple feet.
Yeah, but that's no.
Yeah, it is actually symmetric. Like it starts at 64, it ends at 64, it dips in the middle. So there is something to that.
Gotta figure out what datum they used.
Yeah, it is.
All I know for a fact is that they had lots of problems surveying it to the point they had to use 3 different survey teams.
Were you familiar with the link that I had provided earlier? Had you seen that?
But the thing about there's actually 3 different white papers on them surveying it. So they released one, and like I wouldn't call the second one a retraction, but it was like kind of like they didn't say yeah we fucked up, but like if you read it, they're like yeah we fucked up. Because, dude, I went over this years ago, so I have to like jog my own freaking memory from this shit. This is like Groundhog Day all over again. So the LIGO I'm pretty sure there's 3 different surveying papers on the LIGO. With the one you're looking at, I think was the first one released, but I think there's actually a published one. I don't know, because I've looked at quite a few, because I've looked at CERN's and Proton Ring in Japan. What's the other one?
I mean, any
there's
large particle accelerator, but
yeah. Hold on a second, though.
there's also
I want to find your thing.
I think that the version of LIGO that they have in Italy is called Virgo, so there might be one for that one too. Although the Italian one has not been able to be performing as well as the American ones.
I'm looking for something. See if I can find it.
So, hopefully this is not like a distracting question, but like, what do you think the LIGO is measuring? Like, are they measuring anything? Is it just being fabricated? Like, what are the
Being fabricated? Well, not fabricated. They're measuring. Listen. The way LIGO. It's not just me that says this. It's mainstream scientists that says it. That's how I know about it because they said it.
Who?
So, well, I'll post one in the chat, man, if you want.
Well, yeah, I'm just curious about a mainstream.
Guy's a guy from CERN. He's worked at CERN for like 40 years or something.
Yeah. Okay. He's a mainstream scientist, and he's saying that.
So what happened with LIGO is they're about to run out of money. They're about 8 months away from running out of money before they got their detection. So they didn't detect anything, and then they decided to use a scheme called templates. Right. So what happens is you have like you come up with a bunch of waveforms that you think you should detect, right? You model the waveform. Yes, if we have a 2 black hole ring down, this is the type of waveform that it will create.
Yep.
Right. And we're going to wait until we get something that matches that.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, that's fine if you know that if you have information about the source, right?
Yes, we do have that.
You have information about the source pre-detection?
Well, so how they do it at LIGO is that they're measuring both black hole mergers and neutron star mergers. And for the neutron star mergers, in addition to creating gravitational waves, they also create bursts like of photons. And so whenever they pick up the gravitational wave, then they can alert photon telescopes to like look at that spot in the sky, and then they also pick up the confirmation that it was a neutron star merger from that.
Yeah,
and so that's happening.
I understand what their PR says. I completely understand. Okay, but the thing is, saying they pick up a black hole. They like say a black hole merger that they picked it up. They don't know what a black hole merger looks like.
Yeah, that's why I used the neutron.
They had no a priori knowledge of what something looks like, right? So I
Yeah,
actually just
that's
posted
why-
something in the chat. That's a guy from CERN.
Okay,
And he
I'll
goes
read it.
all through the problems with using templates for something like this. There's another problem with LIGO. The thermal noise, if you read their documents, is 11 orders of magnitude greater than the signal they're trying to detect.
Yeah, okay. They do process like the data.
So tell me the mathematical technique to get a signal out of a signal to noise ratio of 10 to the 11 to 1.
I do not have a PhD in that, sir. I do not understand the signal to noise reduction that goes on at
Can't
LIGO.
be done. Can't be done.
Well, they
There's no
do have people whose full-time job is doing that. So I guess
So here's another funny thing about LIGO. So when they got their because you just talked about, they told astronomers to go look with your telescope at where for a black hole ring down. So here's something very funny, and I think this is fucking hilarious. So the LIGO. So some astronomers went to look for this black hole merger that LIGO detected. And lo and behold, they found it, and they had a press conference.
neutron star merger.
Yeah, whatever they call it.
It's
And they had a
important.
press
It's a very
conference.
important distinction.
No, it's not important. Self Fantasyland, fucking goddamn. Oh my god, elves or dwarves? Which one was it? Who cares?
Well, we could see neutron stars.
Okay, fine. Anyway, so they had a press conference, and the weird part about the press conference was the scientists from the LIGO team were pretending to be reporters asking the people at the podium questions.
Okay.
People on the team. On the team were pretending to be fucking reporters asking questions.
I don't know how you're expecting me to react to that, but I don't really have that strong of a reaction to
Does
that.
that seem propaganda-ish to you?
I don't. I
Look,
guess
if you had a team of
you
like
can read it
200
like that if
people,
you
right?
want, but wait, you can read it like that if you want. To me, that
No,
just
that's
I
what
can
happened.
easily see that. I know that, but I could just easily see that as saying like, we want to answer these questions, and the reporters probably don't know enough about the physics to know what questions that we want to answer.
Really?
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
Joe Biden should do that. I think Joe
I think
Biden
that
should
there's
have the White House press secretary pretend to be a reporter and ask him questions.
So
Seem like a
because
good
they
idea?
want the proper questions asked, they pose as reporters. Okay, great.
I mean, that just seems like a
They
mundane
don't want the wrong
explanation to
questions
me.
to be asked. How about that?
But, okay, like I'm not going to conclude from them doing that they're faking their data. I don't think that's reasonable based on like that instance anyway.
No, listen. Dude,
I mean,
it's not
in this
fake
example,
data. They
right?
got plenty of data, but the data doesn't mean what they think it means. It's
But
really
like
that simple.
in the example with the neutron star mergers, that produces a gamma ray burst in a specific part of the sky, and whenever they measure that gravitational wave coming from that part of that sky, they then message the astronomers. They look and they confirm the gamma ray burst was there. So that's just like, this data is not just random. It's not just like, oh, the signal to noise ratio is too much and you can't tell anything. Like, they're clearly detecting something.
Listen, it's not as straightforward as you're making it out to be, dude.
How do you know that?
It really isn't.
Do you don't have any inside knowledge of this?
Okay. So I'll give you an example. Classification of galaxies.
Is this a reason by analogy?
Just yes. Just an example of something that you would think is very, very simple, but it's actually super complicated. Right? So they have different telescopes, and the telescopes have different.
I agree that sometimes things that you think are simple can be complicated. I can just agree with that for sure. That does happen.
Yeah, but it's not as straightforward as saying, like, we looked at the sky and saw a gamma ray burst, and fucking we confirmed the LIGO. Like, it didn't happen like that.
But I'm asking you how you know that, because you're reasoning from this general case of sometimes things are more complicated. You're trying to apply that to this specific case here that I don't think you have any knowledge of.
Well, I know that you don't have any knowledge of it, so I can't ask you.
Well, I heard from the guys at
I
LIGO
can't
who
ask you
did this.
questions about it. You read it. You read a headline.
No, I didn't read a headline. I talked to the guys at
Okay,
LIGO
what was
who
the
worked there.
instrument? What instrument did they use? Where was it located?
I don't know the details of that.
You don't even know that. You don't even know what instrument they used.
All I know is what I talked to was the guy in the control room at LIGO was telling me that they then will contact astronomers who will then look at that area of the sky and confirm this prediction. I'm sure, like, if I looked for it, I might be able to find published literature on this, but I'm just going off of what I was told when I went to LIGO.
The fucking tour guide told you a story, and you're like,
He's not the
came in
tour
here.
guide. Not the tour guide. The guy who
Yeah.
works in the control panel, the PhD, like, expert on gravitational waves who works at LIGO and was present during, like, in the control room present during the first detection.
Maybe that guy was one of the fake reporters also.
Sure. I mean, if you want to say that he was lying to me, then, like, fine. I mean, I can't falsify that.
Look, it's not about lying. It's about thinking you can do things you can't. You realize that LIGO claims to detect a displacement that's 1/1000th of a proton radius, right?
Yeah, well, why couldn't they do that other than your own personal incredulity about it?
Thermal noise.
Can they? Why would thermal noise prevent them from doing that? Do you know how that they detect that?
Because-
It's through an interferometer.
Because, yeah, cool, awesome. But, interferometers, like the laser, it's made of parts.
Yeah.
The sapphire crystal, it's made of parts. It's made of matter,
Mm-hmm.
right? And matter,
Yeah.
when it has a temperature, it moves around,
Yep.
right?
Yes.
And that displacement, that thermal motion, causes displacement. They're
Yeah.
measuring a displacement. They're claiming to measure displacement that's smaller than the random thermal motion. And it's not just a little bit smaller. It's 11 orders of magnitude smaller. Right? So think about it. You have a
Wait. How do you know?
trillion piece jigsaw puzzle.
Wait a second.
You
though.
have one piece of the jigsaw puzzle, and you're like, yeah, that's a fucking Mickey Mouse. That's a
Okay.
Mickey Mouse picture.
Okay, I got it. It's a Mickey Mouse picture. So
One piece of a trillion
I
piece
thought you were
jigsaw
done,
puzzle.
bro. I thought you were finished.
No,
Come
you're
on.
trying to be a wise ass.
You're being a wise ass, man. You telling me I'm doing Mickey Mouse tricks? Come on.
No.
Let
I'm
me
trying
just
to give you an
address the
analogy about
substance.
how
I'm
this
trying to
works,
address the
right?
substance here, okay?
No,
Jesus Christ.
listen. I'm trying to give you an analogy to like what they would have to be able to do. They would have to be able to, if you had a trillion piece
Well,
piece
I get
jigsaw
it. I get
puzzle.
your analogy. Please, dear God, don't go through it again. Look, all I'm trying to ask you
Yeah,
is, do you know
you
how
can get away from
you
it because it's that absurd, and
Bro,
you have a
let me
religious
get the
belief.
substance
And
here. Let me
yeah,
get the substance out, please. I'm trying to ask you a question here of what temperature was this experiment done at? Do you know?
who cares? It's their documents that quantified the thermal noise. It's not my opinion. It's theirs.
Well, like, they super cool this to reduce thermal noise, okay? It's not like they can't account for things like quantum mechanical uncertainties. It's not like they can't account for thermal noise. Like, I don't
There's
understand. Like,
limitations of what human beings can do. You realize that, right?
yeah, of course, I realize there are limitations for what human beings can do.
Okay, so if you have too high of a signal to noise ratio, typically, if you don't have knowledge about the source, a priority knowledge about what's coming, 10,000 to 1 is too much.
Well,
There's no mathematical method that will give you more than 10,000 to 1.
Okay,
And 10,000 to 1 would be bad. It would be fucking bad.
Okay, so the signal to noise ratio, where they reduce the noise to look for their signal. Yes, they do try to like look for a specific signal predicted by general relativity. Like, yes, that's where the a priori knowledge comes from, is because they're specifically looking for that one type of signal, that one waveform that corresponds with what general relativity predicts they should find. That's what they're looking for. So that's
Or what's the alternative hypothesis to that?
I guess they're making it up and it's fabricated. I don't know.
Confirmation bias, cherry picking.
So
I need a job.
I don't know. I mean, in order to for them to be confirmation bias, you have to accept that this signal does exist. You're just saying there's tons of other signals that also
It is
exist that they're not looking
confirmation
for.
bias by definition. right? So what they're trying
No,
to
I
prove,
don't
the
think
thing they're
so.
trying to prove, they assume it already exists, and they make a model about this thing they fantasize is existing, and then they sit there and they look at a bunch of fucking squiggly lines on a graph, and they program the computer to say, hey, when one of these little freaking squiggly lines on the graph match one of our templates, we're going to declare victory and say we detected a gravitational wave. So all we have to do is just wait long enough, and eventually we're going to get what we want. And that's exactly what the fuck they did. I don't know why you can't understand this. It's pretty fucking simple.
So you're saying that they're seeing patterns in this
How many
just
times
a
can you
mess.
say
Wait,
you're
hold on,
saying?
man. Hold on. Come on. Just let me finish one sentence. So when you're saying that they're looking for this specific pattern in this web of noise, and just eventually that pattern will just come up by chance, and that's what they're
Yes.
detecting.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that I was understanding you.
And it's not just me that says it. Scroll up. This guy worked at CERN for like 40 fucking years. Says the exact same thing I say.
Okay, I will watch the video, and yeah, I'll come back to it.
Understanding the LIGO gravitational wave event.
I've got it on. I've got the video on there. I've got the video saved. I'm gonna watch it at some point. So then I'll come back here, and I guess we can continue this
And he
conversation.
ain't a flat earther, so you can't hand wave dismiss him for being a flat earther.
I won't. I won't. No.
All right. Good talking to you.
Yeah.
Toe the tank. Tank toe. Toe tank. Toe jam. Toe freaking cheese.
We're like toe tag.
Toe tag. What's up, Sonny? How you been?
Hey, what's up? I'm doing really good, man. Really good. Really good.
Fucking awesome. Glad to hear that.
Yeah, man.
Really am.
Sober breath, clean mind. I'm doing really well.
Well, you don't, well, I'm not going to talk about your unclean minds, your clean minds. There's a lot of ways for your mind to be unclean.
Okay, yeah, we don't have to go there. But you know what I mean, generally speaking. Yeah.
Yeah, cool, man. Awesome.
Yeah.
But if I don't understand India that LIGO thing, but if I understand LIGO, that if I go into that and if I can get everything, what that will give me the knowledge that Earth is a sphere.
No.
No.
It's not going to curb the water, that's for sure.
No, but because he's killing himself to prove something, and at the end, what that proves at the end?
No, it proves that the Earth. Well, it proves that horizontal and level are synonymous because they had to level LIGO and make it horizontal.
And how
to do so, they
LIGO?
had to dig into the Earth at different places and build up at different places to make a horizontal platform, implementing 90 degrees along the way and whatnot. Yeah.
What when you have 10 miles of horizontal?
Yeah, and then I mean, listen, it's new to some people, right? Like then some Globers will be, but look, the Earth, like they dug out the Earth, which somehow at all places must be spherical shape, even when there's hills and valleys. So therefore, the Earth's a globe. I don't know when they first come into it, they think that like all Earth turns into sphere at all places. Yeah, no, it's a pretty badass flat Earth proof. 10-mile flat Earth proof.
I guess I used the
Like when he
wrong
had
choice
mentioned,
of word. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, man.
no, it's just like when the guy earlier had mentioned it. Like he somehow imagines that that when you look at something that's pretty flat, therefore it must be spherical shaped. So they had to go in there and level it out and make it flat. It's just strange. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's a globe, all right, but everything you do, you have to use the horizontal plane for it to work. That's pretty incredible. And every single observation defies this globe.
Well, the tricky thing of this is if they have just supported the pole or the beam on one end, then they would have made a better measurement, because the end of the pole would have a larger drag and therefore causing it to be just like I wanted, a curve. But since they supported both ends, they had a convex in the end, and therefore their results were not what they expected, and their expectancies to converting to the failures and errors to their formula is their result of this.
Yeah, but the toe tank conversation, it is interesting and kind of difficult to nail down. Like, is it different pressures within the tank? They do measure the pressures and the temperature, but the effects of pressure on water, liquid, water, which is, doesn't really compress. I mean, there's situations you could say, right? But so the different pressures in the toe tank area, but they do claim to measure it. But do they measure the effects on the water? I don't know if they give that number. Maybe they do. Then I heard earlier on something being said about how they, from the Glober, he was saying, well, they got the rails straight, they got the water straight, then they found a deviation between the rails and the water, proving that level is curved. But you're saying it's leveled, made each thing horizontal, so I kind of got lost on that one. But
Yeah, just like I said, they supported both ends and therefore caused a drag in the middle.
and then I'd asked him earlier he was saying, well, this is how they measure the vertical change. I was kind of curious between two points how they measure. Imagine that the horizontal that crosses the vertical is higher up than the water are parallel. How they measure the vertical change with this curve. Of course, we know that you measure, rise from the horizontal in the vertical change, which is what he clarified to me. No, that's how you're measuring two different points. Do they diverge, these horizontals? I mean, these verticals, or did they measure them in Euclidean space?
Is Indio still here? Still there, Indio?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah. So on this LIGO thing, they basically have to conceptualize it in the first place, I think is what you were getting at. But, well, I know you were talking about the signal to noise ratio, which is something that they'll never get past that. But in order for them to even have any of these so-called predictions, they have to have it conceptualized first because they don't have any proof of it in the first instance.
Well, think of it like a seismograph, right? You know, you've seen a seismograph, right? And when like nothing happens, it's just sitting there noisily, just making little teeny squiggles until there's an earthquake, right? And then there's a big squiggle. That's what they say they're doing though with gravity, right? That their noise is just like background gravity. Then every once in a while, there'll be a big freaking squiggle in the background gravity, but their big squiggle is tiny. You can't even differentiate its amplitude from the noise. You kind of like got to zoom in and 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 zoom in freaking a trillion times, and you're like, oh, it's that squiggle right there.
Oh, what are they
So they
proposing?
basically
Go ahead, Sonny.
they basically just have to forget about all that noise then and just focus in on the little tiny squiggle when all the bigger squiggles are all the noise that's surrounding it. Would you say that's correct? Pretty close.
Yeah, but like a seismograph, like an earthquake detector, you know what a seismograph is, right? You lived in San Francisco, didn't you? You must know what that is.
No, but I live in Southern California, so yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah, so one of the little seismograph things, like when there's an earthquake, they make like a big freaking squiggle, right? They gets all noisy. This is basically what they think they're doing for gravity.
Yeah.
And that there's going to be two black holes smashing into each other, then there's going to be a big gravity wave that we're going to surf, and it's going to make a big squiggle in their thing, right? So what they're saying is that because of general relativity, and the arms are pointed, one's pointed southeast, one's pointed southwest, right? So if the gravity wave comes from one direction, one arm will be shorter than the other arm, and because that arm shortens, because bendy space-time shortens one arm, but it doesn't affect the light. So you'll get an interference pattern. You'll get a phase shift, right? Because of the different lengths, right? Because what's happening is a laser's coming down both arms and interfering with itself, right? So you get like a little
long arm, short arm. That's like a disabled freaking model.
It's like a disabled T-Rex, man.
Yeah, it's like a gimpy.
So they're invoking.
Hold on. They interfere these two laser directions, right? They interfere them in one spot, and so they can see what it is, right? The pattern, and it's supposed to be very, very stable, right? They're supposed to compensate for every possible thing where these things would move around, so that the only way that you'd get a change in this interference pattern is if a gravitational wave hits the Earth. That's the only way it can happen, according to these clowns. Now think about what I just said. Think really hard about how ridiculous it is what I just said.
Yeah, it's far-fetched. Yeah. Only in their imagination. That's why it's called theoretical.
Theories are more substantiated than other aspects. Like there's substantiated explanations, not just thrown out there,
Well, it depends on if it's backed up by an actual scientific experiment or not, with an independent control variable.
Well, I want to add something, Sonny. So what they say is, even if one arm ends up being smaller than the other arm by 1/1000th of a proton radius, they'll be able to detect it. And a proton is I think it's 10 to the negative 37 meters or something. So it's pretty fucking small. So smaller than that.
Yeah,
Geometry Man probably believes that shit too.
I can do stuff that will contract matter, but it won't be that.
I can't.
I can shock
I can't
it.
comment on stuff I don't know about.
I can do all sorts of stuff. I can run electricity through a muscle; it'll contract. I can't run any gravity through it to watch it contract matter.
I'm trying to figure out how you measure subdivisions of a proton. Like, what do you use for a ruler?
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, but I don't know. how
It's
it works.
right on their website. Like, you don't have to believe me. You can go right on their website and it says it right on the
I
front
know.
page.
No, what I'm saying is
You're
like
shameless.
what I'm saying is I don't know how it works, so I can't comment on it, whether it's ridiculous or not. Unless you want me to like BS and LARP as somebody who thinks they know.
Well, I mean, well, you can straw man me a couple times and pretend to be